Hello there, everyone. Hello, Tom. How's it going? How you doing? How's it going, mate? You're here very quickly. What a speedy potato. Hello, T24 Jockey. Yeah, hello. It's a good game, good name. Hello, Richard Horse. Oh, it is only 9:40. I woke up at 5 o'clock today. Feels like midday in my head. I've been getting up early recently. Like 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. Went for a nice walk this morning. Then went to Tesco's. Bought some non-alcoholic beer and some milk. It was nice. Weird dog walkers out at... You know when you're getting up early because you bump into like workmen. They're all, you know, in their fluorescent jackets. And then... loads of weird early morning dog walkers, the weird ones, the crazy ones, the shifty people. You have to watch out for them. I've got to wait a minute until I can join this next race. Oh yeah, we need to put the timer on the screen as well. Get that working. The have we won a race yet timer. Ah, you're a weird early morning dog walker. Well, they're not. There's no like hot people near me in the morning. It's all elderly people. Why is there no like single 35-year-old women? They're all like 50-year-old. They're very friendly. It's all friendly elderly people. So this is why I need to move to Germany. There we go. Or it's hyper fit people, crazy fit freaks. Guys, people seem very friendly near where I live though, so I guess it could be worse. You have those people that have the one dog, and then you have those people that have like the like 40 dogs. Right, let's get this timer on here. We should get the didgeridoo tomorrow.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, Van Drake TV. He's living in the past. Van Drake TV. Right, let's get this timer on. Hyperfit people. What are they training for? I don't know. That's the thing. It's weird, isn't it? Oh, where's this Where's my timer? I guess if maybe... So I understand people that like jogging and running. I get that. I totally understand it if you enjoy it, but it's a weird thing to enjoy, isn't it? I enjoy walking. But... Oh, here we go. I think this should reset it. What should I put? What should I put? Ella Mementos 75. Should I put trying to win for? Oh. This should have just worked, actually. Steam Achievements 2. Oh, you can't search through the... Ah, here we go. Oh, that is working. You should do that at the next Sim Expo. Ask people what their iRating is. It's always a fun conversation, isn't it? What is your iRating? Probably one of the best conversation you could have. I don't know what to put here. Challenge started. How many hours does it take for us to get a win? Probably like multiple weeks, I'd imagine. Yeah, AC Evo definitely will be out by then. By the time we get a win. I think Do they have a release date for AC Evo? I don't think they do yet. Normally, smaller games like to release before the Christmas stuff. December seems a bit risky, to be honest, but they could do. Seems a bit of a risky time to launch the game. Unless you're like a AAA publisher and you have like a huge game, it can be a bit risky. I'm just going to stick with the default setup here. I think AC Evo will sell well regardless, though, to be honest. There's a huge audience that already knows about it. I don't think it really matters when it comes out. Oh, my pedals are cold. I've got a hole in my sock. No, pedals are just very cold. my sim pedals are freezing. It's crazy. I don't know why they're so cold. Why am I wearing some sim hounds? You what? I'm not wearing sim hounds. Why aren't I? Yeah, probably should. Good guys that run that company. Nice couple. Spent a bit of time with them. I think real drivers would race in socks, though, to be honest. If you could, they would. You get more precise control, so... cruise around, get back into the iRacing zone. think what I'll do is I'll stick with the fixed setup on even in the open one. Otherwise, alternating from the fixed to the open will probably make it harder. Probably have the New Zealand's watching it this time in the morning. New Zealando clockers. At this rate, we'll be like the biggest streamer in New Zealand. I probably have more viewers in New Zealand than anywhere else now. They're like, oh hello. If I go to New Zealand, they'll be like, oh hello. the four New Zealand sim racers, they're like, oh, we know you. You're the only English-speaking streamer that's on at our time.
You've got the fastest lap.
Hello, Dunkosaurus W. How's it going? The man with the logos. Oh, America. God bless America, land of the free. Back from a week in Wales, nice. It's good that Biden's dropped out of the presidential race, but I don't think Americans are capable of not being sexist and racist. So, all bets, it's up in the air, guys. It's up in the air. What's going to happen? Yeah, well, Biden's clearly like almost dead. So, yeah, now on a rational level. Is Camille? Is that Camellia? How do you say her name? Camille Harris? Camellia? Camille? Never actually heard her name being said. I've only read it. She seems like she's really good, actually. Like way better than Hillary. So. Way better than Biden. I mean, I don't know, maybe a policy shit, but just as a presentation, you're Trump all the way. Some people just like fascism, you know, so it's understandable. Yeah, my DD policy's great. But yeah, definitely Biden's just too old. I mean, so Trump's too old as well, to be honest. Well, that's the thing. It doesn't make any sense. It does it. Like, she's clearly better than Biden as a can talk. Like, you would think being I would imagine communication and coherent communication is kind of important. Yeah, like, this is, as a foreigner, as a Brit, it's stuff like seeing Sarah Palin. Like, she can't talk, or even George Bush was really bad. Like, he just couldn't talk clearly. I mean, George Bush wasn't that bad, but still pretty bad. I mean, they did also a war criminal, basically. But, you know, it's complex. But at least I mean, at the time we were like, oh, George Bush is bad, but like little did we know how stupid it's going to get. Sky, they were just saying that, like, I mean, I find Barack Obama creeps me out, like, so do like all the, but at least he can talk clearly, and at least I think he was trying to do the right thing, you know. At least he could talk coherently. This is like a basic threshold that I think that should be like a lower threshold, like being vaguely coherent as a bar. Like, do you know what I mean? There's like a. I'm not even talking about policy or anything else. I'm just saying, like, basic threshold has been like generally coherent is probably a good start point. You know, so it's we're trying to win a race. Yeah, probably gonna be here till the end of time, but it's fine. We're doing the next Formula C race. Yeah, no, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't. Obama's policies, some of the policies, and some of his politicking, I can understand what he's done, and I don't think he's universally bad. But and you also have to keep in mind that presidents, the political structure in America is not just a president, you know. But all of the politicians haven't really, well, they do have power, but it's complex, isn't it? Because they have the whole structure. So yeah, I'm not. America has, so does Britain. It has like really bad establishment democratic issues. Both Britain and America are very democratically poor in many ways. So separate to that though, I just think being like it's annoying if you have to consume information and it's just constant incoherent nonsense. Like, if someone's going to lie, at least lie clearly. Oh, thank you very much.
Almost 3 years. Biggest mistakes of my life.
Oh, I know. Terrible mistake. Thank you very much. I'll give you a rocket. Thank you, Jim. Really appreciate it. 3 years. Can you imagine? You've only made the world worse. Yeah, it's the whole lobbying thing and everything. Yeah, you know, I'm super cynical about all of it, obviously. I'm still getting through the Noam Chomsky books. All I do, when I live stream, all I do is just repeat what I've been reading in my latest book that I'm reading. And then I've forgotten it after a week, and then we'll talk about the next book. I'll just repeat, pretend that it's me. So I go through like a month of reading Marxist books, and then we go through Chomsky. I don't have any brain. I just repeat the books I read. It's easy that way. Hello, Novotny. It's morning. Have you been asleep, man? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, but I think it's better that Biden's not running. I do, but then I think that obviously Democrat voters that aren't particularly critical would vote for whoever's the Democrat Party. Then you'll have anyone that's like sort of anti-fascism or like, you know, can see how dangerous Trump government is. They obviously wouldn't vote for Trump. But then I could see why there's a lot of fringe voters, and I worry that America's still far too racist and sexist to accept there will be a lot of people that will inverse sexism, go, oh, female leader, wow, let's vote for them, you know, stupidly. But equally there will be a lot of people that will be like, oh, woman, And isn't she black as well? So then they'll be like, oh, black, you know. So that's the cynical side of me. No, I think Trump's just a narcissistic sociopath, so he'll just do whatever at any point in time. He will do whatever happens to be in his short brain for whatever's the most beneficial thing for him to say and do in that instant. That's Trump. He isn't anything. He's a narcissistic sociopath, which is actually quite. It does make people like that are quite predictable in an unpredictable way. But he'll just do whatever's in his best interest for that very moment. Well, no, not just like every president. That's just a stupid thing to say. Yeah, a lot of people do stuff that's in their best interests, but they don't immediately contradict themselves on every single issue. They don't, like, they're normally a little bit consistent. You know, they're normally like. Why do people do that false equivalence thing constantly? And think that it's not a positive thing. It's really dangerous. It's really, really dangerous to do false equivalence. All politicians are the same. All whatever's the same. Everything, all of them are bad. Well, it's like they're dismissive terms that sound reasonable, but actually are non-terms. So when you say them, or someone, if you do say something like that, unless it's a joke, which is fine, maybe it is a joke, but outside of just being a sort of silly, cynical statement, a lot of people aren't saying it cynically. That they don't realise how they're being played. It's like a self-owning, basically. Absolute self-owning. Not. It's a really dangerous way of thinking. I gotta pay my debts. There's clearly, even if you're just talking about Biden and Camille, or how do you say her name? Even if you're talking about those two, the fact is Biden is probably would have probably died in office, and he clearly can't talk clearly. I think it's more of a linguistics issue. I would imagine his brain probably still functions generally, but he's old. He's ridiculously old. Would have low energy levels. To purely ignore like potential learning difficulties and stuff. If you're 81, you just don't have. It's very unlikely that you would have the energy, unless you're like some people. I think Bernie Sanders seems pretty energized and would probably be somewhat okay. Chomsky was all right in his 80s, but like generally speaking, statistically, most people when they get to 80s cannot do like. They can't stay up 3 days in a row, which is going to be something that happens. You're in politics, you have that mindset. Politics is stupid and a game that only benefits the upper echelons, even if politicians are trying to do the right thing. To think you can change anything worthwhile within this political framework is stupid. I would just don't bother doing anything. Now hang on, you've just written a complete self-fulfilling prophecy. So what you've done is you've mixed up different ideas. So the current political frameworks in the UK and America are terrible and they're not very democratic, does that mean that life is completely futile? You're going to die. No one's going to remember you. It's all pointless. Does that mean that you then don't try to do anything at all? No. Why not? Because you might as well try and do something that you know within the limited remit of what you can possibly do and what you know. You might as well do something. Because it's going to be self-defeating if you do absolutely nothing. And even in like the most futile of situations, even if you're like in a gulag or something under some oppressive prison regime, there's still going to be some degree of minute autonomy or action that you can take yourself, or you could still think about, and you could still be rational and reasonable about the specifics of what's going on. Even if it's completely broken, and even if it's futile and it's all pointless in the end. So that what you're actually typing with that statement of, oh, it's all pointless, can't change anything, whatever, I don't necessarily disagree. I think it probably is all pointless and futile. But what you're actually typing is a really long-winded way to say, I give up. I'm a loser. But it's the thing which is fine. It's totally fine for someone to say they give up. Just be honest. Just say you've given up. Don't try and gild your submission. Don't gild it. don't present it as if you haven't, as some like, oh, a wordy. And I've not given up. I do. It's all pointless. You just say, when you actually just said, I'm a bit, I've given up. No, because right, so your logic is completely flawed. So when you have a system that's broken, you're still going to be interacting with it. By saying, I'm not going to interact with the system, you've forgotten the fact that you are still interacting with the system. So, like, if I'm in the UK, for example, and I go, I think our democratic system is totally broken, right, whatever, I think it's broken, that's fine. But then you go, oh, well, I'm not going to vote, I'm not taking part in it at all, I'm not even going to talk about it, or whatever, it's all the same. You are basically endorsing the people that do still take part in it. Like, you are passively endorsing those other people that are discussing and taking part in the broken system. So if you actually don't want to take part in it, what you need to do is you need to actually say, explain, the system doesn't work in these ways, and this is the most pragmatic way to deal with it at this point in time. These are the limited acts of power that I currently have. In the UK, you can still vote, and it does still affect the election, and you can also talk to people and they can vote, and it does still affect things, even though it's broken, even though it's terrible. So you're making the exact same logical mistake where people say all politicians are the same. It's a disease. It's a brain disease. But you don't. I don't mind that you would say I don't want to take part in it. That's fine to me. What really irritates me, what's really irritating is that you don't realise that what you're actually saying is the opposite of what you're actually trying to do. You're lying to yourself. It's dishonest. That's the problem. If you just say, I'm not taking part, that'd be, you say, I'm not taking part, it's fine. That's fine. But you're bullshitting yourself. But you don't realise it. Yeah, also things probably won't change. Just because something won't likely change, why would you You're going to get old and you're going to die. You're probably going to get some horrible disease. All your friends and family are going to be dead. Everyone's going to be dead. Everything's terrible. It's all going to be pointless. The sun's going to envelop the earth. It's all going to be disappeared. It doesn't matter. It's all utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. With that in mind, you might as well still try and do whatever positive things you can do at this point in time. I don't know why that's hard to understand. It's the most logical thing to do. Yeah, don't do anything. But ironically, you're still doing something if you don't do anything. You can't you can't lie to yourself into going. It's like discovering a lump on your testicle. Go and check your testicles, guys, and if you find a lump, go to a doctor's. It's like finding a lump in your testicles and going, oh, I can't really get GP appointments easily in the UK, and the medical system's not very good, and I don't want to, it's a bit of a waste of time, and probably I don't, if I get cancer, it'll be a bit tedious, and so actually, no, I just pretend it's not there. But I tell other people to not go to the doctors either, because the doctors don't work very well. Hard to get a GP appointment. So it's like, well, tough. You might have cancer. That will get worse. You might as well try and deal with it. You might struggle to get a doctor's appointment. It might take time. It might be rubbish. You might not be able to get cured. Whatever. But you might as well still always take the best possible action for what's available for you to take. What you can't lie. Why does it seem all right to you cognitively to lie to yourself? But it must be a protective mechanism. It must be like a bizarre thing where you go, right, I've created a logical framework in my brain to lie to myself to then feel okay about the thing that I'm not comfortable with and my lack of power. No. Not allowed that. You're not allowed that. You have to go, oh, it's shit. But I still, as shit as it is, I have to go, well, don't let that shitness affect me. But what limited thing can I do whilst recognising it's not an endorsement for the current system? That's it. What do you mean? Right, hang on. The best possible action is to do what they tell us is truth. What are you even saying? What are you saying, man? What are you saying? Come on. It's not about what people tell you. It's about you looking into things and going, with the information that I've passed, what's the best possible action I can take? Apparently, you're not good at decision making because you're watching this YouTube channel, so you clearly are terrible. Like you obviously have made massive mistakes. You've come here, you're watching this channel. What do you mean? Where's the information coming from? There are loads of sources. Information might be flawed as well. You might be consuming information that's lies or wrong. You can look for information yourself. You can read history books. You can then go, does this seem familiar or not familiar? Does this seem evident or not evident? You could, do you know what I mean? Look into it. Look into critical thinking. Look into how to evaluate information. How do you find out if information is likely true or not? And then look for information to then make the most informed decision. So from your perspective, I don't disagree with being apathetic towards politics and current systems. I understand that 100%. But from your perspective, you want, presumably, the most positive outcome for yourself. And I'm telling you, doing absolutely nothing is not going to be the most positive outcome. Talking on the internet, ranting about politics is not going to be particularly useful either, But it's vaguely entertaining in an annoying way. And I'm getting paid for it, so it actually does make sense. But what you need to do is you look into, critical thinking processes. What would be the best way to change the current political system? What actions could you personally take? Which political parties would be the best to vote for within the current political system? You could research, does voting for no party, is that actually productive? I don't think it is, even in a broken political system, because there will be some political parties that actually are in line with what you're saying. You can even just talk to other people. Voting is just one part of politics. Fortunately, in the UK and in America, as bad as the systems are, you can freely talk about politics. You might be regurgitating generic talking points on limited information, but we are lucky that I can have conversations like this and I can say what I can say on Twitch and stuff. That's very lucky. Like if you grow up in like certain countries, you get murdered for talking, or for like even your comments online, you get arrested. So you might as well actually, you know, use that freedom. Your point was we need to completely rework the system. Yeah, no, hang on. Your words you said. Hang on. The words you said. You wrote. You said. You're in politics. You have to, that was a response to me saying that not all politicians are. Basically, you made a false equivalence of saying all politicians are the same, because I made a statement about the difference between Trump and Biden, for example, and incoherent politicians versus some that are at least trying as much as they're flawed. So then you said, if you're in politics, you have that mindset. Politics is stupid and a game that only benefits the upper echelons. I agree, that's how it is at the moment. If the politicians is trying to do the right, even if the politicians try to do the right thing, I don't necessarily disagree, but it's not a counter argument to what I was saying. You were just saying politics is flawed and is obviously full of a lot of lying. Don't disagree, but that doesn't dispute what I previously said. And then you said, to think you can change anything worthwhile within this political framework is stupid. Well, all you've said is a lot of words to say. It's not. There's no point. So, like, why? I don't think what I've explained to you, following on from that, is unreasonable. You implied by saying to think anything would change in this political system is basically saying do nothing. Yes, like that language that you've typed it communicates that. Yes, you didn't use those words. No, you. So do I have to? What is wrong with people? Deep breaths, guys. So I can explain how language operates. You don't have to say exact words to convey the same actual information or meaning. So you don't have to say do nothing. And in fact, if you'd actually just said, I don't think we should do something, or you think, oh, it's very limited, then I'd be like, oh, well, at least you use words clearly. But the point is, maybe you didn't intend it. That's fine. So I'm not. You can change your mind. You can say that you didn't intend, or maybe I misinterpreted what you're saying. That's totally fine. But there's a very dangerous thing that's happening at the moment, and where people specifically say all politicians are the same. There's nothing that can do. I'm not going to engage with anything. It's like it's a Machiavellian way of self-dismissal or stopping people from getting involved. So I don't mind. It's fundamentally dishonest. I don't mind someone saying, I don't want to do politics. I have no faith in the political system. I'm not getting involved with it because I don't like it. It's too stressful. I think it's pointless. I don't mind someone saying that because they're being honest. What's dishonest is when someone says they're all the same. Do you know what I mean? Because they're making a statement. It's not them saying, oh, they don't want to. An individual can choose to engage or not engage with something, and that's completely reasonable. Exactly, as random call sign.
The mate. The strength of field here.
Well, there's not both sides, is there, Novotny? There's lots of people all over the place involved in lots of things.
Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our points.
I don't know why. I see it come up over and over again with lots of stuff. People will say stuff that's horrendous. Saying all politicians are the same is such a bad thing to say. I know you were joking, Novotny, but like, I was expanding on it.
Green, green, green.
It's such a dangerous thing to say. All simulators are the same. All time models are the same. It's all subjective. All politicians are the same.
There's an incident ahead. Car right, go left. Clear on the right.
Oh, nice clean driving.
Right.
The thing that disturbs me, it's disturbing, it's when people don't realise they're being Orwellian. They don't realise how dangerous it is. It is purely, it is precisely Orwellian. That's why, like, is it 1984? The film? Is it 1985? 1984? What's the film called? What's the Orwell film? Or book, I should say, rather than film. I've only seen the film. I've not read the book, so. That's why that is so disturbing. 1984. Yeah. I don't understand how can people not have seen that or read the book or even watched the film or read the book. I think the books are meant to be a lot more detailed and a lot better than the film's a bit all over the place, to be honest. But like, it's so disturbing. Or even stuff like cabaret and things. Like, I don't understand why it's probably like some of the most, when you destroy language and communication and you destroy you make all words and all concepts and all things effectively be meaningless, you've allowed for evil to operate freely, and it's so dangerous.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Isn't it more dangerous to think that all politicians... You film your wife's bottom in 3D and upload it to the internet, so I mean, I can't... It would be if they were all the same, but they patently aren't. That's the point. They very obviously are not all the same. And if you... And in pretty much nothing is all the same. So it's a given. Like, they could all be very similar, but there will be differing degrees to every single person, even if you were to talk about individuals in the same political party. Yeah, it's a group. It's that grouping error that people make, where they try to group everything into the same bracket for the simplicity of not having to think about individual components. And so, no, that precisely, it can't all be the same. Yeah, but why? That's fine. I don't know what you're saying. The current political frameworks in the UK and the US are deeply flawed. That doesn't mean you can't just then go from that to everything's the same. They have there's no remit for their freedom at all. They can't take any actions at all. Because if they couldn't, they would all be the same, and they demonstrably are not all the same. I don't know how is this difficult to conceptualise? I'm not even saying it's good, and I'm not saying that it will get better. I'm just saying, like, it's a basic logical error that you're making. I'm dumb, and I'm getting through this, so I'm pretty sure you can. it's just very convenient if you get to a point where are the systems broken, all the people are the same. Let's just vote. Let's just have a fascist in power. Let's just have in the UK. Let's have a chronic, compulsive liar that breaks their own laws that they put in place, and let's just accept it. It's fine.
Left side.
They're all the
Stay
same.
on the right.
Systems broken. Just
Stay on the right. Clear.
it's like, come on. You don't see the problem in that. Where do you want to go with it? Such a useless attitude. No, there's lots of problems. Yeah, so what's happening is, this is why it annoys me as well, is because people that would otherwise be similarly cynical and miserable like myself
Car right.
are missing the forest from the forest from the trees. So
3.0.
being honest and going, it's really flawed, it's really shitty, it's probably going to always be terrible, it probably won't fix itself, they're motivated by false reasons, it's terrible.
Keep to the right.
That is not an excuse to then do nothing where you potentially can, or it's not an excuse to linguistically lie to yourself. You could that's the mistake you're making, because I like George Carlin and stuff. I'm very cynical. I think it's all useless, but what that kind of conversation does is it undermines a sort of honest. It's like injecting. It's like a. I don't know what the correct word would be. It's hard to explain this. I'm too dense. I'm seeing this loads actually with lots of stuff. So you have.
Clear.
This is very hard to explain clearly. This is too hard for me to explain off the top of my head.
Car right. Clear on the right.
Conflict zone. This is just my warm-up race. Do you think anyone else in this race is trying to talk about philosophical concepts? Tried to have a discussion about the difference between being cynical and apathetic while still being pragmatic. Pragmatic cynicism versus self-defeating cynicism. But the danger is people that are being self-defeatist cynicists, with them being completely unaware that that's what they're doing, and then pretending as if they're actually being. That's not what they're doing. That's the problem. As I said previously, I'm totally happy for someone to just be cynical and not want to engage with anything, and as long as they say that's what they're doing, they go, "Oh, I'm just totally cynical. I don't want to engage with it." Don't wrap it in words that try to pretend that you're doing something else. Solipsism? No, I don't know what you're talking about. No, I'm not saying. It's not about agreeing with me. It's about not lying to yourself. I'm saying if you don't believe in the system at all, and you haven't found a pragmatic way to interact with it, and at your point in time right now you think it's completely futile and pointless, just say, I think it's futile and pointless myself at this point in time, so I'm not going to interact with it at all. And then I can't disagree with that. No one can disagree with that. And you're being honest. You're just saying, from the information that you have at this point in time, you think it's pointless to engage with. That's different from saying some like elaborate thing that all politicians are the same, or like, oh, this is the, you know, all these other details which are just not true. Or you would then actually have to make a statement from what you were saying. You would have to say, with the current political apparatus, I don't think voting or talking about politics will produce any change. In which case, why would you even type the comment in the first place? Because if you don't think anything would cause any change at all, why even bother communicating what you're saying? Because you've already come to a conclusion that you think it's completely futile. So it's a self-defeating statement. And then also someone could then say, well, no, actually, as flawed as it is, there is still some degrees of what you can do. Like, there's something you can pretty much always, as bad as anything is, there's normally something that can be done that is a mild improvement. Well, I don't know Camilla. So she's young, she can talk coherently. I say that's, for me, that's a win. That's how low the bar is. That's how low the bar is. I also think, generally speaking, you don't want your president to die of old age during office. I think that's probably pretty bad. And generally speaking, even if someone's making the wrong decisions, I don't think 80-plus-year-olds should really be the president or the prime minister, because there might be like a really bad terrorist attack or war or something, and they need to stay up 3-4 days in a row with little sleep and still function. An 80-year-old isn't going to be able to do that. So, like, even if someone's making bad decisions, you need decisions to be made. You need the person that makes those decisions to be awake. At a bare minimum. That's what we're talking about here. It's not even about subtleties of politics. It's someone, even if someone's lying, or like is generally a lie, you need them to just be consistent, and then you can work around it. I sold my mum for power. Unfortunately, it was Ofcom that bought her, and they cremated her. She only generated 2 kilowatts. I told her to eat more, to drink more. Yeah, on a superficial level, I don't think there's going to be a huge proportion of Americans that are genuinely sexist and racist that categorically won't vote for a black or even brown or whatever, or non-Caucasian, basically. They won't vote for a non-Caucasian, and then a non-Caucasian woman. That's like, it would be nice if that is possible for that to happen, even if, you know. But again, there will also be a proportion of people that would purely vote based off the fact, oh, it's a woman that's not Caucasian, so there'll be an irrational opposite to that as well. But I don't think that irrational opposite would offset the racist, sexist. So yeah, but they weren't. They who was mixed raced? There was a woman. I mean, I would like, my view is, I'd like to see people I don't like, race and sex shouldn't matter. Like, who cares? Unfortunately, yeah, it's not a woman, is it? Mind you, the UK voted in Liz Truss. Oh no, they didn't. We didn't vote her in. That was it. That's how that happened. Sorry, I forgot. UK politics is actually in many ways worse than American politics. So dumb. How many prime ministers have you had? I don't know. A couple hundred. Did you vote for them? No. They just keep popping up. Oh dear. Yeah, the lobby system's massively. Well, even with the Harris Biden thing, I think Biden still wanted to run, right, but then whoever has the money for their campaign basically pulled out a lot of the money, so he had to. It was he. I don't think he was like, oh, I'm too old to be the president. It was, oh, someone in the Democratic funding lobby group, whatever, was like, oh no, we refuse to fund you. And we've grouped together to decide that we don't want to fund you. Well, it's not really democratic, is it? That seems slightly. I mean, you know, maybe it works or maybe it doesn't. But either way, it doesn't seem pretty. It seems a bit weird. Oh, did he? I don't know. I mean, I don't know the details of this, so maybe. Okay, so if he did actually do it out of his own thing, rather than not being able to raise the money, fair play. I don't know if 240 million is a lot for a presidential campaign. I don't know. That whole campaigning stuff is insane. Like, you would have thought for a democracy in general, you'd have thought that you'd want it so that party budget wasn't a thing. Like, you'd have thought you'd have a tax, and then if someone can get X number of votes, they can then apply for political funding that then allows them to use that money for campaigning, and then it's very, very heavily regulated. The difficulty would be if someone happened to be famous. Obviously, that's a lot of advertising. I mean, that's how you end up with, like, Arnold Schwarzenegger or Trump, or, you know, just famous people being politicians that otherwise probably wouldn't be, but they built the fame is such a powerful thing for getting elected. Not that they're all bad. You say they can be quite good still, but yeah, it is crazy. I just don't want World War III. I don't, personally. I'm just a little bit on edge. Try not to be. Try to be a bit of a failing stoicist. Like, creeping fascism for some reason just makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. It just, you know, it just makes me feel like, oh, hang on, humans are screwed. We're not learning any lessons here. Just, nationalism and fascism absolutely scares the shit out of me, and I don't know why so many people it doesn't. Don't know why crowds of people waving flags, even when it's not fascist or nationalist or whatever. It's bloody creepy. It's really scary. Random course. Oh dear. Oh dear, guys. They support different forms of genocide. It's like the historically, like, it's weird that Reagan. This is one of the things that Chomsky talks about in the book I'm reading. It's funny how Reagan got into trouble for the Watergate and not for, like, the massacres that were largely his fault. It's like, hang on a minute. What? It's like the Boris Johnson stuff. He, like, completely lies through his teeth on shitloads of stuff, and it's like, some stupid parties, and they're like, oh no, that's the limit. It's like, oh, not the PPE scandals. No, that's all right. It's just corruption. That's just poor people dying. Don't worry about that. Who cares about them? Not the outright corruption of profiteering that's costing thousands of lives. Not stupid policies like eat out and help out during a pandemic. No, not that. That's fine. Oh dear. So the thing is, I'm fully on board with like Democrats, Republicans, Conservatives, Labour, whatever, all these politicians. I'm fully on board with them being totally corrupt and terrible and doing war crimes. The problem that I've noticed is you have this kind of Joe Rogan-esque,
The pace car is out of control.
Joe Rogan style analysis that then ends up undermining real conversations on the actual real issues. Do you see what I mean? That's why it's so like dangerous. Because you have it's like the thing with conspiracy theorists. They're so busy creating so much noise and nonsense of stupid shit when they don't need to, because there's very obvious actual real things that you should be talking about, and it actually plays into the hands of whoever's doing bad things. It plays into the hands of them because there's too much noise. So I don't think Russia invented it, but it's a form of propaganda where you create so much noise and rubbish that a normal person just can't sort the trees from the forest. Oh yeah, I mean Joe Rogan is so stupid. Like the way that he pretends, how he pretends that he's being reasonable and the adjudicator. Piers Morgan does it as well, and it's like, and he's like, oh no, we're just here for the conversation. It's interesting. It's like, no, but you're not. You're creating a platform, and you're not providing adequate context, and you are platforming stuff that's obviously not like, oh, these are debatable things, or this is interesting, and there are lots of things that are interesting even if they're wrong. You know, the whole ancient civilization guy, for example, he completely platformed that person, and then years later, then as like a bog standard archaeologist, completely dismantle it. But it's like, you've already built that person up so much, so you can't then feign that you're being like open-minded. the Terrence Howard's math stuff, yeah. Oh my god. Dave Cam is Alex Jones. No, I'm not. I'm neither. I'm just an idiot. I don't know what I'd be. I'm like one of those idiots in a modern art gallery that just screams and then smears shit all over the face and then goes, it's art! I'm one of those people. Ah, guys. Yeah. What can you do? It's subjective. I'm going to get a t-shirt that says that. I'm so glad that my family growing up are somewhat stoicist, and then my general view on things is very stoicist, and then that's really lucky. I think if I hadn't been exposed to stoicism and that sort of general pragmatic way of dealing with stuff, I wouldn't be here. Where's he going? How on earth do people get through life without sort of stoicist philosophy? Freaky Leak, good morning. What's a shame with Chomsky is that like his research and everything is really good, the way he approaches stuff. But the thing that's a shame with Chomsky is obviously he's probably going to die soon because he's not very well. It would have been really interesting. You need someone like... There probably are other people like Chomsky now. I need to look into it. But it'd be really interesting to have someone like Chomsky now, but with him not being in his 90s. Like if Chomsky was like 50 or 60 now, would be really good. Because most of Chomsky's work is very much like he's continued doing stuff, but his sort of thinking and framing and all his stuff is from what he experienced in the 70s and the 80s and 90s, and sort of obviously the same sort of frameworks apply, the same reasoning, but you know what I mean. He was sort of most active up until like 2005 or something. Did my parents praise me? Well, they're supportive, yeah, but I wouldn't say praise. They would just. Yeah, they had a big paddle. It was called the naughty paddle. I think this green car will wreck me before the end of the race. This is just a warm-up. Also, I think stuff like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is so good. It's so funny. Like every time I read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I'm like, oh yeah. It's just so spot on. What's he doing? Thanks for the position. That was nice. He cooked under the pressure. Yeah, Douglas Adams, good. I was actually thinking, so obviously a lot of Douglas Adams is like sort of philosophy, but then how you put that philosophy into a story and the story structure of something like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where it's sort of that's what's clever, is turn it like having philosophical ideas and then putting it into a story structure. Hang on, I'm a dirty driver. You're a something dirty driver. Use your brain. Hang on. What do you mean use my brain? What are we talking about? What lap? Raphael J. What's A? The beast that had cooked. I didn't even notice it was in the oven. What is he on about? What? Why is he so angry?
Are you talking to me there, James?
No, someone's typing direct messages to me saying you're an effing dirty driver. Use your brain. But I didn't even notice. I don't even know what they're talking about. It was a really chilled out race. Wasn't him.
I mean, there was one early in the race where you moved a bit late on me, but it wasn't unreasonable.
I was having a debate about politics on my live stream, so sorry about that. I wasn't really concentrating on driving.
Yeah, no worries.
Hang on, why am I a dirty driver? I want to see this. What? Who was it? Right, hang on, guys. iRacing. This is what's beautiful about iRacing. Rafael J. Valenzuela. Okay, here we go. Well, I can't. Where is he? Maybe. There was all those crashes there. Fine. Is this DJ Khaled in front of us? I had a shower, Palooka, this morning. It was really nice. It was actually a really nice shower because it's really humid and stuffy. And I went for a walk this morning, And it was actually great because the sun was out in the morning. Now it's like cloudy and shit. So I got like the morning sun. So that was my vitamin D. And but it was so humid. Changguang. Oh, hello. Are you in China? Are you Chinese in China? Chinese in China. Be interesting to know what ping you normally get. Right. Rafael J. Venezuela. There we go. Ah, hazardous Mike. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Servo motor arms and servo motor legs. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, a beauty, a sexy lady.
Baby girl.
DD girl, it's broken again. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sibling. Everybody wants DD girl. She's so powerful and strong, but if she has a bath, turn off the power or she'll cook herself. DD girl with the DD wheel, rotating in hazardous Mike's bed tonight. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Look at those sinew cube thighs. It's a DD girl, dreamy girl, perfect Eastern European turbo lane. DD girl, dreaming DD woman. Thank you. Oh dear. Right, let's find this crime. Thank you very much for the membership. Really appreciate the support. I've got coffee, but we've got non-alcoholic beer first. He's joined the club. He's joined the Hazardous Mike has joined the the teapot, the box of tea. Thank you very much. Thanks for getting me a box of tea by being a member. I do appreciate that. I actually have full tea stocks at the moment. Right, I'm trying to find where this guy was angry with my bad driving, supposedly. Oh, here we go. Here we go. He's behind us. Here we go. Court of muscle. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Not seeing anything bad yet. Hang on, hang on. This is on him. That's entirely on him. I've come out of the corner. There's not a car space here. He's not next to us. I can turn right out of this corner. This is on him. This is another perfect, perfect racecraft because you don't want them to go up your inside here, and that's fine. That's him driving into a wall. Look. That's him. It's nothing to do with me. Why is he so angry? Yeah, I've noticed this in iRacing. You do really basic driving. It really upsets people that are probably new to racing, I guess. I don't know. Let's see if it happens again. He might be driving with a dance mat though, so fair play to him. Oh, hang on, hang on. What? That's him again. That's like he could have done that. I'm holding my line on the right. He could have. He could have gone. He could have gone there. Okay. Why is he so upset? Maybe he's part of the school of Game of Muscle needs to pull over. I'm waiting for the moment that I drive into him. No, this is all fine so far. When did I do something? Maybe he's just very angry. He probably just needs to drink some tea. Yeah, he's not driven away, so why is he... What was his problem? iRacing is bizarre. Maybe just because he wanted to be in front and he wasn't. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why he was so angry. To be fair, I am... hang on, what was the quote? I am very obnoxious, sarcastic and arrogant, so I understand it. Well, let's do the next one. Oh, well. I thought it was an alright race. It's good. We were having a nice conversation about political apathy. Hello, Bram. Let's do the next one here. We were using the fixed setup then. We were probably could be in the top 6 in that open one. So let me do a poll on this, guys, for this next one. That was a good warm-up race. This F3 car, iRacing physics aren't too bad when you've got a high-speed track with a car with downforce. Because once you're above like 100 and something, the downforce makes the tyres behave more like real tyres. I think the aero grip stabilizes the car and overcomes the tyre model mechanics, or how that, you know, that part of it. That was R-Factor 1 did that as well. Choose prediction. Where did I finish in that last prediction? I'm gonna have to delete this prediction. Don't even remember the result. Start a new prediction. Let's go for top 10 on this one, but we could maybe get a top. We could maybe win. Possible. Well, I've been up since 4 in the morning, Freaky League, so this is almost midday, but this is Guinness, non-alcoholic Guinness. Really good. I really like it. Every time is beer time. I don't drink alcohol. I don't endorse alcohol. Look at Jet Red using the teabag emoji. Animated. I updated some emoji and hardly anyone noticed. A few filthy regs did. PCC GR86. No, I've done that. Yeah, we did that. It's just boring. We got to win a formula race. The GR86 is just tedious. I mean, it's good fun. It's actually all right on Spa, but it's sort of a walking battle. Yeah, but so that's his channel. Watching this channel's tedious. tedious streamer. The world's most tedious streamer. I wouldn't watch this. I'm just gonna fix my headphones. There goes a bit better. I think you guys must have like really bad Stockholm syndrome or something. Like you have like tinnitus from watching the stream too much, and the only way to stop the tinnitus is to put the stream on in the background, and then mirror the audio so it cancels the tinnitus out. You're just like, Finally. Night. Yesterday you did the second round in LFM with the MX-5. Still driving like a granny. Crofton, you just start. What's the challenge? The challenge is for you guys to not have an aneurysm within 5 minutes of watching this stream. The challenge is to win a Formula race in the top split. We came second yesterday. We've only been going for an hour today, so you know it's possible. It's unlikely, but it's possible. The odds are probably like 80 to 1. It probably requires the leaders to crash, but I'll take that. Yeah, the poll's active here if you want to get some channel points in there. Formula C. Oi, oi, oi. I'm not sure what to have for dinner today. I bought a piri piri chicken. I might have half of that. That'd be quite nice. Half a chicken. Or some fish and rice with vegetables. The choices are hard. It's hard. Are you voting for or against me? Look here. Novotny's voted against us. That's a mistake. I do well in this. You fool. Always vote against. But it's a flawed system and every race is exactly the same. I don't think you should vote. No, they don't. They don't use voice chat in LFM, unfortunately. I do think that's a real missed opportunity. It is toxic debt. You know, you're like, well, what should I eat? And I'm trying to keep it simple. I should probably meal prep, like 8 meals or something. I might meal prep some curries. But then I have a rice maker and I found putting tinned mackerel, vegetables, frozen vegetables with the rice in the rice maker, cook your rice and then put mackerel on it. It's really nice. I don't know. I think I'm a bit I think it might be a bit autistic with food. Well, I'm quite happy to eat the same thing for like a month and then I don't want to eat it again. I went through like 1 month of just eating porridge constantly. So our porridge would do. Your wife does that. She said it's common in Japan. Your wife's not Japanese though, is she? She's actually Hungarian, but she just wanted to say it's common in Japan. Unrelated. It's common in Azerbaijan. My wife does that. It's common in Bulgaria. Sounds like an eating disorder. Well, it's not a disorder if it's healthy and you're happy. So disorders are normally to do with unhealthy plus you're not happy. Or yeah, if it's unhealthy and you're not happy, then that's like with addiction. If you having if you can be addicted to something, but if you're genuinely enjoying it and it's not negatively affecting your life or other people's lives, it's not really doesn't really count as an addiction, you know. Like my tea drinking, it's supporting the entire economy of India and China, and it's not doing any harm to me, so it's not an addiction. I don't know. I mean, my stomach's not really talked to it that much. Seems, but as long as I don't eat onions, it's all right. Raw onions. Yeah, my stomach has a word with me if I eat raw onions. No, I eat like because I'll eat yogurt and fruit as well. So even if I'm just even when I was just eating a similar thing, I'm still eating vegetables and nuts and berries and stuff. I'm like a bold rabbit, a slightly overweight bold rabbit in a sim rig. It's the way to be. Who doesn't want to be a bold rabbit? A hairless hare. I really feel like drinking some Coke Zero, and I'm not sure why. For some reason. Don't you think it's funny that iRacing can endorse a drink that dissolves children's teeth and is kills gut bacteria and is genuinely polluting children. It's actually Coca-Cola has genuinely been poison for children, and iRacing it promotes it, and it's fine because it's just part of advertising. Strange that it's really weird how like inconsistent stuff is. Imagine some other company that poisoned children and it was just accepted. It's just business. Oh, I mean, all the people being getting cancer from like car fuel and tyre pollution into rivers and stuff. That's alright. It's you know, I mean, cars are fun, so it's fine. It's almost like morals and law only apply to regular people and not corporations. Well, you know, it's better that way. You got to get stuff done, haven't you? Yeah, I think you might as well go all in. It does seem oddly... Right, you're not going to have cigarette advertisements. Okay, but then why are you still racing cars? Why do you have alcohol and drink advertisements? Surely you should just go all in. You go, oh, here's a brothel advert. Here's a cryptocurrency. Oh, we have that, actually. You have that. Here's, I don't know. Here's some hardcore drugs advert. Here's smoking. Here's alcohol. Here's petrol. Here's might have the military in it as well. Why not? Join the army. Why not? You might as well. If you're gonna, you might as well just go all in. I would like to see more lumber industry adverts at racetracks, though. I think that's underrepresented. You've got the cheese advert at Road America. That's nice. I don't know why they're passionately advertising USB though on this circuit. As a dyslexic, I'm not quite sure why they want to promote USB so much. But I guess they're just passionate in Japan about universal serial buses, which is understandable. Nothing quite as exciting as a USB. The versatility, the speed, the capacity, the durability, the ubiquity. I don't know what these are here. Are these like lights? Or vents? Look, USB. Who isn't passionate? Yeah, you might as well not, yeah. Why not go full political? Everything. Every single thing is just everywhere. Like with the line that's drawn is really actually quite arbitrary. Well, you just mentioned it for me, Novotny, so I don't need to. I haven't used my... Oh, no, I did use my air fryer yesterday. Novotny's jealous of my air fryer passion. He wishes he could be as passionate about frying air. The air frying dream is his. Hello, Kevin Maria. What pleasure to lay my eyes on some iRacing stream to watch a man go crazy about bad netcode and drivers with bad sportsmanship. Look, no, last race I had I got called a head, and we couldn't even work out from what. So I rest my case. I don't even know. There really wasn't anything that happened. It was really funny. That whoever it was that was upset had created something in their mind and then gone, well, I'm going with it. No, they didn't voice chat, unfortunately. They were just typing it as a direct message. They didn't want to share it. I think pocket air fryers could be a really good thing. Portable pocket air fryer would be amazing, because you could have like a chicken breast and then you'd be like, oh, I want to eat some chicken breast, and you put it in your pocket air fryer. Or like a little mini microwave would be nice as well. Too wide.
Green, green, green.
There's some fish sticks on the tray. You can have a pocket kettle. It's easier to heat it up and put it in the thermos though, isn't it? By the way, guys, yesterday we hit our didgeridoo donation goal. So it wasn't even yesterday, was it? It was on Saturday, I think. So we ordered the didgeridoo, and tomorrow, hopefully, it will arrive. Which I'm really excited about. Didgeridoo dream. It's going to be amazing. It's I mean, I don't know what I don't know how long a didgeridoo. What's the international specification? It was the Amazon choice, and if anybody knows, if anybody's going to know which is a good didgeridoo, it's Amazon. It had 1,000 people giving it 5 stars, so I'm sure none of them were manipulated and fake. 6 foot to 7 foot. I hope so. 4 boomerangs long. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's a didgeridoo. It's not a pocket one. It is a proper didgeridoo. Should be good enough to learn how to blow on some wood. Should be good enough for that. Who doesn't just wake up in the morning and think to yourself, I really want to blow on some wood? I do. I'm like, it's time for some blowing. And didgeridoos, so who doesn't want to circular breathe on some hard wood? That's a good technique to have. Like, if I ever You know, it could be a useful skill. It's in preparation for when I finally get to meet Matt Malone again. I'll be like, Matt, I could circular breathe on wood, and he'll be like, what a gaggle. What a dream. What would be the British equivalent of a didgeridoo? Like, what's the most British instrument? Apart from the instrument of oppression and genocide. Apart from that one, what would be the... that was too easy, that. What would be the most British instrument? Hang on a minute. What's the time? 11:30, and we've made a joke about genocide, which we've got to be careful about, because you know what happens. You know what happens when you do that. Clip it and ship it. British, the bagpipes. That's Scottish. Now, what would be a British instrument? Bagpipes is Scottish, so yeah, that's pretty distinctly Scottish. Saying that, I mean, I guess Scotland is part of the United Kingdom. That's not English, though. A bugle, French horn. Exactly. What a time. No, I agree. Yeah, Scotland is part of Britain, but it's one that we prefer not to talk about. The penny whistle. Oh wow, we really have high. Yeah, that's about as skilled as we can get with music in the UK. A whistle. Come on, there's got to be a more British instrument than a whistle. The whoopee cushion. This sounds like BBC News. Tonight on BBC News. A plane has crashed at an airport. The pilot, he lost control. The economy, it's in the ground. There's been a scandal, another scandal. It looks like the government has lost its handle. Another children's entertainer has been exposed as a paedophile. That's news in the UK. That's news in the UK. Oh dear. Stupid. BBC News. Right. Let's go. Bridgestone Batlax.
The estimated strength of field is 2,676.
G'day Sam, nice fight mate.
It's competitive out there. Head down, stay sharp.
Hey bud, nice fight for you as well.
Oh, we got some Australians in here. We're going to need to be careful with pings.
I literally haven't done a lap since that race the other night. That's alright. Alright man, I know you're quick, I won't be silly.
Watch out for Matthew A. Vince, mate. He's the trouble one.
Noted.
Your name is Hamilton, so you are quick.
That guy sounds Kiwi. The other guy sounded Australian. Antipode viewers, hello.
5 cars left to grid.
Yeah, nah. Did you see that video from Australia? I think it was Australia. It must have been.
Who's in the process to blow up the engine?
there was like these people on a beach, and there's like this fish thing with like this face with teeth in a hole on the beach, and they poke it with a stick, and it like grabs the stick. Mental.
Waiting on the final
It wasn't even in like proper water. It was just in a hole. Oh, here we go. I mean,
Green flag, green flag.
worst thing you get in the UK beaches is normally just jellyfish.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Still there. You're in the middle, 3 wide. Clear on the left, 2 wide. Keep to the left. Still there. Clear on the right. There's an incident ahead. Car right. Keep to the left. Clear.
Nice clean driving by these guys so far. They look like they're going to wreck that blue car and that red car.
Car on your left.
Oh my god, what you...
Clear.
I mean, he made it. I did have to move out of the way, but he made it. He said... Jesus Christ. That's why you have to drive in your mirrors in this game. Yeah, he's lucky I saw it coming so I could move out of the way. What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? Oh, don't send it, yellow car. I've got cars.
Right side.
It's lap 2. It's just so dumb.
Keep to the left.
Ah, these guys are all suicidal. Ah, they're gonna wreck me. We're just gonna get netcoded eventually. There's nothing we can do about
Clear
it.
on the right.
There's nothing we can do about the inevitable netcode that's about to occur.
Car on your left.
Why you can't go around the outside there? Doesn't work.
Clear.
Oh dear. This is like oh dear. Well, we've all got wheels, so I guess that's good.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Stay on the right. Stay on the right.
Oh, they,
To the right. Clear on the left. Left
you're
side.
really gonna... Just impossible to play this. Absolutely impossible to play this.
Matthew, eh?
You've got wheel damage.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking iRacers.
Told you, Angel.
Idiots. What is this guy doing? Like, what? Why? He's never going to get there. It's just so... Oh, for Christ's sake. These morons. Absolute morons that play this. Oh, it's so stupid. What is he doing? There's no... You don't need to do this at all. I've even tried my best here to, like, preemptively block him from being able to do it. It's the best I can do is to move across here to, like, force him to not do it. That's the best I can do, and I'm stuck behind this car. So there's nothing I can do outside of that. And then he's decided to then just go. He's not even making the corner slightly. There's actually room for him as well. It's just this game. Honestly, why do they ruin? Like, this car's all right on this track.
Thank you, mate.
Why do they?
You clearly never heard about the one car gap, mate. Just say it was only your fault.
Yeah, there's just really no racecraft in this sim. Well, I don't understand it. Like, I don't see how that. Why is that good for him? And he's only got up with us because we're stuck behind these slower cars. Yeah. This is why you have to just hot lap to not you can't race in iRacing if you're trying to win. You can't race. So
It's just funny that always
it's a shame the damage is so bad in this that you can't. You can't just continue driving when someone wrecks you. Kill Rock. So yeah, it's why you just have to hot lap in iRacing. Hello, thank you. £4.21. Thank you very much. It is what it is. Thanks for supporting us and using our high skill donation link. Really appreciate that. Like, this guy set us back as well. Like, he doesn't even make. He barely makes the corner, and that's. I had to. I'm into the corner there. I've had to turn out of it so that he doesn't hit us. So we managed to avoid him. He's not even far enough to the left to do the move. Like, it's not necessarily a bad move to do, is to go for a send up the inside here. It's quite a good place to do that. But he's not close enough to do it, and he's also not far enough on the left to actually do it. Like, we've already gone into the corner, so I'm already turning into the corner here. You can't, as a car behind, you can't force the car in front. Well, you can, but like, the car in front shouldn't have to turn out of the corner to not get hit by you. And he's gone in so fast there that he's barely made it. But I mean, he did get the place, so fair play to him. El Safina. No, people drive really bad in all sims, but the difference is in R Factor 2, AC, ACC, they all have different netcode issues. But LFM's actually, it's better moderated than iRacing, weirdly, but also the damage in the car contacts and the over limit handling is a lot more forgiving in those sims. So when you get knocked by people making silly mistakes or netcode, it's not as explosive as iRacing. So you can just it doesn't ruin the race, basically. So from a gameplay perspective, it's yeah, so it is what it is. To be fair, like, the weird behaviour, the weird crashing, the netcode, it does make it very entertaining with the voice chat. So it is what it is. Why is it expensive? Because business, you can, if people are willing to pay for a product, you can charge that price. iRacing could charge more. Physics, no, Skywork, they do matter for content. So the people will drive like idiots if they can drive like idiots. That's true. But if you have a racing game that allows for contacts without it causing big issues, then when contacts do happen, for whatever reason, they will be mitigated. So from a game design perspective, reduced contact stuff, or like having controllable cars over the limit from contacts, that will reduce the compounding effect from a contact and then if you don't, so this is a common misconception in sim racing as well, is the idea that damage makes people drive safer, and I don't know where people get that from because it's just not true. Like I've done 20 years of sim racing server hosting. It's just not true. People drive the same. If you have damage on, it means that when there is a contact, the effects of the contact, whether it was a genuine contact, a realistic contact, or an unrealistic or intentional contact, damage means that the effects of it are magnified. The detrimental component of it is magnified. So it could be realistic or not. It doesn't really matter for this conversation. But reducing damage means that when there is a contact, you're going to be able to continue playing the game. Arcade or simulator. So for some reason though, people think, oh, if there's damage, then people drive more carefully because they don't want to get damaged, but that's never really what happens. Okay, you might have done leagues. I've got 25 years of hosting random servers, doing loads of events. It's going to depend on the type of thing that you're doing, for sure. But you're also thinking in the context of without moderation. No, I've just explained the logic of why you can't disagree with what I've said. Like, it's a fact. If you have damage, the more damage you have, the effects from a contact are going to be worse. That's just a fact. It's not even a debate. That's just a fact. Yeah, but your reasoning is wrong. So if you have the thing that stops people driving badly, generally speaking, in a video game, or doing bad behavior in any video game, is not necessarily going to be the damage or the kill rate in a shooter or something. The thing would be the rules of the game. So what stops people crashing it? Well, what works to make iRacing generally quite clean racing relative to like Gran Turismo is the 4x, the penalty system and the safety rating, and the idea of some moderation. So yeah, but damage makes the effects of stuff worse, and damage and uncontrollable tyres over the limit causes more crashes. So if you have a sim where a car is contacted and the drivers can control the vehicle after the contact, it's a little contact, it won't compound and produce as bigger accident than if you have a sim where there's a contact and the cars still maintain control. So, and this is really obvious in LMU and R Factor 2. The cars are controllable, much more controllable from contacts, in most contacts, compared to iRacing. Or the type of uncontrollable stuff that happens from the contacts is different. And people generally drive worse in R Factor 2 and LMU than iRacing. I think it's worse drivers, generally speaking. But there's less crazy accidents because the cars are more controllable when there's contact. It doesn't compound as much. Even within iRacing, the grass is a really good example of that. When the grass was really slippy, a driver would go slightly off track to avoid a crash and then cause another crash, or like weird shit would happen. Because the grass was really slippy, the drivers would lose control and loads of random stuff would happen. When they made the grass more grippy, more drivers can take evasive action by going on the grass rather than driving into people, because they know that they're not going to just drive into the wall. So specifically changing the physics categorically made the driving better in iRacing. So no, Skywilk, you're wrong. You're incorrect. Damage, car contact and physics do have an effect on the quality of driving. So does voice chat. You are wrong. Can you apologise? You need to apologise for being wrong. It's not about iRacing being more permissive. No. No, you conceded that moderation and rules is what reduces most bad driving. That's the biggest, the number one thing. Rule systems, stat tracking. That's the top thing. You conceded that, right? But how can you disagree that if a car is contacted, like let's take it to extremes. Let's say you have a sim where if the car's touched, they blow up. Versus if the car's touched, nothing happens. Well, what's going to be worse? It's going to be the car's blowing up, isn't it? Right? If like cars go spinning around off the track from a little contact, it's going to cause more accidents. People aren't going to suddenly go, oh, no, I'm going to leave like 5 meters because they're still trying to win the race.
The pace car is out of control.
You can just play R-Factor 2. I'm not making this up. You can play other sims and you can see. Yeah, you're missing the point. If the end result, I don't know why you're struggling with this. Yeah, I don't know what you're like. Do you not think the racing in R-Factor 2 ends up being generally cleaner? Despite, I think it's fair to say that most R-Factor 2 drivers are worse than top split iRacers. No, I'm not disagreeing that if you don't have any rules, and you allow people to drive into each other, and that's supported by the simulator, then yes, they will. But if you have the rules there, so that you can't drive into people because you get a DQ, then they can't drive into each other, even if the game can support that in terms of the actual physics supporting it. They're not going to, because they'll get a DQ. So that you're missing the logical hierarchy here. If you have the same rule system, so that you would get a DQ for driving into people or points, that is the primary thing that stops people driving into people. If they then do drive into each other, if you have something that causes the cars to spin off and crash in whatever video game, the one that has the thing where the cars spin off and crash more from contacts is going to have less clean driving. It's going to have more crazy results. Because when there is contact, it's more crazy. People don't suddenly go, oh, as you say, as you've literally said yourself, they're following the rules of the game primarily. No, Pelucan. That's not what I'm said at all. Well, that's it. That'd be a much better simulator if you could just drive into me. That's what people do anyway, so it's what you want to be doing. Exactly. All games will have wreckers, and accidents will happen. If a video game has mechanics that make the result of contacts and accidents more erratic, it's going to produce more accidents. It's going to make it worse. I don't know where like this weird idea that damage magically makes people drive safely. It's like, have you played iRacing? Have you played games with damage? Apparently not. Yeah, well, that's the other thing. I mean, if you want to make an argument from realism, F2 racing in real life is mental. They're driving into each other all the time. Exactly, Craig. So from a gameplay perspective, yeah, but that's your point's incorrect, Skywilk. Damage doesn't make people drive more safely, but less damage means that when there is a contact, it's not just damage, it's the physics, the tire model, contact causes cars to go over the limit. So it is physics. You just admit you're wrong. It's not difficult. If a car loses control from a mild contact, it's going to produce bigger accidents. That's just obvious. Like, CD Quigs. The only way damage would affect people's driving is if it stops you from being able to re-queue into the next race. You have to, even then, it probably wouldn't, though, would it? Because they would still drive the same, and then they'd go and then drive something else. Like rich people, they just buy another car. So yeah, no, if you're monetarily restricted, but then that's basically like what you're just describing there is like the safety rating system. Skywalk, I'm not just saying you're wrong. I've explained very clearly what the individual components are, and then you're just ignoring them. Do I need to write it? I could draw it on a board for you. We could get a Game of Muscle argument board and a hierarchy. Like, you agree that the rules are the primary thing, and then I've explained how damage and physics affects the consequences of contacts in a race, regardless of if they're intentional or not. You made an argument that if you have less damage, drivers will use that damage to their advantage and exploit it. And then I've explained, yes, but that is negated by the rule set of the game, in that if you have contacts, you're penalised, or if a league or something is moderated for contacts, they're penalised. Therefore, that invalidates the idea of what you're saying with that argument. That is why you're incorrect. That's also separate to why, if there's a contact and you can't control it due to the simulator being very like the tyres not giving control over the limit, then that's going to make more crashes occur, more things be more variable, you know. So yeah, they should definitely charge for iRacing should charge people real money. 5p for each contact. I'm giving iRacing great ideas here. You know they want to. I honestly think that'd be really fun as a single player game where you have a budget. Well, no, that's incorrect, Skywalk. So obviously, human stewards can only affect things perfectly, and you should have human stewarding, and that's the ideal thing. Sure. However, that is, you're now talking about the quality of the penalty system for contacts. Yes, a high quality penalty system for contacts would help mitigate things, and the high quality of that system would be better. However, that does not negate or change the underlying part of the argument in the discussion, that damage and uncontrollable stuff from contacts would still mean that a contact ends up with worse consequences. So again, you've just put another thing into the conversation that's actually irrelevant. Like, it all scales together. Where people I wonder, in conversations, people should try and create hierarchies in their mind when they're arguing or discussing something, which is like the central point, and then the sub points, and then you can adjust the variables and the weightedness of certain points. But then if something's a certain hierarchy of a point, it doesn't change the sub points. It just makes them, those sub points will be affected by the top point in terms of strength, but the same coherence of the argument will still remain the same. look here, Skywalk, you're wasting your time with an online conversation. I think you'll find I'm saying this because I know many guys gamble contact penalties. Yes, I know, I don't disagree. To perfection, I don't disagree. That's not gone into what I've said. In any game I've seen, don't disagree. So when you have permissive damage model, people can use their cars as battering rams with little consequences. They can do that anyway. I've just explained this. They can do that regardless. Irrelevant. Argument dismissed. Irrelevant. Because what you've just said still applies to it doesn't matter. Irrelevant. Dismissed. You're not. you're wrong. Dismissed. Argument dismissed. That's and this is why I need my didgeridoo. This is why I need my didgeridoo for these moments. Group the bad drivers together. Yeah, I think that's a good thing to do. Supposedly that's what safety rating is supposed to do, but safety rating doesn't account for like people that have more time to then just do more laps or do stuff where there's less close racing. So, but you can have a conversation about how you could do safety and licensing stuff and what's better or worse systems on that. So the thing that ACC did that was quite nice, but I don't think they did it too well. But generally, the idea that you only accrue safety rating when you're within a certain proximity of other vehicles, that should, rather than it just being... So iRacing uses... I think iRacing's safety rating system is not actually that bad, generally speaking. Like, it's often with these types of systems, a simple system that still manages to have an effect can actually be better than a hypothetically much more complex better system. Ironically, that's actually why a simple tyre model can be better than a complex tyre model. The more complex a system is, the harder it can be to actually massage and get specific desired results from it. So iRacing's corners, incidents per corner, is not perfect. It actually, as a way of tracking general safety, works quite well. I think iRacing should really apply it from every single car to car rather than series, whatever. Like, that would obviously make it better. But in a general sense, it doesn't. It's not the worst way of doing it. But what was someone saying? Is what are you saying? Someone said something. You could, yeah, there are ways that you could change the algorithm for sure and make it better. I don't disagree. So GT7 has very forgiving car contacts, mostly, not always. GT7's got its own problems. GT7 is operating with way worse netcode than iRacing, or way worse smoothing, way worse internet connections. People are like hosting GT7 servers, I believe themselves, or at worst, their client is connected over shitty Wi-Fi through a PlayStation. So it's a miracle that it works at all. iRacing has obviously it's their server, and then people do have bad, people are connecting to it with bad connections, but normally, having played FPSs and games on console, there's people have way, on average, worse connections to the server than they do with PC games, generally speaking. But fundamentally, if you can't control a car over the limit from a contact, or a contact causes a car to react heavily, doesn't matter what the game is, I'm not really talking about iRacing, it's going to cause more accidents, and damage is going to punish the driver that wasn't guilty in it. So, but you could make an argument for simulation. You say, well, it's damage happens in real life, and that's fine. I don't disagree with that either. I think there's a balance, isn't there? But yeah, there's a absolute myth in sim racing that damage makes people drive cleaner. It's not true at all. It's absolutely bollocks. Also, another reason why it's total bollocks, damage is applied somewhat randomly, not just from sim to sim and game to game through their arbitrary damage models that are often very badly done, but the damage is also severely randomized due to the disconnect between the client, the server, and the other client. So it's a further dice roll, so that even if someone wanted to gamble how much they do stuff based off the risk of damage, they can't even do that because it's randomized by the nature of networking. So Wreckfest actually has really good car contact. Wreckfest is really, really good for that. It helps. So it helps when when you've got cars that have controllable slip. because it means that when a car is suddenly unsettled from damage or whatever, or contact or a bump, if the cars have controllable slip, the driver doesn't lose control, and so it reduces the effect of a light contact. And that's why real cars can have quite heavy contacts and still be quite controllable. Skyworld, you do know what they can do because you watch this live stream, and I've said 1,000 times what they can do is they reduce how much force is imparted from one car to another car. So there will be some form of calculation that denotes force applied to one object to another object. I mean, I don't know. Maybe their networking code is really bad or something. I don't know. But given that you've got R Factor 2, you've got Race Room, most G-Motor games, Wreckfest, there's a whole bunch of games that demonstrate the effect of having less force applied from one car to another car in the context of online produces, it stops like crazy accidents from happening. Well, you don't know that for sure, Skyworld. You might be right, but you don't know. I don't know either. I don't think it is necessarily like the smoothing. I'd agree for online multiplayer, but I think that's not really for the optics necessarily. It's because the game's fundamentally an oval racing simulator, and they want oval car racing to be able to operate with people with different pings, and the smoothing makes perfect sense for that context. Most of iRacing's design philosophy suggests to me that they try to do the purist simulator thing within the context of the technology that they have. That would be my perception of it, and that's what most sim devs try and do. Is that they have a technology themselves that they developed, and then whatever technology they've developed, the tire model, the physics, the networking, whatever, or they might have a game engine they've licensed or they've developed themselves. They then try and shoehorn real data into that model. And unfortunately, they often neglect the fact that their model is very obviously deeply flawed. They all are. I'm not knocking it. They're better than anything I would ever do. But all models are deeply flawed. And so a game designer and an artisty type person would go, guys, the end result is what matters. Let's do some tweaking here. Whereas a sim purist would go, wow, no, the numbers, we're putting the correct numbers in, and if we don't use the correct numbers, it's fudging. And it's like, well, yeah, but the end result's fudged. So it's a philosophical thing, though. I can see arguments for different ways of doing stuff. But categorically, if you can have a contact and the forces are not literal forces, and the cars have controllable slip from a contact, you will generally end up with cleaner racing because there'll be less overactive mental crashes happening. And in real life, you can actually have quite aggressive contacts. It happens, like, just watch F2. There's cars driving sideways onto the track, they're driving into each other, and they continue driving. You can also have little contacts that break the car, but you can have crazy contacts in a lot of race cars where intuitively people would go, oh, Formula cars are fragile. But actually, yeah, they are fragile in certain ways, but they can actually also take a huge amount of beating. And I would argue from a design perspective, if you have an imperfect model from a gameplay and game design perspective, you're better off making things unrealistically forgiving to a degree than unrealistically unforgiving to a degree. There's a balance point. It depends what specific component you're talking about. But when you're talking about damage, given how variable it is in real life as well, having it unrealistically unforgiving is... I can't think of scenarios where that's better than it being unrealistically forgiving. We can't, Pagana, no. You're trapped. The only way you could apply a non-literal force would be to apply a smaller one over time, which would feel weird. I'm not quite sure what you're saying. I kind of half understand what you're saying. R Factor 2 doesn't feel weird with its car contacts. Neither does Wreckfest. And I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing. You think the force we're getting is already the minimum? Well, no. So, or what you notice... if you play iRacing against AI, you will see that the car contacts actually work properly. So it's the smoothing of the online and the netcode is interacting with the car contacts, which makes the contacts a lot more exaggerated. Dish out the points. That's all he cares about. I'll do a new poll for the next one. Top 10. Racing feels like Roblox. No, so hang on. In a video game, let's say you have object A and you say it has a mass of 10 and it's traveling at a speed of 5 into this object that has a mass of 10, and let's say it's stationary. And then at that point of the contact, you then go, there'd be a collision mesh, and it would go, this has intersected this at value, mass 10, value 5, right? This is obviously absurd. It's not like this at all. Presumably, you could just go, well, at that intersection point, mass 10 equals, actually it's not mass 10 for collisions, it's mass 3. So that would then, the end result would be this car has been hit with a lower mass, so it's affected it less, right? But that's obviously not how it works. But the point is, for car contacts, a developer could basically make it so that when this other object's hit, it's hit by a lower mass, so it affects it less. The suspension would spring up, and the dynamics would change. Yeah, well, it'd spring up less, wouldn't it? If it's no. So it's only for the car contacts. I'm not saying the car isn't less mass. This is a program. It's invented. I'm like, this is all hypothetical. They will be using some crazy complex thing that's insane. But it's not. Just because the car contact is X mass doesn't mean that the car's actual mass has changed. It means that the collision is a lower mass collision, but that doesn't mean that the suspension doesn't have to know that the collision mass is different. This is the thing. So, as I say, it depends how purist the sim developer's been. In that the sim developer could be going, no, everything has to work like it's all actually a cohesive. Well, the contact is this, the car's this mass, and it all has to work cohesively. So a developer might take that route. But the problem is, if you then have online with netcode smoothing, well, it's going to break down immediately because you're using realistic physics or a literal version of physics in a context that's not realistic at all. Bojan Kuznar, you're saying they made it exactly as they want it. What are you even saying? I need my didgeridoo. We're not even necessarily talking about iRacing here. We're having it's just a conversation about crash damage in driving games or rules in driving games. It's not even necessarily about iRacing. The success of iRacing, though, is not necessarily related to the quality of the simulation or its netcode or some other part of the gameplay rules. Like the success of Minecraft or Counter-Strike or I don't know, those are actually good games, but like there's lots of examples, like Taylor Swift, the success of Taylor Swift probably isn't to do with her singing voice and her dancing ability. You know, there's different components to it. The reason yeah, just, oh dear, I really. Yeah, it's Simon. I really don't know what you're trying to achieve with your conversation. You're helping with inspiration. I need my didgeridoo, guys. I need my didgeridoo. If you'd like to see Taylor Swift on a dance mat. It is interesting though, actually, what makes a simulator successful from a financial business perspective. Clearly, marketing is the biggest component, and that's the same for everything. So, like F1, the F1 games, due to the intellectual property, and the a game has to work, right? Fine, but like marketing is obviously the biggest thing. But putting that to one side, put marketing out the way, and branding, because those are obviously the biggest things. I'd say branding is marketing as well, like GT3, Formula 1. That's marketing and branding. Just put those to one side. What is it that actually makes a simulator more popular? And I don't think it's an actual rational thing at all. I honestly think worse simulators, there's a direct correlation between a simulator actually being worse, if you were to try and be objective about the gameplay mechanics, like the frustration of iRacing definitely makes it more entertaining. The voice chat, which is pretty much a terrible thing, definitely makes it more entertaining. Mods and stuff for AC is a good thing, but it makes the game worse to actually play because it divides people up and confuses people. So, like, pretty much always. Yeah, there's lots of good things with iRacing and various sims, but if you actually think about it, if you had to develop a sim yourself, right? You don't have marketing budget. And you need to develop a sim yourself, and you're honestly going to put you've got £250,000, and you've got the race is starting in like 5 minutes. You've got £150,000. You've got investors that are going to put a few million into it, and you need to sit down and design a racing simulator that will actually sell well. I honestly think if you do objectively, you objectively do a good game, like good single player, nice cars, ranked multiplayer, and it's okay. You will have a failure of a sim. I think you're actually better off just doing some random shit. I think it's all marketed. It's all marketed. The actual quantitative components are irrelevant. It's all random shit. Project Cars 2 was marketed very well. Ian Bell's really good at marketing. They marketed it as a realistic racing game on console, and they also had the technology to release it on console and PC. So if you can do, and technically graphics as well is appealing, but a lot of the marketing thing of this lets you drive real racing cars, and then that basically lets you leverage the concept of value for money, which is part of a sim delusion, because it's completely separate to the actual gameplay. But a large part of the appeal of simulators is the delusion that it's good value for money because I'm getting to experience something that I couldn't otherwise experience because it's expensive. So Project Cars 2 is basically and Project Cars 1 one of the more realistic or complex or sort of driving simulators on console. So that's why that and they did a really good job marketing it. Of it's realistic cars. So it's all, but from a pure gameplay perspective, it's basically marketing. Most people even playing driving games can't even drive them, so all the physics and detail is irrelevant. So much of sim racing is a total lie. It's fine, everything's like that. A big credit to the guys that program Madness Engine though, and the graphics engine, and as I say, I think Ian Bell's really good at marketing, and there's really talented people that have worked for Slightly Mad Studios. There's people put a lot of hard work into all these things, so big credit to them. Well, Ian will say whatever, but it's good. It's his job. Ian Bell gets so much stick. I can understand maybe on a professional level. I hear people say whatever. I'm not going to get into it, but like, fine. But from a managerial perspective of drumming up hype, which is what a CEO of a company is basically supposed to. It's a business, and they're supposed to sell the products. You can't deny that Ian Bell has managed to get products to market that have been profitable in an area that's typically not that profitable. So, you know, that's his job. I might not like him in the way he is, and maybe he's done whatever, but like, credit where credit is due. Hang on, what are you talking about here? There's it's all nice, but there's our computer science problems at the root of all these physics, whatever issues. Yeah, no, there are, but there's also there's other existing games that do certain things and demonstrate them, and then even though the tech is complex and it's difficult, that doesn't negate if something works or doesn't work, or the reasons for why it works or doesn't work. And actually, from a racing sim perspective, G-Motor 1, R-Factor 1, Automobilista 1, which is all R-Factor 1 basically. From a racing perspective and a generally realistic handling perspective, netcode, online, actual gameplay perspective, that 20+ year old game basically does the gameplay. Look, if I was a game designer, or you want to do a realistic racing game that's a fun realistic racing game, you could take R-Factor 1 code, like race room, physics code and everything, and you could package that, and if you could sell that on console with a ranked system, that is a bloody good video game. And that's 20 years ago. Those concepts and structures have existed. It's old. It's vintage physics code, and it still actually would be better than what you have in iRacing and other ACC and stuff. Yeah, I quite like that. That World of Mass Development stuff was good. I don't know why I did that as well. Yeah, I thought it was a good idea. The English Trading Commission or whatever were really stupid about it, because they were classing it, because they were saying, oh well, they were not necessarily thinking of in that single case. They were thinking if game developers were to effectively do that type of investment opportunity, it could then potentially be risky. This is my understanding of it. I could be wrong, but like in the case of Slightly Mad Studios, they were very clear, and they did pay out, and it was very transparent. There was no like, it was clear that when you invested in that World of Mass Development thing, it was clear that you could lose your money. It was more clear than bloody forex trading, which apparently is totally not regulated properly. So I don't know why the Trading Commission, I think it's the Trading Commission that stepped in. I don't know why they were maybe they just were unfamiliar with the context of it. This was kind of before Kickstarters and stuff, But there's been a lot of scamming on Kickstarters, but maybe that's in America, so maybe that's why it's not a British company. I do think it's good to have consumer protection on trading stuff, though. Generally speaking, I just think they got that one a bit wrong. Hello, Tony. Hello. Oh, hang on. I'll be back in a second, guys. I think I might get a cup of tea. I'll get another non-alcoholic beer. Back in a second. Hello? Hello there? Did I do a new poll or did I forget? I put my aircon on. It's bloody hot in here. Did I do a new poll? New poll on the block. Hello! Well, anybody? Well, anybody? Ah, my finger's slidey. Put some rice in the rice cooker with some veg. That's some fish and rice. I'm gonna have some chicken tonight. Chicken tonight. Chicken tonight.
Okay, let's go.
Chicken tonight. Piri piri. Chicken. Piri piri. We'll air fry some piri. Piri piri. Chicken. Put it in the air fryer. £5.25 it costs for a spatchcock chicken. Spatch that cock. Spatched cock. Do you mean cut it off? Yeah. All chickens should be cut in half. Whilst they're alive. No, maybe not. I wonder what a spatched cock human would look like. Barbecue that man. That'd be well disturbing. Oh dear. Will I even get a lap in here? I was too busy. Ah, no. Starting at the back, guys. I do a new poll. Oh, hang on. Do I need to do a new poll? Hang on. Guys, was that the last poll? The new poll?
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Guys, I don't know if I need to be doing a new poll. I'll do a new one. Rotisserie human. Right. New poll. Top 10. 2 minutes. Get your polling in. What's chicken ever done to me? I don't know. He looked at me funny. What's the most ethical animal to be eating? Oh.
How you doing?
What's if you I mean, like worms and beetles. I don't think they really know what's going on. But then bees exhibit quite high intelligence. Like fish, I don't think fish are very clever. I mean, that sounds bad. No, dogs are like pigs. I think fish deserve to be eaten. Just look at their face. Mussels, yeah, exactly. Mussels are fine. Rats are intelligent. The thing is, rabbits only live like 5 years. Well, no, they don't even live that long, do they? Starting at the back here. We're treating this more as a practice because I don't have a setup for this. What we're using the fixed setup. Maybe we should get a.
Estimated strength of field is 2,000.
Maybe we should get a proper setup for this. It's probably required for the win.
DNF today would hurt our points.
No, octopus are really intelligent, but they do only live for like a few years. Which is, imagine that. Imagine being like blessed with like super intelligence, but you only live a few years. You're like, I'm so clever. I know everything about the universe. I'm so excited to apply my intellect to endeavours of exploration. Damn you.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
Oh, here we go. Time to get wrecked.
Green, green, green. Right side. Clear.
Oh, we got a prawn. A prawn. Prawn in front of us. Prawn GP.
There, hold your line.
Them prawns.
Left side, go left. Clear.
Well,
You.
that's them gone. Welcome to iRacing. You have to qualify in the top 5, otherwise it's your own fault. Oh, hello, Winter Wolf. Hang on. Let me just do this corner. Oh, he's going to drive into him.
Go left.
Thanks for the FFB video. R12 felt kind of... Oh, nice. Yeah, glad it helped. The main thing is just that setting on the equaliser thing.
Car right. Keep to the left. Clear
Setting
on the
it so that the far right frequencies are low. But yeah, the inertia thing is quite handy for old cars. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What are you doing? Jesus. Oh, this guy's going to wreck us if we try and pass him just totally normally. I think it might be lag though. Bloody hell. Maybe he's on a boat in the Atlantic. Got another dance mat racer in front of us. Oh, he's so... I should have qualified. I've only got myself to blame. Let's try and pass him on the straight where it's safe. What is he? Where is he going? Is he driving a wheelbarrow? Yeah, I don't know why the damper thing doesn't actually work on that motor as you would expect it to. It seems to work in conjunction with the other settings. It's really weird. There's going to be no way to pass this guy without him wrecking us.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Pass the lag. Lag overtake.
The pace car is out of control.
Left side.
There it is. Get on the throttle through there. Thanks for following. Bloody hell. He's probably driving smooth. It's just lag. Didn't look like he wasn't blocking or anything. The king of lag. The latency master. Latency craft. Hyping racer. Oh, thanks, Winter Wolf. I'll try and have fun. But you have to remember that I focus on being obnoxiously arrogant is my main USP, so we'll hopefully do some more settings videos soon. Try more stuff out. I do actually have fun on iRacing. Like it is a form of flagellation, but I play it because it is fun. Like it's really lost on people because a lot of people aren't used to. A lot of people aren't that.
Honestly, why'd you roll backwards, you absolute moron?
Go right, go left.
Vaya tela, colega. 7 y me das.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't used to being that critical. I know I'm quite a critical person. So people then assume, oh, you know, and I make jokes out of things, and I do get frustrated by things as well. But like, if I don't enjoy something, I do not do it at all. I don't enjoy ACC, so I don't play it. That was fun, that little crash there. Oh, we're in like sixth. Pure skill.
When you spin, hold the brake.
It's iRacing, don't hold the brake. Yeah, it's weird. I get people saying, "Oh, well, why are you complaining about this, or why are you talking about this? Why are you doing it if you don't like it?" It's like, well, obviously, I do.
The pace car is out of control.
It's immensely frustrating, but it's entertaining, so that's why. David Haas. Hello. Thank you for following. Yeah, well that's good. That being shit is actually quite enjoyable, and it means that you've always have like room to improve. I do think there's a sweet spot in sim racing where you basically need to develop basic car control so that you're not spinning, and so that you understand what's generally going on with each video game, and that's less frustrating. But even then, you don't need that. You can just have fun. There's a really big problem in sim racing at the moment, and it's largely due to the sort of capitalism of sim racing and YouTubers and streamers and things making money out of it, which they're not. It's not their. That's perfectly fine for them to do, and it's not in and of itself. It's not a bad thing. So it's not. I'm not talking against them, but the problem is it produces a context of everything has to be for esports. Everything's about being faster. Everything's about it. Do you know what I mean? So it's like the context is one of perfection and not play, because you make more money selling driver coaching than you do, generally speaking, just making a video going, oh, this was funny. Do you know what I mean? You can sell guides on how to lose weight, even when like the advice is just exercise a bit, eat a balanced diet, but you can make a lot of money out of fitness guides. And it's exactly the same with sim racing. You know, people, it's a form of entertainment as well, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. People are like, oh, I want to get better at it. I like motorsport. Oh, here's some guides. I'll pay for a guide, which is fine. But then it becomes like the be all and end all for a lot of people, and then it creates a framework of not playing. If that makes sense. I have to phrase that very carefully, because I'm not talking against coaches. I know multiple people that coach in real life and coach in simulators, and there's nothing wrong with them. and there's a lot of people that
The pace car is out of control.
there's a lot of people that will enjoy doing the framework of coaching and that will enjoy getting better and enjoy that approach. There's nothing wrong with that either. So, do I think it's possible to make money out of streaming on LFM? No. If you were trying to make money out of sim racing, try for coaching. iRacing has got more people with more disposable income and it's popular. Gran Turismo, console games, that'd be what you'd want to do. It's about audience. There's not enough people playing AC, really, for it to be viable for business. And streaming in general, if you're starting out, don't do streaming, just do videos. Do like videos and shorts and things. Although, you could do, like, if you did, like, narrative videos, there'll be a way with AC in general, like traffic videos and stuff. There'll be stuff you could produce that would be viable. But streaming, generally you have to think, right, why do people find a live streamer in the first place? It's nothing to do with the streamer. It's to do with the audience for a game, popular game. That drives traffic for people that don't know about the streamer. They're interested in the popular thing, and then they find the streamer. That's the first step. That's the most important step, is the thing being popular. Secondary to that, then you'd be like, why is someone watching that streamer? And you'd be like, well, maybe they're very good at the game. Maybe they've got nice information. Maybe they're entertaining to watch. So, but the crux of it is at the beginning, no one's going to find your live stream. But people can find videos because they can search for them. So if you were starting out, you do videos on things that people would be searching for. That's why I like product reviews, informational stuff. It's things people are searching for, so they don't need to know about you to then find you. You need to do that on popular games, or games that aren't popular yet but are quite likely to be popular. That's the way to put it, really. Also, being sexy helps as well, for sure. That's how I'm successful. But basically, you have to just be sexy, and that's what I rely on.
Left side. Stay on the right. Stay on the right.
Why is he attacking me through the S's? Of all places. Well, yeah. Champion Joe's doing a really, really good job, actually. If you look at his content, if you were looking to do YouTube, Champion Joe's doing a really good job. He's playing stuff he enjoys, he's covering the stuff well, he's consistent, good. It's a German language channel, so you probably might not know it.
Right side. Clear on the right.
Yeah, there's lots of things a streamer can do to be a good streamer, like positive vibes, talk a lot, talk to chat, get a community going, manipulate a community into like a cult, but build a cult-like following by manipulating people into taking advantage of the parasocial relationship component of streaming and be really manipulative. That's really good for streamers. Highly recommend doing that if you want to be very successful. Neg your audience into being supportive of you by negging yourself. And then making the audience feel dependent on supporting you, and make them feel responsible for you and your journey, and then create that kind of narrative around that. That's a very good technique that a lot of streamers use. They don't necessarily do it intentionally, but it's very successful. So yeah, you can do that, but like fundamentally, you need to be playing a popular game. It's lots of streamers. It's not. I'm not necessarily describing a single streamer. It's negging the audience. It's or negging yourself to manipulate an audience is very effective. X Factor is a bigger example of it. Like, my mum, she died yesterday. My dad, he died the day before. Oh, the tree fell on them, and I've been struggling ever since. But I never gave up on singing. I'm a fat person that's terminally ill and ugly, and I look like I have an ugly voice as well. I've only got one leg, and I've got 2 fingers missing. But I can sing, and I want to show people that anything's possible if you try hard at it. Wow, there's an ugly person with an unlucky upbringing, and they can sing. Wow. I like that. What a contrast. So, start making money. But you know, people do like to see, like, narratively, it makes sense. Don't talk about specific streamers, because people just make shit up, and from a narrative point of view, if you're a streamer that can have some narrative structure to your journey, that's something that people can get involved with. So, you know, it could be you know, you're trying to get into the Olympics or something, or you're trying to get fit, or you're trying to build muscle, or you're trying to lose weight. There's a narrative structure there, and humans like those kind of structures, so they will get into. They get, you know, you get drawn into it. It's a story, so that, you know, that is. It's not. The key thing is, again, what is it doing? It's not necessarily intentional by the streamer, and most of the time it isn't. But, you know, you'd have to be aware that a lot of it is very manipulative. Like, I feel like this. I feel like I'm manipulating people all the time. Like, if you're doing a review, it's like, it's not really a review. It's a bloody advert. Even if you're reviewing something, as, you know, the fact is, the reason why companies send you a product is generally it's an advert. I mean, you do. It's not entirely that cynical. You know, there's people that work at companies, and they might like what you do, and, you know, it's business and stuff as well. But fundamentally, these things are basically, it is a form of the idea of a review is more that it's a framing that suggests it's not an advert, when in fact it actually is. It is an advert. That's you know. So I mean, I try and call attention to the fact that that's what's going on, and I think that's the most ethical way of approaching it. And I think a lot, to be fair, in sim racing, a lot of the reviewers and stuff actually do a really good job of trying to be as ethical as possible. But like so much of like media, all these things, it's like it really is like very manipulative in many ways. It's capitalism in general. Like, it's hard to avoid. It manipulates you in subtle ways as well, like, because you feel like you have to make enough, you need to make enough money to live. And then you're like, wow, and then the ways to make money, the easier ways of making money are normally the least not the least ethical, but like this, you know, you're pushed in directions due to commercialism, as opposed to what's maybe the actual thing that you really would do. And it's subconscious as well, like people's behaviour, what they do at work, in everything. It's all like, you know. I do think YouTube is fundamentally manipulative, though, in the sense that it's presented for the most. Originally, YouTube was built and predicated on the idea that it's a real person that's doing their own real videos that's based off their own life or whatever. You know, it's real. It's more real than like something on the TV or something, right? YouTube. And then the reality is with influencers, especially with the influencer industry and how things have gone, is that a lot of it is pretending to still be an individual. I'm a person with a face. Pretending to be an individual whilst effectively actually working, or, it's whilst really not being an individual. You know, there's people behind it, there's multiple editors, there's the sponsored projects, there's all the companies, there's all the capitalist motivation, there's the whatever product happens to be the product that's coming out, there's the thing that's got hype behind it. Like, even take someone like Marquise Brownlee, MKB or whatever his channel is, who I think is generally pretty good in general. Look at all the, like, Apple Vision Pro videos and stuff, and the whole coverage of that compared to his coverage of general VR. It's like, but it's presented, he presents it as if it's just him. It's him working on the videos. It's like, but the stuff that he's covering is basically the most capitalistically viable tech products. He's not wasting time on stuff that's fun and interesting, but there's not the hype wave isn't pushing it. So yeah, anyway, the more that you can sort of leverage that dishonesty of being an influencer, live streaming, and manipulate people, the more successful you can be. The more you can manipulate parasocial stuff, cultism, the less critical you can be, the more vapidly positive, the more you can leverage corporate marketing budgets, the more you can leverage pre-existing intellectual properties. That is the key to actually being really successful. Unfortunately, and that's just how it is. You know, sadly. Just how it is with everything in life, though. It's not even just YouTube. It's everything. Everything. That's the way that capitalism corrupts corrupts stuff gradually. Subtly corrupts everything. How much do I do? I mean, subconsciously. I mean, I'll obviously be affected by it. I mostly focus on ruining things for myself because it's funny. I think the best thing you can do is as long as you say that's what you're doing, then people that wouldn't be aware of it could then be like, oh, they're a little bit aware of it. But even then, that's not going to work, is it? I don't know. Maybe I'm just too cynical. Well, the thing is, the difficulty is, I think a lot of people, myself included, people generally try to be honest. If the whole framework is how it is, or just like the way the reward mechanisms work, you can see how that then directs people to behave in certain ways and do certain things. Everyone has a certain price. Yeah, well, the thing is, for me, my price is I'm quite happy with like basic living standards and stuff. And as long as I've got free time, like as long as I'm in control of my time for the most part, I'm pretty happy. You can imagine the pressures, especially if you've got like if you've got kids or sick family or something, or if you live in America and you've got insurance, health insurance issues and stuff. You can. This is why, to reiterate, I'm not judging other people for what they do, because it's just not that simple. I think this guy damaged my car when he drove into us. Seemed to have lost a bit of pace. My price is 3 Yorkshire tea bags. If you're really thirsty, you haven't had a cup of tea for ages.
The pace car is out of control.
Flagged it, John.
Thanks for following JD's 19. But yeah, I mean, there's so many examples on like YouTube and Twitch and stuff of people that are doing stuff genuinely, and they get no viewership or traction from it, but they're completely being genuine and they're not doing anything worse than other people. There's thousands of examples of that. So, like, you know, it's, a lot of stuff is so random as well. Life is just so random. Yeah, the healthcare thing is like, it's insane to me, but I understand if you grow up in a country, there'll be stuff in the UK that's really mental, but because you grow up in that country, you don't really notice it. Well, so it's in the UK, there's a like really the public transport can be really bad in many places. There can be litter and stuff, or low quality services for unless you're quite wealthy in a lot of areas. Whereas in when I lived in France or other places, other countries I've been to, you can have a lot nicer community stuff available, like community pools or community access to things, access to entertainment, basic stuff can just be a lot more affordable, and you know, basic transport. There's just things, basic things, cleaner streets can be so much better, but people in the UK just don't know. They've always lived in the UK, so they don't realise how piss poor it is in some places in the UK. And so if you grow up in America, you'd be like, well, that's just how it is, the healthcare, and then it turns into like a hypothetical of like, oh well, politically I don't like this thing or that thing, or I've been told that this is economically bad, so you know I can't vote for this, it might change it. So I mean, you know, it is what it is. Wilson, to be honest, you complain about British potholes.
Solid work.
If you've bought a car with suspension, presumably you want to use that suspension. And I think the Tories did a really good job of making sure that people can test their tyre, suspension and car safety features. Cars these days have so many safety features in them, you know. And why would you not want to? You paid for them, so you want to use them, right? So like, yeah, okay, motorcyclists might end up in trees, and that's, you know, but then that's motorbikes. So, do you know what I mean? I think you're just being selectively overly critical. Did that guy damage us? That was a nice little race there. Oh, let's have a look at the crash where everyone got shouty. I got my rice. I think I might put too many vegetables in my rice cooker, so I'm a little bit concerned. Boldy, Captain Vavasar 84. Hello. Bold. Dave Cam's even bolder than me, so really, I'm not the. And Sean Cole is as well, so I'm Boldy Prototype 3. Yeah, Wilson. Some people go base jumping, other people just drive the car. You know. Capivara. I can't read. I'm too dumb. I can smell my rice. Hopefully it's cooked. How long does rice with cold vegetables take to cook? Alright, let's see what happened here. Where was the big pile up? Was it like lap 3? Harry Potter! Yeah. If you're going to die, you might as well die in a tree and then birds can eat you, so it's good for the environment. Pretty! Oh, here we go. So what was happening here? No. We have bots, but the bots we have are largely due to... Pwned? Welcome to iRacing. This was good driving by this guy. I got 3 places from this. He stopped. And then he reversed. Oh. He almost got through it. Right, then there's this car. Oh, we got this guy as well. Beautiful. Well done. Oh, did he get that? Oh, there's not. There's more. There's more. But wait. But wait, there's more. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, here we go. That one guy took out like 8 cars. Right, hang on. Let's focus on this car because he was in it for a lot of it. Right, here we go. This is beautiful. Okay, so there's that. Ah, the tree's in the way. Who puts the tree there? Right. So, we have a guy that spins. Okay. Then... it just keeps going. Oh, it's pretty good. Is there? Knight, you were saying you dislike vids of Republicans. Hang on, what's going on here? Republican to me as a Brit sounds like Star Wars. You dislike videos of Republicans who are filming working mums and dads and saying how nice and good they do with 3 jobs from a luxury car. Oh, yeah. Oh. If a Democrat does it, yeah, well, it's fine if a Democrat does it, yeah. I don't think he was saying that, G Hammer. I think it was implied that if anybody does it, but I think he was implying that it's something that Republicans maybe have done more from his perspective. So I think what you've done there is you've just assumed that he was it didn't apply to everybody, but that wasn't implicit in his conversation. You're a proud European. I'm not. I hate Europe. I'm a gammon. I'm a Brexiteer. I'm voting for the independent state of Gamer Muscle. We've been through this. We're taking over the Isle of Wight. And we're turning it into a direct drive paradise. You're not European, you're British. Well, sadly, Britain is. You'll find that you're connected to the. We're a bit close. Also, you'll find that a lot of Britain is actually basically German. Can't escape it. Queen, the establishment. Britain's basically a German territory. Can't help it. We just speak a weird version of German. Only see Republicans film it. Yeah. Well, I don't even know what you're talking about, but what's my Brexit dividend? As Europe falls into a fascist state, ironically, Britain gets to be the one non-fascist state out of the blue as a surprise turn of events. France, Germany, Europe, Italy all falls to fascism. But Britain was like, no, guys, we've done this already. We beat you to it, but we did it less worse, and now we've decided it was a bad idea. Woohoo! Psych! It's genius. Britain's just Monty Python country. Don't make any sense at all. That's what tea does. Calcifies your brain. Right, I'm just going to see if my rice cooker's exploded. If it has, oh well. Back in a second. Get in there. Honestly, best thing about iRacing is that there are constant users to race. Exactly. 100%. Best thing about it is how how much complaining I've managed to get out of it. I would say I've had more complaining about iRacing than I have just about anything else in life, so it's been really good for that. As a form of sort of... instead of... you know, there's so many things that you can complain about. iRacing lets you focus on very specific stuff rather than getting lost complaining about everything. Here we go. I've got my fish, my vegetables. The rice hadn't finished, but I was hungry, so I've took it out of the rice cooker. Seemed to be all right. I put those, you know, like little vegetables, frozen vegetables, but like peas and carrots and cut up small. Seemed to work out quite well. Seems to have cooked them. That's true, G Hammer. It's a good museum. We've got salsa and mackerel. It's actually really, it's quite nice actually. Mackerel and rice go together really well. Should probably be eating brown rice, but I've got to have this basmati rice left over. Holy mackerel! Man, I'm so hungry. So hungry. Yeah, I'm hoping that AC Evo ends up good. It's we need a sim to save sim racing. I'm skeptical though. I'm very skeptical. There's a LMU update tomorrow actually. That'll be interesting. How much does it cost to sign up for a race on iRacing? Depends what you're racing, but iRacing works out about £250 to £350 a year, generally speaking. If you want to always have something that's okay to race. Yeah, I don't think AC Evo will be cross-platform, but it will be released on console. There's too much money to be made. Hello, Jochen. How's it going, man? Please refrain from using foul language. I'm alright, yeah. Trying to be healthy. Trying to... yeah. We had pretty bad insomnia the last sort of week and a bit. Streamlabs deleted all of Wilson's messages. That's well funny. I should be going to the Sim Racing Expo, yeah. I work out going to Gamescom as well. I really want to spend like a month in Germany though. Just live there for a bit. Find a German wife. ACC sold quite well on console. Even AC1 sold well on console, surprisingly. Oktoberfest. I'm not into drunk girls. Well, I went to Maastricht in January for Sim Formula Europe, which was good. There were some cute girls there. Nice, really nice area. I was really tired in that. I don't know. I was really tired. I would have gone out clubbing and stuff. I was just so tired. Sometimes stuff sets off my fatigue, and then I'm like absolutely exhausted. Maxine's cute, but I see her as a friend. she would not be a. She's a good wing woman. She's awesome. She's intellectually out of my league. Isn't everyone? Yeah, pretty much. No, she's actually awesome. Oh, I mean, if we go to Sim Cologne, so I mean, thing is, if I get Eurotunnel rather than a plane, but planes are actually better. I like using trains because they're better for the environment. But Eurotunnel, basically, if I'm going to Cologne for Gamescom, you end up going past Maastricht in that area. This year or next year, not knowing when the expo's in Dortmund, but Sim Formula Europe is in Maastricht. Yeah, but Maastricht's awesome. Yeah, I told you like last term in January when I went there, women come up to you. It's crazy. But girls come up to you, just start talking to you. They're like, "Oh, you've got an English accent. Hello." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, hello." Even a dodgy bald guy that looks weird, and girls just come up to you. It doesn't happen in the UK. It's amazing. If you're married, don't go to Europe. Just like young women everywhere. You're looking to get a PC soon. Well, so with PC specs, you just buy whatever you can afford at the time. Like basically, the best graphics card you can afford is the biggest thing, and then the for Sims and stuff, flight sims, driving sims, the one of like the X3D chips that you can get. But it's you just work out your budget. So whatever budget you've got for a PC, normally £800, $800 is a really good price for like a good quality mid-end PC. And then you go, right, you put as much of that budget into a graphics card as possible and CPU. RAM's not that picky, really. Like bog standard RAM's pretty decent these days. And then you don't want to like skimp out on a motherboard, but you want to get you can get affordable motherboards, and you want to get an okay power supply. Basically, what you put your money into graphics card for gaming. Money goes into graphics card, CPU, and then motherboard and power supply are the biggest things. RAM is pretty much to say universally okay. So you don't need like special RAM, or like you don't need to pay extra to get okay RAM. But it's really weird with a PC. So a lot of people skimp on the power supply, and it's really worth getting a good power supply. Also, a lot of people skimp on the motherboard, and it's really worth getting an okay motherboard. I'm not saying buy a super elite gaming motherboard, but like a good quality, whatever a good quality motherboard is. And that way you can you can then have a room to 3 years in the future, maybe replace your graphics card and get a lot more life out of your computer, or maybe upgrade your CPU and get a lot more life out of it. So if you buy the right power supply and the right motherboard at the right time, you can basically mean that you only need to, if you want a big upgrade, you'd only need to replace the CPU and the graphics card, and then you could get, like, rather than only getting 4 or 5 years out of a PC, you could probably get like 8 years out of a PC, to be honest. Or like if you really want to, trying to keep up with things, rather than the PC being like a 2 or 3 year PC, it becomes like a 6 year PC. Yeah, if you could afford it, buy as big a hard drive as possible. That's the thing as well, yeah. Most people, it depends actually, because it depends what you're doing, doesn't it? So some people, if you do multimedia and stuff, you use up a lot of hard drive space, but games are big these days, but it's multimedia is a big thing for me. It's super easy. Building PCs is really simple. Are there any good ways to get them cheap? What, computer stuff? Not really. Like, sometimes you can get good second-hand stuff. Like, actually, weirdly, buying full computers second-hand can actually work out quite well, as opposed to like individual components. But you have to be careful because stuff could be faulty or whatever. And the nice thing about building a computer yourself is you then know everything that's gone into it. If you ever have a problem, you can then fix it, and it's really not that complicated. And then you know what to do to upgrade it if you decide to, Yeah, generally speaking, second-hand stuff should be fine, but it's more just knowing if you're getting it from a reputable place or someone you know. To be fair, this is probably from about 2007 onwards, computer components have been like a super reliable. Like graphics cards and CPUs and RAM are crazy reliable. Like, it's actually mental. Prior to that, I used to do IT stuff, a little, just like IT technician, basic stuff. But home computing stuff, like processors, especially in the 90s and 2000s, processors would, if they were slightly overclocked or they got overheated or whatever, they would definitely break or have weird issues. And RAM as well would be like weird. But like now, they all have protective circuits in for overheating. It's very hard. Like, even if you're overclocking, it's pretty hard to mess stuff up, to be honest. You don't need to really overclock now. I think undervolting graphics cards is a thing that's quite worth doing. I don't bother doing it, but I think I can really see how that can be quite advantageous. But yeah, it's actually surprising given how complicated and how dense modern processors and graphics chips and stuff are, it's surprising how good quality they are. Yeah, I'd say the overclocking thing was back in like the early 2000s and 90s, which is only 5 years ago. It was really like you could just change the voltage and that's it, you fried your processor. that was it, like boop, there you go. Oh, that's £400 gone. And also, even plugging you could plug hard drives in incorrectly. You could do the jumpers wrong and it'd break the hard drive. But now, I guess breaking a CPU pin or port is probably quite easy to do. Or overly pressuring the motherboard when mounting a large heatsink, that's probably quite easy. Maybe jamming a graphics card into the PCI port and damaging the motherboard. That's probably the stuff. The pins on an NVMe, like it's the fact that the stuff's small and physically fragile. That's probably the only thing. But if you're not like smashing it around, it should be fine. I mean the ports on SSDs, the smaller Serial 80A stuff, the power ports, they're shit. They're really easy to break. You miss the OC days, Matt Olick. I miss the old days. Oh, times keeps moving. It's leaving me behind. I'm old. I miss the olden days. I don't. Sodom. They've left me. They haven't left me. I've left them. Take that, time. I've beaten time. I'm leaving time behind. Time. It's not got me. I've got it. Serial 80A. Is that what I'm talking about? Or is it the power? You know on NVMe, not NVMe. You know SSDs that you plug into the ports that you would normally plug a hard drive in, and those little flat power port thing. Yeah, Serial 80A power is so dumb. Whoever came up with that was a moron. That is actually one of the dumbest things in computing, because that did not have to be like that at all. And they could have made them chunky. Like it's just stupid. Let's make you got a hard drive, which if you break it, you lose everything that's important. I know. We'll make it so that the power connector on it is super prone to snapping when trying to put cables on it, especially the type of cables that are probably going to be a bit short and a bit needed to be bent around to fit in a case, and will probably have forces on them. Yeah, let's do that, guys. Molex isn't worse. Molex is annoying to plug in when they're loose in the inside. Look, I'm sorry, I'm not having this. I have built, I did IT stuff. I built computer rooms, so I've plugged in thousands of Molex connectors. I'm well aware of how shit Molexes are, but I'm sorry, not as bad as the potential issues with other stuff. But those shitty Molex connectors you would get on 90s PCs, late 90s, early 2000s PCs. The really shitty plastic Molex connectors. And then they wouldn't be seated properly, and the metal pins wouldn't line up properly, so you'd push them together, but they wouldn't actually connect together, and you're like, oh, it's because it's the wrong way around. It's like, no, it's not. It's just because the really tacky white ones. Oh, man. This is traumatic memories. And then you'd have to wiggle the cables at the bottom to get them to line up, and then you'd be on your side doing this under a desk or something, because it'd be a random computer that's disconnected. Don't talk to me about bloody connectors. God damn it. Connect your face. Oh, we're going racing, guys. Oh, I got to did we do a new poll? Where did we get? We did get a top 10 in the last one. New poll. Top 8, we'll go. Top 8 on this one. 2 minutes. Beautiful. Also, when portable stuff, Adam, add mini USB and micro USB. I've got every USB cable. USB B, USB A, USB A to B, B to A. So many things still use USB B cables, and I don't know why. Like loads of keyboards, MIDI equipment. I don't know why. Maybe the adapter's cheaper or something. Maybe it holds the cable better. I don't know.
The strength of field is 2,293. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
Right. Polls up if you want to. What's USB-D?
Waiting on the final car to grid.
Yeah, but the thing is, USB-C doesn't always work plugged in upside down, which is stupid. For charging and stuff, there's some weird issues with it.
Green flag, green flag. Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left. Right side. Keep to the left. Clear.
Whoa, this could be the one, guys.
There's an incident behind. Car right. Stay on the left. Clear.
Oh, put me in the salt. It can never be the one. Well, P1 and 2 are getting away, so it's gonna be tricky. But
Right side. Still there. Clear. There's an incident behind.
around the outside, cheeky business around the outside there. Don't normally make it around the outside of that. Cheeky overtake, absolute cheek. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. One Gamunda Thong. Yeah, the Motor R5 should be an upgrade from the T300, but if you can wait a bit longer and save up, and then get a like an R9 or an R12 would be much better. The T300 is not too bad, to be honest, so if you could just hold on to it for longer, save up and then get a better DD, and then you wouldn't ever need to, you know, like a Motor R12, Motor R9, Simagic, Fanatec, whatever. Just better off saving up a little bit more. If your T300 is not broken, because once you've got like a 12 Newton meter DD, 99.9% of people don't need anything else. So it's you know, you're like, oh, I'm done on that. Then you can focus wasting money on other things.
Avanti, Namon, avanti. Sì, sorry.
It's not necessarily the Newton meters that you're paying for. It could be like the electronics, the power supply, how much load it has. So like you could have the Newton meter number isn't necessarily the most important factor. So let's say you could have a 50 Newton meter wheel, but if you had cheapo electronics, it wouldn't drive, the wheel wouldn't rotate or accelerate or have the detail. Or if the motor could be a different motor, so like you could have two 12 Newton meter motors that are exactly the same, but one could be a motor that has more like cogging, damping, or the power supply is small, so it's not using all the power. So sometimes companies use the same motors, but then the power supply is different, or the electronics are different, or you know, there's a bunch of stuff. Yeah, might have different ports that are better.
The car in P1, just left the button flat. 52.96 red, left side, still there. Clear.
A wheel might come with rather than just being a base, they might do a really good package that comes with pedals or a nice wheel rim or something as well. So there's quite a few things to consider. If you buy stuff using my affiliate link, you end up with larger genitals. That's something to consider. You know, you might be like me and not need larger genitals. So you could be. Do you know what I mean? There's just so many things to think about. Back to loft conversion land.
Right side,
The counter debate.
clear on the right. Left side,
How about you pump me? Yeah.
to the right. Clear on the left.
I mean, is that the same guy? It's the same guy that wrecked us last race. It's the same guy. Well, fine, wreck me in this one, but you're going down as well if you take me out.
Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
He wrecked us that other race. He outright punted us. If he wants to crash, he can do. But if he drives into me, he's crashing as well. No, he totally took us out of his previous race, and he drives into your wheels, and then with the netcode in iRacing, if you drive into your wheels, your car blows up. So
Car right. Clear. There's an incident behind.
he's all over the place. Take down rival.
Very stupid. So stupid.
He's super erratic. Hopefully he'll crash into the other car. Oh, exactly, yeah. Not at the moment. When iRacing makes his tyres more realistic with its road cars and stuff, then we'll do a 6K challenge. Hopefully they'll do an update within the next year. That'll be fun. I don't really enjoy hot lapping in iRacing. It is. It's coming. It's on the way. It's happening. I believe it. Oh, there he goes again. Look, why is he so erratic with his overtakes? Just smoothly pass. Just smoothly pass, matey. It's not hard. Ah! My wheel disconnected! Oh, come on! Ah. Well, that's not good.
Car has too much damage. We've got to fix it.
Oh, it's back now. Why? Why did that happen? Why? Oh, USB. I got USB'd. Upside down. Why? We were doing well. Oh, I've been hacked. That's the first time this wheel's ever disconnected, actually.
We can't fix the damage. I'm afraid it's
That is
over.
that has never happened to me before. Oh no! Of all places for it to happen as well, it just goes full lock to the left. That was a crowd strike moment. Full lock on when I'm just getting on the throttle as well. Just as I get on the throttle, it goes. I'm just like, what's happening? What's happening? Oh, come on! That's so unfair. Can't blame iRacing for that. That was equipment failure. Oh, that's so dumb. Oh no. Oh, this is sim racing. I'm using the Moser R12. To be honest, it's the first time that's ever happened. I've used this Moser wheel for like 1,000+ hours. It was probably to do with something on the USB hub, because we had an audio device disconnect as well. The Logitech webcam. Is our pedal cam working? We were doing well in that. Oh, that's working. Oh, hang on, it's the other one. Yeah, I think it was this camera that caused the issue. Oh. It was this. Bloody hell. I think what it was is that the sim rig shaking caused the camera to disconnect and reconnect, and then that caused the USB hub to load in a weird way. Because the wheel's fine. Oh, bloody hell. Well, it happens. At least it wasn't iRacing, so. At least it wasn't iRacing. Bloody hell, guys. I've only ever had 3 times where wheels disconnected. There was this time the Fanatec wheel. There was a bug I had with the podium where sometimes I can't remember what wheel it was, but sometimes it would disconnect and then I had to take the wheel off and put it back on for shifters to work. Like the wheel still worked, so it was to do with the connection. Yeah, I normally don't have hardware issues, actually. So it's surprising, given how many hours I use pedals and wheels for. Can't believe that happened. Well, let's quit that. Let's do another race. I've unplugged the other thing, so hopefully it doesn't do it again. When your wheel came off and someone went into another streamer's chat, he's killing his viewers. You've got to kill your viewers. Have we got enough time? Is there something good we can jump into? MX5. When does this fit? I finished at 2. So 2:15 is when the. We need something that starts now, so we can fit into the next. Well, we can just chill out for a bit. Oh well. Oh well. Change the Moser banner. Where's the? Oh right, yeah. Oh, well, we have. I promote all of this stuff, to be honest. Moser, Fanatec. I only have affiliate links for Moser, Fanatec's, and Iron 8 water bottles, guys. These are really good. We have a 10% discount code. Link in the description. Link on our Discord. I could do with some more affiliate links. I like to just, whatever's good. Whatever's good for people. Does R12 feel much better? No, probably feel about the same, to be honest. May the USB power be with you. Thanks. Thanks, Nice. Have a nice rest of your day. Double genital guarantee. Genitalized. Emmanuel, will the DD table clamp work with their DD Pro wheel? Well, the Fanatec one. I don't know if that wheel clamp will work with that wheel. The Fanatec wheel clamp's a bit crap, to be honest. You're better off using like making your own little table mount and then bolting it. Nice. Oh dear. Well, that was a bit of a Debbie Downer, wasn't it? Let's join the next one. We'll do some practice laps. Do some Trabant and AC. Trabantasy. I need to do some flight sim soon. We haven't done any flight sim for ages. GT Mega Racing stands are solid. I don't think I've used any. Well, can't debate. It depends on the electronics and the physical motor. So, it depends. It just depends. Back in the day, if you had the larger DDs, the larger physical motors, and you had more power going into them, generally they work better. However, the modern DDs, like the newer Simagics, Moser, Fanatec stuff, Logitech, what have you, they tend to have much lighter motors, and the electronics and the design of the stuff, the drivers and everything, tend to be designed a lot better around sim racing specifically, and the power delivery for sim racing, because sim racing is obviously quite a specific thing where you're generally going for fast initial rotation, which most DD wheels can do quite well, but then it's more about a range of load, and that range of load being able to disappear and reappear quickly, and for that range of load to be there whilst someone's pushing against the motor in a specific way, whilst also being smooth. So the thing is, as I say, it comes down to multiple variables. An advantage of having a large motor housing or larger motors can be that they're easier to keep cool because the motor housing acts as a heat sink. Though overheating isn't normally that much of an issue with a lot of the DDs for sim racing because you're not really doing crazy stuff with the motors. You also have different types of motor as well, and different arrangements of the electronics and the encoder. So some of the designs are sort of quite long and thin because they put the electronics in the motor, and then they maybe have a hub in the back of the motor as well for other devices. And then also you could have a motor that's got quite large windings, but it's a narrow motor, or you could have a longer motor with quite thin windings, but it's longer there's more the magnets and everything are longer. Doesn't necessarily matter. You'd have to just test the equipment and see how it's set up because there's so many variables to it. But to be honest, it doesn't even matter anyway. Like anything over 8 Newton meters and definitely like 12 Newton meters, it's all fine. The issues is the individual sims have different force feedback, some better than others. Yeah, the software's a big thing. So, well, it isn't. It isn't. I mean, the Moser software is not exactly that good.
The pace car is out of control.
Thank you, Power 10. The Moser software is not amazing, but it works fine. You put the the damper and the inertia settings, which we did in a video recently. You put that on, and it's fine. I can tell you, I don't change anything on it really. I just tweak that inertia damping setting, and there's a filter setting as well. That's it. Does the job. Yeah, I know counter debate. That'd be handy, wouldn't it? Yeah, Moser has some weird Chinglish in it, and it updates all right actually, but you don't really ever need to update it. But same with like the Fanatec stuff. It's nice that you can just change the settings on the wheel. The Fanatec software I think is fine, but I think again, so this is kind of a bit like that whole driver coach thing, which sets up this like framework of it's all about getting better and you know not being playful in things. YouTubers that do hardware reviews and force feedback guides and force feedback settings set up this subtext or communicate the idea that you have to get your settings just right. These are really important to do all these settings. This and this and this, you know, and it gives someone the impression who doesn't know better that it's vital to have all these like numbers correct. And it's not. It really isn't. It really isn't. Like, there's some very basic stuff that's fine. Ultimately, each sim's force feedback is going to really define stuff for the most part. It's the same with overclocking. If you're looking to overclocking and overclocking videos, there'll be thousands of overclocking videos of people making money out of YouTube ads on overclocking videos with all these settings and tweaks and how to get 2 FPS better, right? Ultimately, which gives you the perception that overclocking is really hard and, you know, what's the right thing? I don't know if I'm doing it right. It gives that's the communication, the subtext communication. Whereas realistically with overclocking, for the vast majority of stuff, it actually doesn't have much of an effect in many ways. And then the main overclocking settings, like the very basic stuff, the most rudimentary overclocking things that you could put on probably 5 things, would be fine for 99% of people, and it's not complex. You could even just use your bulk stand. Like, there'll be loads of people saying, don't use XMP profiles, don't do this, don't do that, this isn't the best. And it's like, okay, it's not the best. You could get more out of it, but it doesn't make that much difference, really, practically, for most people with what they're doing. So, that's the thing. That is the thing. Yeah, those settings are nice. Yeah, those kind of software stuff. I also think if you have pedals, so if you can find a DD wheel you like and they also make pedals, it's nice when you use, so when you've got Fanatec, if you've got Fanatec wheel rims, Fanatec wheelbase and Fanatec pedals, you can change the settings from the pedals. It all uses the same software. You know, that would be the same with like Moser or whatever. Like, when you use the same stuff, like if you have the Simucube active pedals and the Simucube wheelbase, that'd be really nice and convenient. And for the type of people that are spending thousands of pounds on wheels, they're probably not Formula 1 drivers and stuff, or like esports, or people that are playing iRacing 24/7. They're probably just people that want to do a bit of racing and like the whole thing. So having the convenience of the software all being in the same place is quite nice. It's less things to load up. So I think that's quite valuable for a lot of people. So, yeah. Yeah, SimMagic stuff's good. To be honest, they're like I would say they're very similar to like LG, in that they don't do stuff to like, you know, they're doing premium stuff. They're not doing rip-off pricing. It's premium, semi-boutique. They're making decisions based off quality. You know, they will be making good profit off stuff. And they could do stuff for cheaper, but they do a good job on it. There might be other wheels that are slightly better as well in certain ways, but I think Simucube have always done a good job. And also Simucube, the guys at Simucube are some of the early people that were doing really early DD stuff, like trying to do mass market DD stuff, and involved with you know, the Granity controller boxes and stuff. I mean, I think Simucube was an offshoot from Granity, which everyone was using in the DIY DD space. Well, a lot of people were using it. Yeah, I think it was Granity Devices. So they're really nice guys that work there. Actually, I chatted with them a fair bit. Pretty sure the CEO doesn't like me, but I like them. So whatever. I think they find me very annoying, but that's fine. Are they good? Yeah, well, you know, I don't think I should be like friends with CEOs of companies. I mean, I like people, but it's not my job isn't to just market people's products. Like, that is kind of the assumption, is that if you're a YouTuber, you're a marketer, and I'm not a marketer. I'm someone that happens to have got stuck in the sim racing hobby. I like force feedback, and I like joking. I like being stupid, and I enjoy sim racing. But I'm not a sim racer. I am not an influencer. I mean, I guess I am, but I don't want to be. I like, you know. So I'm not playing the game. If I am playing it, I'm playing it very badly. The sim influencer game. I'm doing the I'm doing side quests. Like, some people do like the whole main mission, follow the story. I'm kind of doing like the weird side quests that don't make any sense. That's how I approach life. I think it's a better way of doing life, to be honest. Like, you can do the story, play through it. Okay, well done. Good story. You got somewhere. That's just boring, isn't it? Like, why do that? Just do whatever. Manipulator, yeah. I mean, maybe I'm just really good at being Machiavellian. Maybe I'm like really good at manipulating. I'm the type of person that in an RPG would like go, oh, there's a duck there. I wonder if I can take this duck across the entire map. That would be, and I'd be like, that's really funny. That'd be really good. There's people that filled that room with potatoes in Skyrim. I think they filled a whole house with potatoes. That to me that's the right way to do things. No. Well, life is for fun as well, I think. Ruining other people's lives as well. Ruin everything. That's my tip. When you did the main quest, I just blasted everyone out of the way with overpowered magic firebolts. I would like an RPG. VR can be 2D as well. But your only weapon is a bow and arrow and a dagger. I build a whole VR game where it's all bow and arrow based for shooting people, and then it's like puzzles and stuff. I know I played through Skyrim like that, but the AI and everything's shit, so it doesn't really. It's a bit annoying. Oh, and then also you can also lay mines and stuff. So you bow and arrow, but you can also you can set traps, like you can set mine traps and tripwires or dig pits and things. So that kind of stuff. And then a single player game based around that, where you're like ambushing people and stealing stuff. So maybe like a medieval Robin Hood VR game, and you're in a forest. It could even be like a roguelike game. You've got a main base, you're in a forest, and you have to steal stuff from rich people to give it to poor people to raise up your favourability with the poor people. And the more rich people you steal and kill and whatever, the more your wanted level rises and the harder it gets. What do you mean? That's an amazing game idea. Hiding in a wood with bow and arrow, ambushing horse carts, setting traps. That's bloody good game, that. And then you have to. Yeah, a bit like Blade and Sorcery, but I'm sort of limiting it to bow and arrows. Yeah, you can be one of the merry men. You can play it with friends. The British dream. Look here, I think everyone secretly wants to be Robin Hood. I'm wagering good money that would be a popular game. Yeah, looking for Maid Marian, who's a German woman that does rock climbing. Rock climbing German Maid Marian. What's wrong with that? Why is there a German rock climbing Maid Marian in Nottingham? I don't know, but this is the story, so I think people would love it. You wouldn't have to have that crazy of a world map as well. You could keep it quite simple, like the castle and the little town. And you could put some stuff like Thief, the Thief games. So you have you could have little quests and stuff where you have to steal stuff from the castle or from keeps and houses, but you have to really sneak around. Yeah. I would really like. Didn't they want? Weren't they going to make a Thief VR game and then they didn't? And they were going to make a Thief. They were going to make a Splinter Cell VR game, but then they didn't, which is a shame. I know there's a James Bond game in development by the Hitman developers, so that'll be all right. I think they'll do a good job with that. So I quite like the idea of Hitman, but I like the idea more of being James Bond. I'd really like a remake of GoldenEye in VR. That sort of just a simple shooter with a pistol. You got a nice castle up the road. Which castle in the UK? Castles are awesome. There's that Shadow University or whatever it's called. He does castle reviews. Well, good. That's true, can't debate, but I can't be bothered with that. Leeds Castle. Which is Leeds Castle? Oh, that's not a castle. No, I've been there. I walked past it. It's not too far from me. That's not a castle. That's a bloody stately home. That's a rich person pretending it's a castle. I live in the basement of Leeds Castle. I have to pretend to be poor. Otherwise, if people know that I live in Leeds Castle, they won't ever donate. I like how, right, Leeds Castle has like an entry fee and a whole thing, which you can do to support it. Right, it's good. Good to do. That's good, right? But they made the small mistake, right? It's worth paying to go in. You know, it's good for kids. They've got a playground there. They've got an aviary. They put stuff on. It is worth how much it costs. It's a yearly ticket thing. Great if you've got a family. However, if you're just going there as a one-off, there's a slight problem that there's a public footpath that literally goes through the castle grounds. That's right next to the actual paying entrance. So if you don't have any money and you don't want to pay and you just want to have a look at the castle, because you're like, just, you know, you're not doing a family thing, you just want to look at it, well, you can just walk into it and there's nothing they can do because it's a public right of way. So pretty funny, but it's worth, if you had a family, it'd be well worth paying for it anyway. It's quite a nice thing to walk around as well. It's worth paying to walk around it. Well, I look, can't debate. I would totally never have just walked through the public footpath and walked into the house having not paid. I would not do that. I would never do that. I've paid to go there in the past. Look, I have paid before. I've paid before. Also, I have been a good influencer. I've influenced other people to go, and I've had other people do other stuff there. So I don't feel too bad. I've done marketing for them. It's well worth going to, guys. No, I've had like I've got people to go. But it's good. Good. It's more of a family thing. If you've got young family, it's really good. Manipulating us with medieval torture devices. Or was that sim racing? You did it and ranted about capitalism with a common land rant attached. The common land rant. Yeah, who hasn't ever had the common land rant? Look, people don't take common land as seriously as they should do. Yeah, that's true, Paul's off pace, but you will be responsible and not use a footpath that's to the right of the entrance. You stood there and charged people. Oh, there's so many paths in the UK where landowners have tried to cover them up, and they've also. So I like to just walk around fields and stuff because that's what I do, and there's so many stuff. If you look at Ordnance Survey maps where there's supposed to be a path and there'll be like a sty, and people like subtly like try and make it so that you wouldn't know there's a path there to try and make it so that people don't use it anymore, which is really stupid because like it's not like loads of people are going to be walking all over the path. Like one person a week is likely to walk down these paths, so I don't know why they're like maybe to increase the value of the property or something. I don't know. It's really strange. Oh no, if you're confident, I think the thing is when you're older as well. If you're dressed in a semi like, you're not dressed like a hiker, and you're dressed in like a shirt and some normal trousers, like some chinos, with normal shoes, people assume that you work there. And if you walk in assertively with anything, people just assume like you're working. Like why wouldn't they? Like why would someone bother walking in? Simon Orr, there's a woman who thinks she owns your front yard and walks diagonally across it to exercise her right of way and goes through a gate to a field next door. Maybe she does. Maybe she does own your front yard. I'm gonna get a horse and ride. I'm gonna ride a horse up and down your front yard diagonally to assert my right of way. I'm gonna stop my horse and have it. I'm gonna be like, do a big shit, and it's gonna shit all over your yard, and you won't be able to do anything. I'm gonna feed it loads of food that gives it horse diarrhea. And it's gonna be like all over your yard. And you'll really just have this stream of horse shit diagonally across your yard, and there'll be nothing you can do because it's a right of way. I'll have medievally got you. What gives a horse diarrhea? Asking for a friend. I bet ChatGPT knows that. Let's use technology for its rightful purpose. Here we go. You ready for this, guys? Try ChatGPT. What foods give horses diarrhea? Several types of food can cause diarrhea in horses. Sudden dietary changes. Oh, we can do that easy. Rich or lush pasture. Well, everybody. High sugar. Oh, we can feed it some biscuits. Mouldy or spoiled food. Well, I'm mould man, so we've got plenty of mouldy drink for it. Fruits and vegetables. Excessive apples. Oh, I've got loads of apples. Oh, there we go. Just feed it loads of sugary stuff. Sorted. Feed it apples. Thanks for the everybody. Everybody. $07. Appreciate that. We've got 3 minutes till the next race, where hopefully our controller doesn't turn off mid-race like last time. Hang on, it ate all the chickens. Oh, this guy's got a Union Jack on his car. Does he think he's Jensen Button?
Clear.
Beep beep.
Car 17, just set the fastest lap. 53.674.
Formula Drift's not happening. This is the best livery in the game. Is that a hole in the track mesh? Look at that. How is that in the game? Oh, it's probably there's probably an asset covering it. Normally. Right. Sit 1 minute. Oh, we're going racing. The Saudi Audi in Assetto. Yeah, but I mean the GT4 cars are terrible as well. You can't. Morad doesn't know what he's talking about. he can drive GT3 cars, but you know, like there's no way you could drive GT4 cars in iRacing. It's just because they're slower, so it's less noticeable how messed up it is. That's all that is. You know. Do you know what? It makes me look like a total arse if I say Daniel Morad is totally wrong about. I agree with him with GT3 cars, but right, I look like a complete arse because I don't drive real cars. But the fact is, it's the truth that GT4 cars are terrible in iRacing. Go and play AC1 and tell me that they're not better than iRacing. Go and tell me. Tell me. I'm sorry. But it's true. It's true. But Morad's a real driver. So, you know, that's he's right. Yeah, he's a real driver. That's it. Can't argue with that. Real driver. You can't argue with him. Don't matter what the truth is. Can't argue with him. Yeah, because he's a real driver. That trumps that any conversation. You could be a bad real driver as well. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I think Morad's actually a good driver, to be fair. But like, you know, in the argument from authority,
I don't like ACC,
no,
but I do like
no.
the normalist.
Retract the Verstappen. No, he doesn't know.
But
Who's Verstappen?
Of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1.
No, Max Verstappen.
It's really good.
No! Why would he say that? What are we gonna do? Oh, it's all over. I bet you with Daniel Morad. I bet you. By the way, I like Morad. Just to be clear, but I'm partly joking as well. I bet you though, if AC Evo or another sim is popular like iRacing, I bet you he will play it. I bet you'll find like a lot of these people will play whatever's popular. I'm playing iRacing because it's popular, so I'm doing the same thing. So You know. And then it'll be some other anodyne comment. It'll be like, no, I like this, I don't like this, maybe this, it could be this. You know? That's how it is. I'm going to start a beef with Morad. Don't know what we need to beef over. The Morad Morad beef. Oh dear. I think Morad is like the most quoted iRacer though. Like I think he might have been the one that started the braking, the bullshit braking thing of iRacing has realistic braking but ACC doesn't. Now I'm not saying that ACC does or doesn't have realistic braking, or like iRacing doesn't. I'm not saying that at all. But there's like a regurgitated meme that this has only happened in the last 2 years, where people will go, "Oh, the braking in iRacing's really good." It's like, hang on, where are you getting that from? Did you come up with that yourself? I don't think you guys did. I think you're just repeating something without thinking about it. That is a new one. For 20 years I've been sim racing, and I never heard people going, the braking in R Factor is more realistic than the braking in Netcar Pro. Never really heard that. But in the last 2 years, it was, the braking in ACC, guys. The ABS. Braking in ACC, iRacing. And then they don't compare iRacing braking to AC1 braking or AMS1 braking or AMS2 braking or R Factor 2 or LMU or every other sim. It's just, this is how this is in ACC. This is how it is in iRacing. And these are differences, but I've decided I like this one over that one. So now I'm going to say this. Oh, it's a real race driver. So now everyone has to copy what the real race driver says, whilst ignoring the other real race driver that likes this other game. So I'm just sat here as a pleb that likes to play driving simulators, watching the idiocy circulate with no like. And I don't contribute to the idiocy at all, guys. I don't do anything bad. Kill Rockstar, yeah, but like real world GT3 cars are designed for rich people to spend money. They're not designed for like peak driver skill. They are fundamentally about the capitalism of motorsport, which is fine. That's good. It might not be good. Probably isn't good at all. But like, it's what it is. That's what it is. That's fine. You have reliable cars. If you're wealthy,
The pace car is out of control.
you're wealthy, you want to do like a long race, or you want to get track time, and you've got money to spend, and you can have a big race with lots of cars, and it's got a viewership. GT3 cars not unlikely to break down necessarily. That's quite good.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. They're really
Thank you,
really good.
Jimmy Covert, for following. Yeah, I don't know that. Sim racing, guys. Sim racing. next week, why I'm done with the. Why I've lost the plot. I just like how, right, sim racing was completely ignored for like 15 years. And then it was apparent that you could make money out of Sims either as a marketing tool or as a branding tool, which is fine. That's fine. You know, we live in that type of a world. That's great, and I'm happy for people to make money out of it. But then all of a sudden, all these people that are from motorsport and stuff come into sim racing. They're like, oh yes, simulators. I love them. I really love them. Oh, it's nothing to do with making money. Yeah, you know. And then all of a sudden it's like, you know, the business of it. the weird sort of weird. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just it's funny the contrast from when sim racing was like, oh, loser nerds, pathetic people, sim racing. Oh, it's stupid, waste of time. We hate them. To then 2020 happens, or just before, and it's like, oh, you can make money out of it. Oh, we've changed our minds, guys. Oh, money can be made. Money can be made. Oh, it's amazing. I see a way that we can profit off this. Oh, we love it. So funny. So funny that the way that it just... The switch when there's, like, money to be made. Hang on a minute. You can... People will buy expensive peripherals. Oh, let's get on that. Oh, yes, we are really passionate about motorsports and sim racing. But you weren't over the 20 years before when people were asking for equipment where there was blatantly obvious that that's what people wanted. Ah, no, there was no market proof then. Oh, okay. Oh, dear. Capitalism, guys. It is what it is. This is my shaving mirror, Mike. How do you think I keep my beard looking so good? I saw a guy with an amazing beard today, actually. I wanted to comment on him, but he was too far away. I said hello to him, and he said hello back. I wanted to compliment him on his beard because it was epic, but it was too short of an interaction. But he had a proper good beard. Appreciate a good beard.
The pace car is out of control.
Thank you, Burnabout. What's funny as well, right, is you have the people, like, it's fine that obviously things do change, it's good, whatever, but the people that then act as if it was always the case that they were, like, interested in it or, like, involved in it or whatever, do you know what I mean? You can sort of see in sim racing there are companies that have been around sim racing for ages and people that, you know, like they were sort of people that were actually doing it because they were interested in games and not just the raw business part of it. And there's nothing, like, well, the raw business part of it's the raw business part of it. It's not necessarily bad. It's just capitalism and business. It's fine. But you can really sort of see there's that, you know, the companies that sort of started up before before it was sort of like, oh, the profiteering.
There's the flag. It's over.
Fat cat bashing. KMR car, you raced IRL till I couldn't afford it anymore and it was hard to swallow. I found racing 2 years later and after, and I said I'd probably enjoy it more than IRL. Way less stress. Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? Personally, I enjoy sim racing more than doing rental go-karting and stuff. But the thing is that I would see sim racing as a completely separate activity to real-world driving. And I think real-world driving in motorsport, you have to actually enjoy the business side of it. You have to enjoy the sitting around at a racetrack. You have to enjoy all the, like, you know, the non-driving parts of it, really. Like, unless you're super rich and you've gone through, you've been scouted as a go-kart driver and you're from a rich family, you're super rich. That's a whole different thing. But, like, if you're someone that would like to do radical racing or MX5 racing or club racing or whatever, you have to be someone that enjoys, like, bit of engineering stuff, fixing things, mechanics, all the laborious things, storing the car, tweak it, all the, you know, the really, a lot of things that are quite tedious and also very expensive and time consuming. You have to enjoy that. And the nice thing with sim racing, though, is that you can get the competitive component of using, right, you're using your hands and your feet in a similar way to a real car, and then you've got the basic racecraft component, You know, so you've got a competitive thing there. You're actually doing the action of driving, and you can do that repeatedly. So whenever you want. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I think motorsport, real world motorsport, to me, outside of like, well, even karting's expensive, but like Club 100 and stuff's reasonably affordable-ish. But like, unless you are really, really wealthy, so much of real world motorsport is just ruined by the pricing of stuff, the logistics of it. You have to be so wealthy for that to not be such a problem. Like, oh, you can stay in a nice hotel. Oh, you can eat nice food when you're out and stuff. Oh, you can afford to replace the car, these components. It doesn't matter if some idiot drives into you, or you know, or you have to buy something overpriced last minute. You know, if you're rich enough, those kind of things aren't going to affect you too badly. But you could argue maybe that's part of the fun of motorsport, is that struggle. I don't know. Some people like that. I mean, I've seen like I've been around people that have done like club stuff or sort of hobbyist racing, and then I've been to like racetracks in the pit boxes for people like privateer stuff, like GT and things, and for the contrast between someone that's just a one-off driver or a whole team, and you know, there's so many different avenues of it as well. And also, I think in America, the club scene is totally different to the UK club scene as well. Yeah, for me, I don't think real-world motorsport's appealing at all unless I was really wealthy. Even the like basic go-karting stuff in the UK is just so stupid for how much it's based on price. Oh, you know, they've got an engine rebuild. Oh, they've got a camper van. You know, all the stuff that absolutely affects the result of the racing massively. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, my hope is with iRacing, as I say, every live stream, because I'm boring and I only have two things I can talk about. If they get the tyres to actually work like real car tyres, like they are in R-Factor 1 or AMS1 or AC1, if they can get it like that and tweak the netcode, iRacing will be absolutely superb, and it will be fun to hot lap for me as someone that likes to drive cars in combined slip or balance at the limit more. And that, I think that would also make the force feedback better, because I think iRacing's got good force feedback, but it's just reflecting the shitty tyre model. So I'm really hopeful. I'm pessimistic and cynical, but I still am optimistic. I'm an optimistic pessimist. I think everything will be shit, but I'm hopeful that it won't be. So, and there's like LMU as well. Hopefully they keep developing that, make force feedback better in that. Hopefully AC Evo gets better. We've got really nice wheels and pedals now. DD wheels are fantastic. VR's fantastic. It's just the tyre model really is a bit shit in a lot of the simulators. The force feedback's a bit shit, but a lot of the other stuff's great. Yeah, so the real life physics on cars, it's both easier and harder. So what happens is real life has more depth than simulators, and there's more detailed information to drive from, and there's more feel, and there's like a better sort of balance and more controllable balance, right, generally speaking. However, real life also has a much more depth to it, so it can be harder to find where the optimal condition is, and it's more variable, and the consequences are a lot worse. So it's just fundamentally different in many ways. But separate to all that, a lot of the simulators don't do very basic real world stuff. Like, I'm not even talking about highly detailed tyre stuff, just basic slip, like the basic nature of a car through a corner. So AMS1 does, AC1 does. I think LMU does quite a good job of just forcing back's pretty bad, but iRacing is very much in the sort of 90s area where unless you've got downforce and it's a very specific car or a very specific setup, the cars don't fundamentally drive like cars. The tyres don't work like any tyre. So, you know. Jason Murphy, iRacing has a lot of slip actually. It's purely to do with how the slip comes and goes, and the speed at which the slip comes and goes. iRacing actually has a lot of slip. It's in a single direction. The tyre, you know, we've been through this before. It's all like, it seems to be all temperature related. It's the problem is, as I said, if you just you can't just make stuff return like grippy and peaky, because then you have problems with people being able to abuse it, like we saw with the Formula 1 games. I need a setup for this. Yeah, you just have to drive iRacing. You just have to. You have no freedom to drive it how you want to. You have to really understand how you drive iRacing, and you have to drive within its specific parameters of driving, and you have to drive very much on the brake pedal. Rather than you can't choose between the brake and the steering wheel. It has a very, very hyper-specific, super smooth way that you need to drive it. That's just how it is. If you're happy with that, and that's your driving style as well, then you can feel like it's arbitrarily the same as any other driving game. But if you are used to hustling cars through corners a bit, and with lots of cars using rotation more, or balancing left and right on the limit, or actively balancing in the braking zone, iRacing will do your head in. So, but you are stepping on eggshells if you're actually pushing, and if you're really trying to drive at the limit and you're not just letting it float onto the limit. Yeah, it's totally preemptive driving, yeah, which is good as a training tool, in fairness. It's once you learn that in iRacing, or you can apply that technique to everything, and it will make you have even more. It'll basically, it will widen your ability in real life and in other sims, because you'll have developed the skill of expecting to have to preempt everything massively, and so you're then like hyper aware. And then in sims and real cars, where they're a lot more forgiving in many ways, or a lot more controllable at the limit, you've then got the additional zone of hypervigilance. So I'm critical of iRacing and stuff, but the only thing that annoys me is people just won't accept the facts. It is, I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. People not accepting facts are a huge problem in life. because you can't even have a conversation. If people can't accept like the Earth is round, where do you go from that? On anything, where do you go? Oh yeah, no. So if this is why, 100%. If you're really, once you get used to iRacing, if you play AC, it will feel like it's unresponsive because you have to push onto the tyres more. And iRacers are used to categorically not pushing onto the tyres, so they can't get the cars to drive properly, or they feel stiff in AC relative to iRacing. And yeah, because they're not used to actively balancing cars, which is what in real life you can actively balance a car. Like, it's pretty normal driving. Do it with go-karts, you can do it with anything. In AC, when braking, you brake as hard to the point where the back is starting to step out, and then you can catch it a bit. And that's that's actually ideal, is for you to be braking so hard enough that the back is beginning to slip and you're holding a few degrees of slip. That is ideal braking. Do that in iRacing, rear grip's turned off. So obviously it will absolutely break iRacers' brains playing sims where that's normal. It breaks my brain when I go from iRacing to AC. But so this sort of stuff, the F3 car at Suzuka, or Road America, or even the GR86 at Spa it's really fun car track combos as a game in and of itself, and then people screaming at each other. It's good fun. Well, to be honest, because iRacing is harder than real driving in most ways, not in terms of physicality for faster cars, but in terms of like input precision and stuff, someone that gets good at iRacing, if they can take the heat, physicality and variability of real life and the pressure and lack of time, if they are a really good iRacer, they will find real driving a joke. Like, because they will drive and they'll be like, oh, there's a huge margin. It'll be like an absolute joke for them, and you'll see this time and time again. You have alien esports drivers that are good at iRacing, and this also applies to lots of sims, to be honest. And if they are drivers that actually also do have a bit of a feel for stuff as well, that they're not complete robots, they will just they'll find real driving so much easier, because you have no information in a driving sim, nothing through your body. It's ridiculous. It's amazing that sims with as bad force feedback as most sims have are as drivable as they are. No, that's not the dirty driver. I mean, anytime I've been around anything in real... Okay. Anytime I've done any semi-real stuff, go-karts, like short amounts of time in cars, for me, the issue is the temperature, heat. I'm not a person that deals well with heat. For some reason, heating... Whilst wearing lots of clothing, heat absolutely destroys me. And, unfortunately... cars are often very warm. Even go-karts, you get really warm. No, the IMS is not on a... I don't think it's on a tracker like. Or is it? I can't remember. We're trying to win an F3 race. As you can see, we're doing really well. Game changing. Game changing. No, actually, no. I really want to do real world kart cross. You know, the little buggy things. I really, really want to do that. I think that'd be really fun. I'd love to do that in real life. It's quite affordable, actually. They're just motorbike engines on effectively go-karts with off-road wheels and motorbike engine. So they're very cheap. Yeah, kart cross, I think it's called. I think it'd be so fun to drive, and then obviously you're not going to crash into anything because it's off-road. They often do it in fields and things. Game changing. Yeah, but then what about the camera settings in AMS2 that make you motion sick because the roll is mental and you can't separate the roll from the pitch? What about that? Motion sickness sim 2.0. A big issue I have as well is I have sort of a mild chronic fatigue, and go-karting can be enough to push me over the threshold. So I'm fine on the day. I'll be like, oh, I feel well good, and then the next week and a half I'm like, ugh. So that's always good fun. But weirdly, I don't get motion sick from go-karts, and if I'm driving I don't get motion sick. If I'm a passenger I do. I guess I've done so much sim racing, it's fine. Well, I think AMS2 handles the head tracking. It doesn't do roll in VR, so it kind of fixes the issue a bit. I even tried. No, I need to get that VR game, but I have a real kayak, so I really want to kayak up to London, or kayak the whole River Thames. There's that guy that's the guy that unicycled across Australia. Just walked from. He just walked. He done the whole Thames from where it starts. He did it in the water on foot, and then kayaked out to the sea. He's braver than me. Like, I guess it depends on the time of day, but the Thames can be pretty mental in terms of boat traffic and currents.
Please yield. Please yield. Please yield. Watch out. Thank you.
Am I really a modern... Well, I'm not rich, so you have to be wealthy to do modern motorsport, and so you have to have been pretty successful with YouTube. I'm not that successful. I'm successful for me. I'm happy. But yeah, I'm not that successful. You need to be making like 200,000 a year to do real motorsport at least. You know, so I ain't making that, guys. You can get sponsored, you can do stuff, but also I'd rather not spend money on that. I think there's far more important things to spend money on in life, like tea bags. Well, personally, I'm like super hyped to get my didgeridoo tomorrow. That's to me, that's really good. I'm really simple I know multiple people that have to do racing and stuff, or they really, that's like their whole life, and they're super passionate about driving and racing and winning and whatever. I'm pretty happy with walking. I'd like to drive a Radical. I'd like to do a race in a Radical or something, or a Formula Ford or F4. I'd do it for the experience. I like experiences, but I'd like to do glider flying as much as that, or I'd like to do. There's a whole load of things. Loads of stuff I'd like to do. But I think if you do a full race series in motorsport, it's so expensive. You'd be not doing other things which you could spend money on that would be, in my opinion. I'd love to learn how to fly real helicopters. So. I am. The didgeridoo is for whenever there's an argument or someone's upset with me. I can bring the didgeridoo out, and no one can argue with a didgeridoo. I think I've actually fixed politics, because if there's ever like a disagreement in the House of Parliament or the Senate or whatever it's called in America, the opposition could just pull out a didgeridoo, and they'll be like. I disagree. Taxing the rich is a terrible idea. Why should the rich pay when they've worked so hard? You need to respect the rich more. They've built so much, and they'll just leave the country. And then I'll just bring out the didgeridoo. Can't argue with that. Someone in an iRacing race, they'll be like, "Oh, Game of Muscle, you can't drive. You didn't leave me enough space. You're in the way." You know, they'll be like, you're too aggressive, and what you're doing, and I'll be like, can't argue with that. What do you say to a didgeridoo? Nothing. There's nothing you can say. Look, if you can take a whole didgeridoo cat debate, to be fair, that's impressive. That's true. AC's for some genius reason, Assetto Corsa decided to put fairy washing up liquid on all the curbs. It was just a strategic choice by Stefano. Stefano's passionate about clean curbs, and he was like, "Oh, they're so dirty. We're going to put washing up liquid on all of them." And so, you know, if you can't accept his passion for clean race curbs, that's your problem, not his. My problem is we don't have a competitive setup for this open setup race. But it's fine, because the fixed setup race is next. And then we'll be good. And hopefully the wheel doesn't turn off. The Kill Tony Trump Biden special? No? I've just realised, did I put a drinks bottle in the freezer? I need some cold water. I hope everyone's well though that's watching. Click the follow button if you hate yourselves. Click the like button if you're sexy. Subscribe to us on YouTube if you like reviews, force feedback settings, pole dancing, bold men, shampoo tips, all that kind of stuff. Join the Game of Muscle teapot. Link is somewhere. It's in the description on YouTube. It's just a chill. I post stuff that I find funny there. It's just a chat room basically. It's not really sim racing. It's just where I put funny videos, or things that I find funny or interesting. I was watching a video this morning about British Leyland. It was like a 1960s, early 1970s BBC or something documentary. Might not even be BBC, but it's like a TV documentary about car production, and it's fascinating. Just the filming. I like old documentary stuff. I find it the filming style, you get to see people in the background and the streets and how shitty the UK was. And just like the bad technology, and the sexism is mental as well, and everyone just acts like it's normal. We've got a woman in the office, and she's not doing anything because women aren't allowed to, and they're just like totally fine with it. It's like old James Bond films. It's just so ridiculously sexist. Yeah, Austin Powers, but for real. Yeah, it's crazy. I think it's fascinating. Well, Skyworld's at 80. Just because women got slapped back then. Wow, they knew their place. Can you believe that they wanted to allow women to do the same stuff that men were doing? Ridiculous. Can you imagine a woman doing the same stuff that a man's doing? Oh no, I've done what a man does. Caught it. I've caught it. Clip it and ship it. I've just manned myself off the track. Poppycock. The old James Bond films, guys, are so hilariously bad. The way that they are with Miss Moneypenny, and then just the way the women are treated in it is so absurd. Like, there's a woman. I can sleep with her because she's a woman. She has no choice. It's a woman. I am James Bond. Oh dear. Like, it's a shame that I had not seen the old James Bond films before seeing Austin Powers, or maybe it was a good thing, but like, Austin Powers did not require any effort to be written, because it was all the material is in all the James Bond films already. It's just done. It's absolutely done for you. I 100% understand what Mike Myers did. Like, you just like so obvious. I used to love stuff like the Avengers and what was it, the Indestructible, the Challengers, those guys that they were in a plane crash and then they're invulnerable or something. 1960s, 1970s TV stuff. That was mental as well. Yeah, Austin Powers is... Whoa! Nice. Ah! The button. Nice slide. What is it? What was it called? The Challengers, I think it was. No. 70s action TV. The Challengers. No. What was it called? Is it The Champions? Oh, yes! So good! 1968 to 69. Oh, man, I love this as a kid. Absolutely love this. So good. I need to rewatch these. Absolutely amazing. They need to remake this and make it really cheesy. The filming of it was so good as well. Like, it was so like slow and nothing ever happened in it. It had really attractive women in it as well. This was my awakening. 60s women. Oh dear, so stupid. I don't think I did Carlo, no. I've not seen A-Team stuff. I need to. There's a whole bunch of this stuff I need to watch. So I need to put it on a film list. Okay. We finished in. We'll do the poll results here. We're gonna do another one here. That was a good. That was more productive. I need a setup for that. We aren't fast enough in that setup. The default setup. We finished in 6th. So the poll. Choose the prediction. Top 8. Yes. There you go. Well done, predictors. We'll do a new poll for top 5 on this next one in 15 minutes. Right. I'll be back in a second. I need to get a cup of tea. I'll have a biscuit and a cup of tea, I think. Or maybe a yogurt. Let's grab a yogurt. I'll be back in a second, guys. Hello. Yogurt time. How's everyone doing? Who's still with us? We got any New Zealanders still here? For all the New Zealanders, hello. I don't know what. How do you greet New Zealanders? Ma, 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 ma. That was for the Welsh viewers as well. Why is the sheep thing for Welsh? There's sheep all over the UK. Like, it's oddly specific, isn't it? These Tesco's yogurts are quite nice. They're the cheapo Aldi price matched Tesco basic yogurts. I'm addicted to them. Normally get the Lidl's versions. Can't beat a basic yogurt. Should probably just buy Greek yogurt and put my own stuff in it though. Probably healthier. Where there's smoke, there's fire. What if there's fire with no smoke? Can you have where there's fire, there's smoke? There's smoke. If there's an ethanol fire, there's going to be no smoke. So, also you could have smoke without fire, like a vape is smoke. So, you've told a fib. You're boycotting Tesco's as well. Well, where are you getting your food from? You're just gonna like grow your own food? Isn't a vape smoke? Sainsbury's ethical? Sainsbury's looks to me like an unethical company. I don't trust their logo. What about Morrison's? Where do I say? I don't know. Depends how long it takes us to win a race. The Sainsbury's genocide of 1870. What did they do? Counter debate's great granddad was Sir Sainsbury, single-handedly responsible for. Counter debate's great granddad was responsible for killing the last Neanderthal. So we've got counter debate to thank for removing Neanderthals. Absolutely disgraceful. It's all his fault. Supposedly Neanderthals and Homo sapiens interbred. So that, but I definitely think I'm more Neanderthal than Homo sapien. Counter debate's definitely a Homo sapien. Definitely definitely more of a Homo sapien than it's a stupid joke. It's a stupid joke. It's not even funny. It's just stupid. I would say I'm Homo erectus, to be honest. You can't beat a Homo erectus. You know. Who doesn't like a Homo erectus? I'd like to present Wayne Rooney as evidence that Neanderthals still exist. Why is Tesco? Where are you getting this advice from? Where's your like supermarket advice? You can't shop in Lidl's or Aldi's, but you can shop in Sainsbury's. This company is less ethically compromised. What about your roads? Are you a vegan as well? Is this to do with Palestine? Is this to do with Israel blowing the shit out of innocent Palestinians? Right. You know, it's not like a large power has completely bulldozed an entire population. That wouldn't happen in modern day times. That would be ridiculous. It'd be really hypocritical for the West to support the complete destruction of a segregated group of people. Wouldn't it? That would be pretty bad. I don't think that would happen these days, though, because I think we've moved past that kind of behaviour. Right, let's have a look here. Right. Caution! Disoccupied. Right, what is this for? Who's this run by? Is this run by communists? Where you spend your money matters. We are ranking thousands of brands based on their support of equality and justice. Equality for what? What justice? All that matters is sim rings and DD wheels. Ranking system. Game of Muscle. Is Game of Muscle okay to buy? I think I'm caution. I'm putting this on my screen. Do not buy. I'm putting this on my screen. Howdy. Oh, I can't get my browser to work. Oh, here we go. Right, what's it? Oh, shit the bed. I've clicked the wrong thing and ruined. I hope the stream's still running. Come back. Oh, there we go. Right. What's it called? DISOCCOUPIED. Improvised explosive. Here we go. Right, let's put this on the screen. Do not buy. Ranking. Ranking system. Why's my music stopped? Do not buy. Putting Game of Muscle on the list. Here we go. Add image to stream. There you go. There you go, guys. Great advice from me. Do not buy. Donate and cry. Do not buy. Don't make any sense. Thank you, guys, for not supporting us. Right, here we go. Continue the music. Perfect. Right, so what else is there on their ranking site? These companies directly do business in Israel, have publicly expressed one. This is all just to do with Israel. What about other social issues? What about what about other stuff that's happening? Doing business in Israel. Yeah, Israel's like a big country with lots of people. There's lots of people in Israel that don't support Israel necessarily. It does have the right to defend itself, yeah, and apparently it also has the right to segregate and destroy an entire group of people. So, yeah, you know, it's you can have a right for one thing, but that doesn't necessarily, like with America with Vietnam, America has the right to try and push for stability, but it doesn't mean that they can go and kill hundreds of thousands of people that are pretty innocent, you know. So that's the thing, isn't it? It's always a cultural difference. What? Murdering people? Do I have a right to defend myself against iRacers? Oh dear. Yeah. From the information I've consumed, I think it's pretty fair to say that Israel's response to was it July the 7th to that specific event, their response was not proportional, or even if whatever response they might have done, the result of what they've done has resulted in the death of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, but I don't know how many thousands it is, but lots of people, lots of innocent people, or there's been lots of unnecessary deaths. So regardless of if you're pro whoever, I think if you try and take a perspective of, does it appear that a lot of people are being killed which don't necessarily need to be killed or shouldn't die? Is there death occurring that really doesn't need to be happening? So like where you argue that's going to be difficult, but if you're in a position of power, you can tactically choose how you respond to being attacked, or even if you decide to attack or invade someone else, like even if you're doing it illegally, whatever, you can choose how you do that, and there's ways in which that's done which will result in more civilian death. And so you can base things on that, like without really choosing sides necessarily. It's like, well, from a pragmatic loss of life perspective,
The pace car is out of control.
so it's like the Ukraine-Russia conflict. I think you can quite clearly say if Ukrainians were bombing schools or housing blocks or like civilian targets, you'd be like, well, why? Like it's no, right? We know from a lot of war history that killing civilians doesn't actually. I don't think there's really any examples of killing civilians being a particularly productive decider for war efforts. If anything, it emboldened. I mean, unless you killed everyone, but that's not very practical. So yeah, so like if a country is directly attacking civilians, it doesn't matter which country it is. I mean, we've done it, Britain's done it, America's done it. Whoever's doing that's a problem, isn't it? So alright, I've tried understanding the whole Israel situation. It's Britain's fault. It's always Britain's fault. Every time you look into geopolitics and history, it's always Britain. These people can go over here. This border will do. I'm sure that'll be fine. Let's just ignore all the people that happen to live there and have had thousands of years of how things are being set up. Let's ignore how relevant water supplies or access to religious sites and whatever. Let's just ignore all that culture. Let's ignore it all. That line will do. Put those people there. It'll be fine. Oh, surprise, surprise. Things work fine. So just blame the British, I say. I'm sorry. My live streams are a bit of a war crime. A big thing that I think with Palestine, for example, is that, let's say you want to make the argument, you go, well, people can leave a country, you know. So from a personal perspective, let's say the UK was, let's say I didn't agree politically with the UK, and it was in some location or whatever, and I would, from a pragmatic perspective, I'd go, well, look, I'm not going to be able to change stuff necessarily. It looks really bad. Then you could be like, well, I'm going to leave the country, right? I'm going to seek asylum somewhere else. Now the thing is, Palestinians can't do that. Like, if you're like, let's say you're Palestinian and you really don't want to be involved with any of the stuff. You don't really, you know, you're not. You've got a family or something. You just want them to be safe. You can't. There's no route for them to leave the country, so you can't like go. There's no way for them to leave Palestine, so they're trapped. So you can't then. The people in that location are additionally hostages on top of whatever else is happening. So you can't even make the argument of, well, they should have left if they knew that the government was bad, or you know, those people should have got out, and so they still had a choice. It's like the Palestinian people, as far as I can gather, have no choice at all. So what do you mean there's no way to leave? Well, they can't go by the sea because I think it's controlled. The ocean's controlled. All the bordering countries, I don't think you could leave easily, and there's no bordering countries that you could get through easily, as far as I understand. I don't think you could particularly leave it, from my understanding of it, compared to some nations where you could potentially leave and seek asylum. Especially now, especially in the last, at the start of the recent conflict, you couldn't even get out of the country at all. They're locked in. That's the other thing. In most wars that occur, logistically, when a war starts, so like Russia-Ukraine war, a lot of Ukrainians could have. I'm not saying it's easy and it's not practical. So I'm not saying, oh, you just leave your country. But the point is, you could, at the start of the Russian-Ukraine war, a lot of people could just leave the country. It's not easy, but they physically could leave the country. It's complicated though, because there's obviously, yeah, it's just a whole it's a massive shit show, isn't it? And then it's always the bloody innocent people that get screwed over. Isn't that like ridiculous with like humans, with all these things that you have a minority of people that are like power seeking and want to like tell people what they can and can't do, But then the vast majority of people just want access to like a house to live in, water and food, and then some like basic facilities. They're happy with that. That's what most people want. It's not a lot. They just want to get through life before dying of old age. You know, they don't want like a yacht or a massive mansion or even like a big lawn or something, or horses or multiple sports cars. They just, you know, a flat with some water and some food. That's what they'd be happy with. Do their whatever religion they have. They want to follow their religion. They want to have a few, you know, social stuff that they go to, some friends. Do some arts and crafts. That's all they want. That is all they want. They don't want to do any harm. That's 99.9% of people just want to die of old age. But then you have this 0.0000001% of people that are like, I'm in power. I would like this boat. I would like this land. We could be more powerful than these people. My religion is better than your religion. I think we should do this, like this, and you will listen to me. Yeah, it's a small group of absolute arses that ruin. You see this all through, like, even in sim racing, even in iRacing, as crazy as the driving is, there will be like 30 car grid. There'll be 3 people that are dickheads. That's 10%, I guess, but like, yeah, all I want is a motor out my cellar. All I want is a basketball court. All I want is a helicopter and a race car. All I want is for Skywilk to concede an argument. Is that too much to ask? That could be my birthday present. Who's the other 6? But I don't know. You ready for this? I'm in a bunker.
Good luck, everyone.
Here we go, guys. Have I adjusted the gamma brightness? What, the game? No, I've just got the game on low settings. The capture card might be a little bit bright. It looks grey. Oh, that's just you. That's just you. That's because watching my live stream will make you depressed, and the whole world will just feel a bit grey and miserable. That's just Britishness seeping into you even more. So yeah, that's just a subjective perception of my live stream. This is actually really quite vibrant, but having to watch this, yeah, don't worry about it. It's pretty normal. It's like if you watch BBC Parliament. 10 minutes of that and everything's black and white. No, it's not a new mic, it's a mod mic 5. Hello, Amber Saber.
Green flag, green flag.
Oh dear, here comes. Ah, they're just so dumb, aren't they? Let's just let them go.
Alright. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
Wow.
Hang on, is that the wrecker guy next to me?
To the left.
It is, isn't it? The guy on my right is the guy that keeps wrecking us.
Still there, hold your line.
No! He almost took me out again. He almost wrecked me again.
There's an incident ahead.
Every race.
There's an incident ahead. Blue car
What
ahead.
is this
Car
break,
on your left.
man?
Blue
What
car
is
ahead. Stay on the
this?
right. Clear.
You gotta love it.
No worse, really.
There's an incident ahead. Fleet car ahead. Car stopped ahead. Go right. Left side.
Why is he slapping his brakes on there?
Stay on the right. Clear on
Thankfully, the grass isn't stupidly slidey anymore. So you can actually drive on the grass, which is nice. That would have been death in the past.
You, Ruben, why'd you break that? Like that? Why?
Oh.
Go right.
iRacing is fantastic.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
Oh, hello. Right, I'm running out of time. It's good fun though. Once you learn Jedi psychic capacity.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
This has been it's nice racing so far. I need to get up front. Let's get some pass in here. Get stuck behind these guys. Oh, they're going to crash. I feel like that right-hander, the angle could be slightly different. And it would flow much nicer. Maybe it's just iRacing with this car, but that right-hander, like, feels like if the angle was just slightly less, you could chuck the car into it more. Like the right-hander beforehand, yeah, Degna 2, like the right-hander beforehand is perfect. Like you still have to slow down for it. You know what I mean? You know when a corner, when the angle of it, like you might still have to brake, but the angle can be such that you can push the car into it super hard in a really satisfying way. And sometimes corners are just a little bit too tight for that, which is fine. It is what, yeah, they are what they are. It's going to depend on car setup and grip and a whole bunch of stuff, but. I think it's right. It's what the real track's like. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just a comment on racetrack design as a general thing. It's one of the things I don't like about a lot of the Tilkian, like a lot of the new Formula tracks. The corners are like all vague corners. They're not defined specific corners. They're pointless. Whereas a lot of the 1960s tracks is like each corner has its own character and its own like Road America, Road Atlanta, Brands Hatch, Alton Park, Laguna Seca, Mid Ohio. All those tracks, all the corners are really great. They all have their own thing to them. This is a fantastic track as well. Portimao is a good track actually. Yeah, Portimao was in 2000s, I think. What's that? There's that city track. What's that European city? Baku's a good track, I think. If that's all right.
One, just set the fastest lap. 52.913. New fastest lap for you.
This is the guy who keeps wrecking me.
Keep to the right.
Here we go. We ready?
Hold your line. Clear, left side. Still there. Clear.
Every time he's next to me, he drives into me, and I'm always leaving enough space for him. He always drives into me. It's insane.
Big lurker, don't get wrecked.
Oh, thank you. Homemade tacos. Thanks for subscribing, really appreciate it. Almond is going to wreck me. Every race he wrecks me. It's insane. Oh, he's lagging as well. He's flashing on and off. He's spamming thanks to me. His car just jumped 10 meters. So I'm like moving because I think he's going to drive into me, and then his car just... He just flashed in position. Woo! Yeah, we're not finishing this race. This guy's going to drive into us. 100%.
The pace car is out of control.
Right side. The car in P.
Oh, fair play, John. That was a good overtake.
52.5.
Credit to him. That was a nice overtake. Now he's weaving, which is against iRacing rules. But fine. We all know how much iRacing moderates their servers, so it's fine. If you can get away with it, you can do it. Are we ready? Are we ready for the pump when I do a clean overtake on him? I'm ready. I was born ready. Maybe he'll drive away from us. I think he is faster than us. What's he doing? I think he's drunk. Sometimes you need a few drinks though to enjoy iRacing, so it's understandable. Oh, it's a 1X. Oh, what was that? I heard the crunch, I didn't see
Really,
it.
John?
Oh.
Fuck me.
I think someone dive bombed someone. And this is such a good car track combo though, like this car, this sort of F3, F2, F3 is like, Formula 1's a bit rubbish around here, but F2 and F3 have like a bit of slip to them. They're not completely glued, but then they're fast cars, so they really, you got a little bit of slip through the S's and stuff. But they're fast enough that the track doesn't feel like it's going to take a million years to get around. Yeah, LMP2 will be good around here as well. To be fair, GT, it's a good track for anything that's got a little bit of downforce, like GT3, LMP2, F2, F3. Faster cars with a bit of downforce, basically. Maybe down to like a Radical SR3, and then below that, it is what it is. Like, it's still it's a good track for anything. But you know what I mean. I think it just shines with F2 and F3.
The leader is running 53.0.
Well, can't debate. That's probably not something your girlfriend's ever said, is it? Let's be honest.
The car is P5.
LOL.
52.
LOL.
73.
Ah, that's a shame. I'm hot, and you're not.
I'm hot, and you're not.
I love the beat on that. It's like the most generic rap beat from the 80s. I'm hot, and you're not.
I'm hot, and you're not.
And it's the stupidest rap as well, to the beat precisely. I'm hot, and you're not. And it rhymes. Oh, it couldn't be more perfect. So bad. It's like an 808 hi-hat, isn't it? You need a boombox. Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me? Don't you? Stupid song. What a dumb song. Oh dear. Why would she sing that song to someone? Doesn't make any sense.
The pace car is out of control.
Michael is Doyle. Hello. Welcome to the channel. You won't like it here. Go away. What are you doing here? You shit. Welcome. Welcome, young man. Do not buy. Someone told me that you had a boyfriend who looked like your girlfriend. What? Oh, I keep remembering that I bought a didgeridoo. So excited. We had a donation goal at the weekend for £40 to get a didgeridoo, and then someone donated a didgeridoo. I'm honestly so hyped for a didgeridoo. I get to put a long firm wood shaft in my mouth and blow on it. It's my dream. It's always been my dream. An Australian shaft. Thick Australian shaft in my mouth. pushed against the lips. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be exciting. I think it's 6 foot. I don't know how big it is. It's got to fit through the post. So it's got to be at least 5 foot. It's not a mini one. I don't deal with mini shafts. I wonder what a didgeridoo sounds like underwater. For science. Don't know, Deej TV, I might have seen it, I don't know.
I'll say thanks for that, John, but taking me out on the chicane there wasn't so pleasant, though, man.
Elsa Funny, small tip for you. I've probably been sim racing longer than you, so small tip. Maybe you should listen to what I say. I think there's a good chance that I'm way more experienced at sim racing than you. Small tip. Deal with it. I think I probably know better than you. I would imagine that you've not got 25 years of sim racing experience on public servers, and I think you. Small tip. Maybe you should think about why a live streamer drives how they do for a live stream. Small tip. Maybe it's more entertaining when a guy that's wrecked you in previous races potentially gets wrecked driving into you again, and maybe that's more funny, and maybe that's more entertaining. Yeah, do you know what's good braincraft is actually understanding the entire context of a live stream and having the mental capacity to realise that someone that's been sim racing for 25 years probably understands some of the most basic principles of racing. Small tip for you there. Small tip, guys. Small tip. Yeah. If you want to stay in the back, yeah, that's what it is, yeah. Small tip. Oh, hello, I've just come into your live stream. And I bet you probably haven't thought of the most obvious and most basic. Oh, yeah, I don't understand it. Yeah, no, you got me. Yeah, that's it, you got me. Yeah, oh no. Yeah, I've never talked about racing in the draft and driving in terms of strategically driving, and we've never talked about that before. Oh, hang on. Do you need a YouTuber to produce monotonous guide videos so that you then take them as a coach or something? Is that what you require? Is that it? Is that what you're looking for? So I have to explain to you. So I'm stopping the entire live stream here to explain how live streaming works to you. Is that what you want? Is that what you require? So everybody, stop the live stream. Stop the live stream. We need to explain ourselves. Everything needs to be explained for the small tip. Stop the live stream, guys. Small tip. Small tip. Small tip. I bet. Yeah, small tip. Just a tip. Just a small tip, guys. Yeah, I've triggered. Yeah. I'll explain again. Live streaming. If the live streamer just sits there and then gives you and then goes, "Oh, that's really good advice. That's useful to know. That's great, actually. Yeah, That's really good to apply, and I'm now going to condescendingly agree with you in a very condescending way and go and create an environment of we can all learn from these tips, and this is why we're doing what we're doing. And yes, you're definitely correct, and you know, there is that strategical component. You could be a really condescending live streamer, but frame it as if you're not being condescending, and then get the message that would be conveyed is one of, oh, you're really receptive to learning and helping people get better, and then you can get money off people by doing that. So yeah, you can do that for sure. But ironically, though I am apparently sarcastic, egotistical and obnoxious, ironically I'm actually doing it out of respect. But you know, it's too complex. It's too complex. So I could be condescending to you if you want me to. If you'd like the condensation, if that's easier for you, we can do that. Don't get bold as well. Small tip. Triggered. God, imagine someone being a bit over the top in a live stream, because it's probably a little bit more entertaining than just, you know. Imagine that. Small tip. Thank you, Vinge21, for the small tip. Appreciate it. Oh dear. Small tip. What you should do now is go to another stream, or maybe post online and go, I tried to give Gamer Muscle a really good little tip, and he's shit at driving, and he just refused to listen because he's arrogant, ignorant, bold dick. And then loads of people that are iRacing fans that hate the fact that I point out the tire model's a bit wonky in this game, they will all be like, oh, that's amazing, and you can get loads of upvotes for that, and then you can go and just do that. That's what some people do, and you could even clip it and then post it, and then well, you know, that's the world we live in. Small tip. This is how pantos are written. I only accept massive tips. Sorry guys, I've refunded all your small tips. Oh yes, I had to disable clipping. That was it. I forgot. Yeah, due to people taking clips out of context and then trying to use it for their own rage baiting. Yeah, sad really. It's a shame because it's quite funny. It's quite fun having clips and stuff. But yeah, what can you do? What can you do? This is what happens when you grow up in Middlesbrough. Tip farming, yeah, I think so. Man, I really regret not putting out thousands of completely like ridiculous driver like shorts. Trail brake. Racing brake defended into a corner. Like the most basic force feedback settings, because like if you do that now, then people are like, oh. That's what you have to do these days. Unless you're a real race driver, then you don't need to because you're a real race driver. Oh dear. Are you saying that you're really good and that you don't make any mistakes, Gamer Muscle? You're so arrogant. If you know these things, why are you in 11th place? Why are you playing Super Mario incorrectly? Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is. There's the wrecker. I thought he'd wreck against me. show Morad how it's done. I don't have active pedals, so I can't. I don't have a merch store either. By the way, I actually like Morad. This is what's shit, right? Because people are so stupid. Like, I think this is a really big problem in sim racing. There's so many like people that have no like or they can't detect sarcasm or like abstraction. And so I have to then repeatedly say stuff like, "Oh no, I like this stream. I like this person. I like what they do," or you know, whatever. And it's just tedious having to constantly go, "Yes, this is not serious," and it's like that just ruins the joke. It ruins the fun of stuff. Having to constantly do that due to, you know, oh dear.
Very good job.
The game center did a good job. Small tip, good job. Right, that was fun. Let's have a look at the guy pummeling my rear end. Yeah, small tip, guys. If you want to be fast in a driving sim, don't live stream whilst you're driving. Maybe don't have hour-long political debates whilst you're in the start of an F3 race. Small tip. maybe don't have your USB web camera disconnect so that your wheel turns at a 90-degree angle and drives you into the wall. Small tip. Don't have a Logitech C120 webcam disconnect mid-race. Small tip. Small tip. Small tip. Like... Small tip, maybe play driving simulators that have realistic time models. Small tip. There's so many things. There's so many things to consider. Don't jerk the wheel like an amateur. Don't put spaghetti in your mouth. Don't be over 30 and waste your life playing video games. Small tip. Don't become a sim racing YouTuber. Small tip. Don't do this. Why did I do this to myself? Spaghetti. I've been eating rice recently. What's that small tip? Oh, I don't know. Oh dear. Small tip, Thomas. Small tip. Someone came in chat and said that I need to not battle because I lose the draft of the cars in front, and it'll just slow me down if I slow up a faster car. Because obviously, after 25 years of sim racing, I don't know the basics of catching up with cars in front and what gaps are and what would be a productive time to catch up with. Obviously, you know, I mean, that's pretty obvious. B, I'm obviously not hoping that the car that wrecked me in the previous race would drive into me hilariously and he would take himself out, which inevitably he did on another car. I'm not hoping for that. And C, if the cars in front are so far away, you might as well just bloody be racing because it's more fun and entertaining to watch. It's not... Why? But, you know, small tip. Now, you could say we're overreacting, but I think it's amusing, so that's fine. Yeah, just get a small tip if you're playing iRacing. To be fair, that's not a small tip. That's a big tip in iRacing. Pull over and let a faster car go past and don't race them is a good way to play iRacing. I know, Matt. 25... I mean, it's probably even longer than that. Ah, dear. I still find it entertaining, though. That's what matters. Exactly. Small tip. Hyperbole. How does it work? Is it hyperbole? Exaggerate? Be a bit over the top? Honestly, some of the comments I get on videos and stuff, I'm not sure. There seems to be people out there that don't seem to be able to detect the exaggeration Like, obviously some people do, and some people just don't like what I do and don't find it funny. That's fine. I totally agree with them. I would probably not watch my content, so that's fine. But seems to be a surprisingly high number of people that can't detect the fact that it's, you know, you're trying to do a live stream. Like, if you ain't got talent on the track, you have to make up for it in other areas. Oh dear. Right, we're trying to find where this guy crashed. This guy's our rival, Almond. I'm just going to call him Almond. Don't know his real name. Well, I do, but we'll just call him Almond. We're beating him twice now. Oh, no, he beat us once. Right, hang on. Yeah, you gotta just accept tips, haven't you? Yeah, not sure. I know you're having fun, Nasty Butler. That's good enough. If you're having fun, that's all that matters. As long as if you're not wrecking other people's race and you're having fun. I think there's netcode on this as well. Like, this guy's driving as if his ping's fantastic, but like, look at this. We're not even close to him. And to be fair, he's actually driving fine as well. That's fine. Like, we're both going through this corner. I mean, he is squeezing us, but the contact is from netcode here. I'm driving in a totally normal way through this corner. And then that's his netcode. Small tip muscle. Have you guys noticed the sheer amount of completely ridiculous sim tip shorts and stuff? And it's got to like a really absurd level. Well, not to knock like driver coaches and stuff. Like, like people like Swallow, I think he does a really good job and his tips are great. And there are esports drivers doing advice and things. So I'm not. Also, I think it's good for people to do whatever content they want to do. So not knocking individuals, and I'm really happy that they can build. If they can build a channel and they can get viewers and subscribers, and that allows them to. That allows them to do their hobby and make money from it. So I'm happy for them to do what they do, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't do it. From an external perspective, though, looking at the context of sim racing, the sheer amount of completely moronic tip videos where it's like, from defending, to put the car in this position, and also a lot of them are completely wrong. It's like, if you're playing iRacing, you have to put your car ridiculously on the inside of the corner like an idiot, because the car behind will always plow you. They will always do the dumbest move. So you have to actually drive badly is how you have to play iRacing, because you have to be so unambiguous and so non-skillful in racecraft. You have to be like over the top stupid because of how netcode works in iRacing. But the problem with a lot of these videos is that they make them as if it's real motorsport, and they don't make them as if it's a driving simulator with the flaws that those driving simulators have. So this is Swolio guilty of this. They don't specifically say iRacing's tyre model, netcode or whatever, or these things. They don't specifically say this is the flaw. This is categorically very different from real life of these things. Some of them allude to it a bit, but, they play into the sim delusion to monetize it. And I'm saying they're guilty. They need to make money. I'm happy for them. So, not knocking them as individuals. But it is this, like, weird, obviously playing into that subtext and leveraging the sim delusion. They're leveraging that. It's the same with flight sims as well. So it's not just a driving sim thing. It's like, ignoring the massive flaws in Microsoft Flight Sim when landing, and the fact that the ground effect doesn't work properly, or there's no proper damage on the landing gear if you're overly heavy, or the weather's doesn't synchronize properly, or the plane systems often are completely bonkers, or the flight patterns that the computer pre-programs in a complete BS, or the fact that there's no consequences if you ignore air traffic control, or the fact that there's random planes flying around because they're desynchronized not properly, or the fact there's no consequences if another aircraft just flies right in front of you, which would be a major incident in real life. These people and these things are all about playing into the delusion that it's not a video game and not the reality of what it actually is. And it's all about presenting the role-playing delusional part of it and then leveraging that delusion. And it's ridiculous. It's got worse. It's got way worse, because in the past, sim racers and flight sim players knew it was a video game. They were like, oh yeah, and they were a bit insecure about their hobby because they were like, I feel like a bit of an idiot playing driving games with a toy steering wheel, which they shouldn't have felt like an idiot. They should have fun doing what they're doing, as ridiculous as it is. But now it's like you get them on motorsport live streams as well, and they're like they're watching the real motorsport, and they're all these sim racers typing stupid sim racing gaming shit when there's people trying to enjoy real motorsports, like real race driving stuff, and they keep throwing in tropes from iRacing or some stupid streamer's channel. Like, if I had a viewer from my channel go, and that was like Game of Muscles thing, I'd be like, oh no, don't type that. Do not type that on a real motorsport thing. No, there's gaming. No, don't talk like a toddler because that streamer uses stupid words to like get their cult base to feel like they're part of a group. Don't do that. Think for yourself, guys. Sim racing's gone stupid. Right, there you go. That was just that rant. I'll just get that out of my system. Just getting that out there, guys. Full rant. Turbo rant. Yeah, this gets me. It makes me. This is all because I get chased.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT.
Thanks,
mods.
Max.
It's really good.
It's like this is all because I hate swans that attack me on my kayak. This is what this is. I can't beat the swans, so I have to just shout about driving sims. Because if I smack swans with my paddle, I get arrested, even though it's them attacking me. I feel much better. Thank you.
The pace car is out of control.
They don't know anything. Go to YouTube to your own video from 10 years ago. Now what am I saying? What am I complaining about? Just tell me how I'm being hypocritical. No, I don't want to be embarrassed by my own content. Just tell me what I did wrong. Just tell me. I can't load up a video whilst I'm live streaming. I probably am I arguing against myself? I don't know. Okay, what? Right. Okay, I'm going to go to it, but like I hate looking at previous videos of myself because I probably said something stupid. I don't like watching my own content. Right, where is it? What is it? What's the video called? Ferrari 458 first impressions. Is this in ACC? Right. Bloody hell. Right, what do I say? Play Assetto Corsa. Right, here we go. What time stamp? Bloody hell. Oh, look at this video. This is from 10 years ago. Oh dear. Right, here we go. Here's the video, right. What time am I going to? 5 minutes 36. Right, what do I say? Oh, God, 5 minutes 36. I was probably driving really bad at this. I was really bad at driving 10 years ago. Right to this level, and I think Live for Speed is probably the closest when it just comes to drifting. Right, hang on, pause. But right, here we go. What would 5:36? The car mechanics combined with the actual force feedback feel and the car and this specific car, it just goes together so well. So other than the physics, which as you can probably tell, I definitely think are some of the best physics, if not the best physics, currently available on a PC. Some of the best, if not the best. Max Verstappen watches my video and copies me. Consumer PC. Some of the best, if not the best. Well, what can I say? You know, Max was a big fan of my channel. Some of the best, if not the best.
One or GT mods, they're really, it's really good.
Play it again. Play the Max clip again. Hang on, where's this clip? It's so stupid. Oh dear, that's so bad. So stupid. Right. Where was it? 5:36.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
I definitely think some of the best physics, if not the best physics. No, Max Verstappen hadn't been born when I made that. Max Verstappen was watching that as a toddler, and he's gone, oh. well, I mean, what can I say? What can I say? It's just it's subconsciously I've infected Max Verstappen's brain, and that's it. That's it. There you go. Right, I need to edit that. Need to cut that out and go Game of Muscle 10 years ago, Max Verstappen 2024. I'm already we've already done it all. It's old. A decade ago. Yeah, that's it. Max Verstappen clearly was inspired by my sim racing, obviously. Hang on. 10 years ago. How old is Max? He's like 8 years old. So this he would have watched this whilst he was in the testicle. So now, how old's Max now? Like 22. So we would have been 12? How old is he? Oh, he's 24. Is he older now? I don't know how old he is. I mean, he started go-karting when he was like 3, so... But yeah, it's not really a coincidence, is it? Obviously, it's not a coincidence at all. Right, small tip. Let's try and be negative. Still the same. I thought it was going to be me saying the complete opposite or something, but actually, to be honest, I am normally pretty consistent with stuff because I base what I say on what's evident at that point in time, generally speaking. So it will be consistent to that point in time. I've got really bad short-term memory, so like making something up doesn't work for me, even if I wanted to. I'm sure there are times when I've made stuff up, though, obviously, but I don't know how people, you know, people that lie on purpose on certain things, even like stuff that doesn't matter. I'm not talking about like tricking people, but some people like fib about stuff, right? And it's not, they don't mean it in a bad way. It's just whatever. I don't have the memory for that kind of stuff, so I can't do it. I probably would if I could. Like, it's just so much easier not doing that. Small tip energy, yeah. Small tip. Small tip. It's not just narcissists. Like, I think normal people will fib about something, or like frame something in a certain way that's maybe not completely honest, or maybe a misremembering of it, and then they go along with it, but they have to remember that thing, and then it's not necessarily through someone being bad or whatever. I say I just can't do that because I can't remember stuff. So like stuff has to be, the only way I can remember something is by thinking about it sort of logically, if that makes sense, and then that's how I'm reminded of what the thing was. God, this is why I can say the same things every live stream without going insane. Can't remember it. Yeah, that's it. It's exactly Mark Gaming. She can't understand. She just tell the truth about anything. It's your autism. Yeah, it isn't through being ethical or through not wanting to lie. It's through being too dumb. It's just too hard. It's just too hard. When did I change the background? What do you mean? What background? I need a setup for this car. Oh, I mean, I change my shirt every time it cuts, and you guys never notice. I have like 50 shirts down here. Did you mean this background? Well, we got the flag to cover up the sim rig that's behind us, which actually, that's worked really well. I'm really happy with that. Like £7 flag, at least did it. Oh, because I was trying to work out how to cover up the sim rig. And then we've just put the mug on the box and moved some wheels around. I need to clear this off somewhere, like the OSW, but I don't know where to put it. We put the fish behind us as well. Birds on the pedals. I quite like the flag being crinkled. I don't think it's... Oh yeah, it's a little bit creased, isn't it? But that's how they are. It's just how they are. Oh yeah, we could put, but I don't think anyone will really buy them other than if I say in videos to buy them. They're so good. If anybody wants a water bottle, we have a Ionate water bottle. They do thermoses, but they have amazing lids on them. They're good quality water bottles. Here we go. This is gonna be like a message. We have a 10% discount, and it's also an affiliate link, and I get a percentage as well. The lids on them are really good, and they're nice to hold in one hand. And then it's got a double lock on it, so this locks up there, so it won't open. But it also has this like clip on it, which locks, but you can like pull it down, and then it pops up with a spring. And then you can just do that and clip it up. And also a lot of liquid comes out of it. Like it doesn't, it's not an effort to drink from it, and they don't leak. And you can also put, I put like hot tea and stuff in them. So they're really good. These ones are metal ones as well. But they do thermo ones. Don't know why my cameras are changing so quickly. Cameras have gone hyperactive. This one's like a thermal.
I want to lose some more money to you. Are you okay with this behavior?
Are you okay with this behavior? Thank you very much. We're on the do not buy list, but I do really appreciate it. That's £8.40 something. Thank you very much. I mean, if you've got money to waste, I'm willing to recycle it for you. I do appreciate that. Thank you. I think they're like £20 or something, but which is quite a lot. Actually, it'll be like £18, I think, with the discount code. But I've been buying them for like 10 years, and my last one I had for like. Actually, I still have it. I still have my old one. And they've actually improved the lid design. Oh, it's also got this thing here on them that is plastic now instead of fabric, and it clips in. So it's just more durable. They're better materials now. Let me put if you press ! water, I think it should come up. Yeah, it works really good for the. I'm surprised the insulation's good because the top isn't insulated with the lid. The lid top isn't that insulated, but it stays hot for ages. Which I'm actually surprised because I wouldn't have thought it would. It's also got a lot. This 700 milliliters. It might even be almost a litre actually. And so I think it's not usual for a drinks bottle to be this shape, easy to hold in one hand, but also have a litre of hot drink in it. They do small ones as well, but ! water, and I think the discount code should come up. Yeah, they're really good. I contacted them. They didn't like reach out to me to do do you want to sponsor or partner or whatever. I contacted them because it's a really good product. So I wanted to promote it. I also wanted to promote Yorkshire tea, but they're not interested. But Iron 8 were like, yes! And then they sent me 5 water bottles as well. So. And they also ship, they're international as well, so it's good. There you go. No, I was surprised. I sent one email off the cuff thinking, they won't reply. And then like a few days later, they're like, oh yeah, cool. I'm surprised other influencers aren't really doing stuff with them because there's a lot of influencers promoting drinks bottles and shit. I guess what they're doing is promoting shit ones that have a larger profit margin and probably pay the influencers more, so that's why they're doing it. It's not like those G Fuel and shit that's like garbage. I think is garbage subjectively. Maybe it's not garbage, please don't sue me. But you know what I mean? It's like there'll be huge margins, they'll reach out to influencers. Whereas in this case, I really like what they do, and so probably less money in it. Well, I do. I won't have because iRacing is international. It's only the oval that's pure American. Oh, air up. Well, there seems to be a bit of debate on those air up things. Someone made a video about that, saying that for some people quite like it, especially once the smell's gone down a bit. But yeah, I will show the Moser Pit House. Let me do this lap and I'll show you. Well, I don't really do much of the settings.
Green flag, green flag.
All I've done is reduce the high frequency stuff, and also I think that's it. That's it actually for this car. Just reduce the high frequency setting. Well, I don't know. I've said this before with energy drinks. Clearly, if you're someone like Logan Paul or one of these influencers, you know that children are watching your content, right? How could you ethically promote? I'm not saying all energy drinks are unhealthy. There might be drinks that could be promoted that aren't unhealthy, but generally speaking, the whole premise of energy drinks is that they are like effectively drugs that can be legally sold to children. How can you ethically Be happy with that. It's insane. Like, what? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not much. If you're already rich, why do you even need to promote that? So I 100% understand. I say people that people doing YouTube that have got families, or people that are tight for money. It's, you know, they've got to look out for their family and stuff, and so I get why people in that situation do sponsorships that are maybe ethically not the best. And maybe you could take a purist capitalist view of it, in a sense. But if you're already wealthy, why? Why? Like, there's no... Obviously, they just don't give a shit at all. Which is mental. I'm not like saying that's some kind of virtue signalling, oh my god, I'm so principled. It's like... It's not really that... You know, you can make money from lots of things. Why would you be selling energy drinks to teenagers and kids? It's mental. Absolutely mental. Right, let me show the settings. Oh, hang on. We might have an issue here because of the way this works. You're going to break my game. All to show in the settings. Hang on. My Moser Pit house software is a bit... Oh, no, there we go. There we go. This is the main setting. I just changed this. Just turn the force feedback equalizer. Just turn this to 60 hertz to like 50% and 100 hertz to off to 0. And then that's it. That's it. In AC, I'll put this wheel damper here on 100, which doesn't do anything. But then what it does is you can then use natural inertia, and that will make the natural inertia work, which is good for stopping the cars being overactive. But for iRacing, I don't use the damper. So everything's basically defaults. I do have... I turn the hands-off protection off, and I also put it on radical mode. Temperature strategy, conservative or radical. There's no in between. It's either you're conservative or you're radical. Radical, dude. Conservative or radical. Oh dear. Conservative or radical. I love Chinese English. It's amazing because no one would say radical, but it is a really good word. It's a much better word to use. I love that kind of stuff. Radical. Radical, dude. That's it really. Bodacious. Conservative or bodacious. So good. So good. Yeah, I really like that. I think we should just adopt Chinese English because it is it's right and it's better. It's normally better sounding. Right, here we go. Groovy baby mode. Here we go. Bodacious force feedback mode. Daniel Moradical. Oh dear. Oh, I'm just using iRacing force feedback at the moment. But if I use IFFB, I normally have it turned down quite a lot, and then I have the oversteer effect put on a very low setting, so you get a little bit of a tug when the tyres are about to give out. But I've just memorised. Once you memorise a car and track combo, you drive off the skid sounds, you can drive without it if you do a lot of racing. Bodacious, dude. Here we go. Oh shit.
Green, green, green.
Oh no, look who it is on our left. Oh, it's the Deathmobile.
Right side.
Every race. Oh, for Christ's sake! It's iRacers. Well, that's a good race. Good job, iRacing. Fucking Christ. Like this. How can you be that bad in the top split? How? How can you be this bad? He's on the throttle. He's last. He's last. I had to react to the car in front slowing down because they almost drove into each other. So this guy reacts here. So I'm like, he's on the throttle into me. Why? You can see my speed. He said his brake pedal was broken. Yeah, fair enough. He said sorry. Jesus Christ. No worries. No worries, didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, bloody iRacing, guys. Ah, dear. Right, here we go. Let's find another race to do whilst we do this. Bloody iRacing. So you see, this is what I was saying about the damage, right? If that wasn't such like a big thing with, if you didn't get damage from that, or really bad damage, I'm not saying this is realistic or unrealistic, separate conversation to that. If that type of thing happens where he didn't intentionally wreck me, if you have less damage, then we could continue racing. Now, obviously someone would go, well, you know, it's a simulator. But it's like, well, yeah, but maybe you didn't actually hit us that hard. You know, maybe it wasn't actually that bad. You don't know in netcode. But that's an example of how damage, you could say it's part of the gameplay. Yeah, it's fine. But if you don't have damage, you can continue racing. Or if you have lower damage, you can continue racing. So, no, it doesn't counter debate. That's the whole point. Brett Grant, have you seen the Team Trauma YouTube short where they ask a blue flag driver in front to let them through, and they tell him to read the rules, so he replies with the rules to them, and they tell him to bugger off? No, I've not seen that. What's running? Bloody hell, there's not another race. Oh, jeez. Scammed. Hungaroring's shit. Fuji International Speedway. Will this finish? That won't finish in time. It might do. I don't want to drive Fuji. I don't like it. But we could do it. Oh, should we do? Oh, no, it won't. Oh, it might do. Oh, we might be able to do that and just about have time to get into the other one. Yeah, the Super Formula Lights. That's the only option, really. No, I don't. Hungaroring's really bad in iRacing to drive because of the corners and the tyres. I just really don't want to drive it. We'll do the Super Formula Lights, and then we can register for the F3. Yeah, the car's not too bad, Jet Red, but that track is horrendous in iRacing. It absolutely breaks the physics. You're waiting to get ramshackled. A good old ramshackling. Shackle those rams. Ooh. Oh, we've been going for 7 hours and we haven't won. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Small tip. So guys, small tip. Who thinks that who's going to win the election in America now? Now that there's a woman, potentially could be the first ever female president. Would that happen, or is that just asking too much? Is it? What do you guys think? I think they should have put Bernie Sanders forwards because I think he's. The track's wet. Oh no. Oh, lightly wet. What's the weather going to be in the race? Lightly wet. Oh, this is all wet's crap in iRacing.
You're on a dry tyre.
Yeah, the wet's just shit in iRacing because it's so slidey. So I don't know. I'm probably just not going to bother. iRacing have totally messed the sim up with the rain because it's already it's like driving in the wet when it's dry. Forget that. That's crap. iRacing in the dry is like driving in the wet, so I don't know what they're thinking with the rain, to be honest. Like, yeah, I think we might be done. We might be iRaced. We've been defeated by a rear end and iRacing. I think we might have been beaten here, guys. There's nothing else to do, unless there's oval. Let's see. Who wants to drive on a already... Oh, we could do the ARCA series. Is that on a super speedway? Here we go. Text it. All right, we'll do that. Who wants to drive a track that's already wet at the start of the race and is basically the same conditions through the whole race? Why would you voluntarily choose to do that? Like, it makes sense if you're doing an endurance race and it rains a little bit, or you're in a race and the track's slightly damp a little bit and then dries out, or, you know, but like, no race driver really wants a race where the track is just wet because it's just worse driving. it's just worse. It's just worse. And then, without safety cars or yellow flags to then take advantage of that part of the system, don't make any sense. But you know, it rains in real life, so that's what we need in Sims. Yeah, I mean, I drive better in the wet. I do better than most people in the wet. I like that the it's easier for me to drive in the wet because I'm more active on the steering and stuff, but it genuinely makes sim racing worse. So it's just bizarre. Oh, people are so stupid. That makes sense, Bram. Yeah, well, did you see it, Matthew? I was watching Daniel Gray, and he's doing really well actually. And just what they basically, he's having to trundle around. He can't drive. Occasionally he would try and like pass or like he'd be close to someone, and if he drove his car slightly off the line, it would just be sliding all over the place. And Daniel Gray's a good sim racer. Like, I mean, he's not an esports pro, but he's experienced and he's good at iRacing. And it's like, well, it's just ridiculous. Like, GT3 cars in real life are not that ridiculous in the wet on wet tyres, and not that like binary and that sloppy. And and how is that even fun? It's good. It's good, and you've got an endurance race, and you don't know for strategy, and it rains a little bit. That's good. Like, the general system's good, but the physics are just not good enough to support it properly. Well, off the line that happened to be good. So I'm not saying off the racing line, but whatever the line, there was a good line to drive on. But that's the other thing as well. Just so this is something this is another thing that's happened. This is very much like iRacing does braking properly. People have heard that the racing line in the wet is slippy, right? And iRacing made a big thing of talking about that, and so did some like drivers and stuff, making a big thing out of it, right? So the problem is, it's not binary, and there's lots of times, even in the wet, where the drivers would still race on a racing line, and it might still be better for going into the corner, and there might be puddles, and there might be some other stuff, or you might be in a side-by-side, or there's loads of variables where, yes, the racing line at a certain point in time, when it rains, will be slick, and generally drivers might want to stay off it. Fine, but it's not binary. So there's so many sim racers now that just go, they're like, you can't drive on the racing line in the wet. Can't drive on the racing line. We've been doing racing, and then it'll be really slipping, but the line, it actually makes sense to be on the racing line for a specific corner, and they'd be like, no, it's because you're on the racing line in the wet. It's not that simple. Oh dear. But because iRacing made such a thing out of it, that's now become like gospel of racing line. Don't drive on it in the wet at all. Can't drive on it. It's wet. I'm not using IRFFB at the moment. Yeah, I mean, also, it's going to depend. It depends how rubbered in the racing line is, what tyres they're on, how wet it is, the tyre temperatures, the prior parts of the track, and the temperature that the tyres are at for that lap, how the type of track surface, the actual line into the corner. If there's, you know, sometimes there's like some bits of track can end up like weirdly slick. I've been at real racetracks in the morning where it's had like, what's it called, like moisture on the track from the night, and one corner. So this is at Donington actually. There early in the morning. You know, the before the long straight, there's like a sort of dip, and then it goes up in the right-hander. That little dip in that right-hander had like frost or something, because it'd been in the shade, and so the rest of the track dried out more in the day, and that one bit of track was still wetter than the rest of the track. No, just the right-hander before the straight that has the big blue building on it. So effectively the track the rest of the track was effectively green, mildly damp. You could probably, like, very, very, very lightly damp, you could possibly say, but it was cold and green. But then that one corner was effectively damp. It's like it's just not that simple. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, look, it depends on the car as well, mostly parked, yeah, and the degree to which it's, yeah, there's so many variables. So many variables. What? That is a really big thing in sim racing with like, all Formula cars have stiff brakes. All strong force feedback or weak force feedback. It's like people reduce stuff into a binary. I did. I sprayed oil there. No, I was in the control room. Some people were filming some stuff, and I was in the Marshall. So they have a room with all the monitors for all the corners. So that you've got the Marshall booths, but then you have like a Marshall room. Sim racing is a scale model of the real world. It's a broken scale model. It's like a model train set. A broken model train set. That's actually really cool, guys. If you get a chance, if you're at a racetrack and it's not like it's just a small event or something, or you know just testing or track day or something, they're normally they're super laid back at racetracks. It's really weird. They have the control room with all the screens. Every corner has like multiple cameras on it, and they have a whole array, and you can then see all the cars going around the track. It's really cool. Oh right, as in pitch religions formed. Pitchforks aimed. Bold people rightfully attacked. They should be. Yeah, I think it's just a control room, so they can then tell the marshals so the marshals can say stuff, but they can also see it. It's really cool. It's really surprising how chilled out racetracks are. How much you don't need like any special access, even at like surprisingly big events. It's actually really weird how chill they are. Maybe it's just because I'm confident and I just walk into places, but like generally, if you just ask nicely and you're friendly to people that are, you know, they're like, oh yeah, and if you're interested and you show interest in stuff that's someone's job, they normally like that you show interest in it, so it's cool. Yeah, race control. Clip it and ship it. Oh dear. Gamer Muscle says he likes race control rooms. Clip it and ship it. Oh dear. Yeah, race control would be the room, yeah. I would be so stressed doing that job, especially if you see like a random accident or you have protesters run onto the track. You'd just be like, oh, shit. Lock it down, sort it out. The people that do that are normally so like really relaxed people. It's like air traffic controllers. They're like there's something wrong with them. Palooka, no, they don't care. Like people don't care. Like obviously I'm not famous, so they don't know that I ever do sim racing or YouTube. You know, I'm a nobody. So anyway, it's just people like to share. If there's someone has a job, then they like to share the information about it. Normally, a lot of people do. Mark Gaming, I did security at Butlins. We had a British rally. I asked if I could be taken around in Subaru, and the guy took me on the stage. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, Palookan. Yeah, pretty big in the world of motorsport. Notorious. Yeah, I'm banned from every racetrack. I'm on the list. The block list. Oh dear. Man, I'm well excited we're having piri piri chicken this evening. Air fried. A tea just splashed into my eyeball. That's why you should probably use the lid on these. The problem is, this thermos, if I put the lid on it, it's too hot for drinking down here. It don't cool down. Tea kaku. You can do marshalling for free. It's not a lot of it's volunteering, so you can just if you go to a local racetrack, if you live near one, they'd have like a training thing, courses and stuff. But then if you live near one, and you can sign up for it, and then you can do marshalling. So it's quite easy to get into, actually. I don't fancy it. No, not personally. I'm not a big fan of constant noise. And I don't want the responsibility of dealing with annoying people. Marshals do a really good job, though. Personally, I think they should actually be paid rather than it being a volunteer thing, but... Oh, hang on. Why is my wheel not working? Hello? Oh, maybe it was. Maybe not use this wheel. Oh, there we go. That was weird. Ban all guns. Proudly vaccinated. The Magba car. Make America Great Britain again. The Triggermobile. Gun all bands.
Green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
America. God bless America. Okay, let's stay in fourth gear. USA. Thoughts and prayers, guys.
One more lap.
Hang on, how long is this race? I need to sign up for the next F3. This doesn't go on too long. I thought this was a pretty fast race. I know, that was crazy, isn't it? God bless! Checkered flag. I am jealous of ovals. I would really like to go to an oval race as a bucket list thing. Only once maybe. And I'd like to eat some unhealthy American food at an oval race. Is that too much to ask? I'd like corn dog. I don't know what they have. You know. Again. I've had a corn dog in Seattle. It was a really shit one though. Oh, what's the voice chat button?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. God bless. Hello. Oh dear.
Hello. Am I talking to myself here? Can y'all hear me? No, we got you.
Where's the mute button?
Why is everybody so fast? Top split. This isn't even the fastest I've seen it this week. Seen them run twos.
Oh.
What? How?
Oh, this. Where's look left and look right? Oh, it's in the main menu, isn't it? Obviously. Look right.
Doing a setup, I'm pretty sure.
Brake bias.
I would just stay out of everybody's way. Just let me get one clean race.
Here we go. Oh shit! Do we have? Oh, it's fixed setup.
The heck, 2,200? Jesus.
Well, GMOs aren't necessarily bad. Genetically modified food isn't necessarily bad.
Strength of field is
So
2,238.
that's another like.
Let's take opportunities.
Food can be genetically modified. Like, well, first of all, where you
You can
define
go whenever you want, but I would recommend.
where you define genetically modified is like how you define it is a bit tricky, because you could say selective
Still waiting on
breeding.
2 cars to grid.
No, they're not necessarily. I'm not necessarily disagreeing. Like the EU
Waiting
might
on the
have,
final car to grid.
they might have banned
No
stuff that
titration
is actually
allowed
bad.
during the
I don't
race.
know,
Turn right and
but I
keep
do know that there's an oversimplification of the dislike of genetically modified food. So genetically modifying stuff isn't necessarily bad. Like, it might mean that you genetically modify a crop and it means that you're not using pesticides that you know for sure are causing horrendous amounts of damage and environmental problems and killing local species of things. So in that scenario, a genetically modified crop could be positive, or you might be able to have a viable crop in an area where you otherwise wouldn't have a viable crop. And then that might mean that people can live more healthy. So it's just not. There's a problem is that there's a lot of automatic dismissal of genetically modified food, and it's not that simple. So, but yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that the EU is wrong on banning it. Maybe in a certain scenario they are. I am genetically modified. You have to be to do this much sim racing. I clearly do have issues. This has affected me. If you live stream for you do YouTube and stuff for 10 years. Those of you that have normal jobs, it'll have messed you up as well in different ways.
The pace car is in. Green flag, green flag.
God, they're like the world's slowest reaction time drivers, this.
Car outside. Still there, hold your line. Go low.
What's he doing?
Clear outside.
Bloody hell.
You're in the middle, 3 wide.
Oh.
Clear inside, 2 wide.
Is he on a dance mat?
Clear high.
.34 laps. How long does that take? America. I really like the idea of America, you know. Like the actual,
Still there, hold your line.
you know, the idea of a proper democratic free nation that allows different races, religions or whatever to be all united under a common fair legal system, and you know, a proper like on paper, if America was actually what it presents itself as, it would actually be really, really good. Like, do you know what I mean? It would actually, you know, plenty of land, plenty of food resources, like socially libertarian, actually democratic. That would be amazing. It would be genuinely very, very impressive. So I guess if you're coming at it from a position of ignorance, you can see why a lot of Americans are super passionate. They're not cynical enough, though. That's the problem. They bought into their own. They bought into their own propaganda too much. Why? Do you think it's because America's so young that they're not that cynical, generally speaking, as a nation? Like, there will be lots of cynical people in America politically, for sure, obviously. But like, I think it's fair to say that the British are politically a lot more cynical than Americans, if you're like on average. What are these guys doing? What are they doing? What? You idiot! You've only killed. Ah, you fucking moron! How do you hit me after? You idiot! Are you? What is wrong with people? How can you be that bad at driving? How can they be that bad at driving? All we're doing is turning left. iRacing. Stupid lack of moderation. How do people take this seriously? How on earth do people take this game seriously? That's the thing. It's entertaining, it's funny, it's really stupid. How on earth do people take this seriously? I hate America now. Retract all my positive comments. I retract every positive comment that I made. Right. What was this guy doing? What are you doing? He's he just brake checked me. He just brake checked me in the corner there. He just went to the left and then slammed his brakes on and then lost it on the yeah, I mean I was very close to him because I was hoping he would make a mistake. But pods out. He lost it himself. He broke chuck. He slammed his brakes on the inside, so that's his fault. He actually spun. Well, I wasn't touching him when he spun. That was his fault. No, watch the replay. You can. I'll show you the replay. He lost it on the inside. I didn't even touch him. You can see he actually lost it before. Watch the replay.
I can't believe you've done this.
You've done this. I'm very careful because it's important that you don't wreck people intentionally. So I'm very careful that I don't wreck people intentionally because obviously we're live streaming. So you can. I'll show you the replay. And look, what's the time here? 3 minutes past. Oh, I'm not used to racing this car. I was just trying to get his draft to stay up with the other cars. Oh, I think there was some netcode there. Well, he drove into us before as well, so not really a surprise, is it? We might need to pit here. Repeat offender, yeah. Twice that he contacted us. Join Discord. Get in there. It's the class I'm in. I mean, I've done a lot of oval and trucks and stuff. It's all pretty Some people are good in it, but there's always like 3 or 4 drivers that are terrible. Where's the rest of the field? How come we're not? Oh man, the car's knacker-poo-pooed. Knacker-G-mud. Same thing happens with your mum. Ah dear. That's too easy. Too easy. It's that time of the stream. Right. Oh dear, this goes on forever. It is a bit weird actually to have an oval series where you can't bump draft. We're there. You can't talk. You can't say anything with your 3-dimensional wife bottom filming. So you're it's just once you film your wife's bottom in 3D and upload it to YouTube, you've lost every single argument. If it was in 2D, it would maybe be alright, but once it's in there, once it's filmed in 8K 3D, do you know what I mean? You've forfeited everything. Everything is forfeited. Is it worth a look? I mean, the scenery's nice. There's some annoying bottom blocking the view, though. You've been this king. You've been this king about your wife's bottom. You're the one that uploaded it in 3D. And I showed it to my sister. My sister has seen your wife's bottom in 3D. Oh dear. Bum draft. That's what happens if you have too many beans. Link to the bot. I don't have a link to it. Ask Counter Debate. He'll PM you his wife's bottom. It's what he's into. See, they can't help themselves. They're like, I must see this bottom, this fabled 3D bottom you talk of. I have heard stories of this bottom. For is it glorious or is it merely a rumour? I must confirm. They're part of their brains like, I must know the truth of the 3D bottom. For it has been foretold, many a tale has been written about this bottom of the internet. Yes, I heard it. A rumour of a bottom prancing around the New Zealand countryside. I'm not sure if I believe it myself, but it has been talked about by many a man. It could be a fiction. Is it? I don't know. Show me the bottom. Whoa! I got dropped my car in the bottom. The mystical 3D bottom of virtual reality. My tyres are worn out.
The leader is coming up on you. They're not at fight.
They're not our fight. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Alright. Ciao. Ciao meow, bro. Ciao. Chico.
Got 10 laps to go.
Welcome, if you've just joined us, guys, welcome to the arrogant, obnoxious... What was the other comment? Arrogant, obnoxious... hang on, what was it? Arrogant, obnoxious... Something else? No wins today, no. Guys, what was it? Arrogant, obnoxious, and something else. Oh, sarcastic.
Car inside. Still there, inside. You're up top, 3 wide. Inside.
Try and let
3
him
wide.
through. There we go.
Clear inside. Inside. Still there at bottom. Clear inside.
Quite like how the lights shine on the cars when you have race cars on oval tracks, or it's like when a road car drives through a tunnel.
Outside. Clear outside.
He just drove into the wall.
Outside. Still there, hold your line. Outside, clear.
Just let them go through. Don't want to affect their race. Yeah, I'm not fast enough to unlap myself though.
The leader is running 32.237.
I don't want to be the back marker that ruins people's race, because it's really annoying when people do that.
Car inside. Stay high to the car on the low side. Clear inside.
So old. I don't mind it though. I am not a graphics person. I mean, the thing is, I'm playing on a 4K screen, and so it looks really sharp, and the frame rate's really nice. For me, that's what matters. Like, I don't really care. Like, it's not VR, so it doesn't feel like I'm sat in the car. So it doesn't really matter. And I actually find more simplistic graphics are actually quite comfortable on the eyes. It's like when you play first-person shooters with shitloads of details. It's quite hard to visually process compared to Counter-Strike or something, or Valorant, which is, you know, it's very simple. Yeah, but that flat look, I'm not saying it's. I understand why people don't like it. I quite like it. Don't think it's realistic, but. Oh, I like Tetris. I'm bloody good at Tetris. I would wager I'm probably. I would argue, out of all the sim races, I'm probably one of the better ones at Tetris. I'm really good at Tetris. Go home and play Tetris. Well, no, I won't. thank you, Mad Chief, for having no life. I will rotate through wheels. I've got the Mozart R21. I'm getting back into doing review videos, to be honest. Unfortunately, like this year, I've had like really bad insomnia and generally felt a bit shit actually. But hopefully we get things back in order, and then I'll get back into doing review videos. So that'll be good. Oh, here we go. We've got the next race. The problem, I find it requires me to have quite a creative mindset to do okay review videos. Just putting them together. I find it quite hard to do. Our review videos are really disjointed in content, and it's not linear, and I find that hard to do. I know. Well, not a year ago. It was like 6 or 7 months ago. But yeah, no, I need to do. Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff I need to do. But I don't want to do a shit job of it. That's the thing. So, you know. Let's have a look at this contact. Oh, I could do him in a funny voice. Yeah, funny voices are pretty good. Like, I would say silly faces. Funny voice is like the second thing after silly faces.
You don't know how to race.
You don't know how to race.
You don't know how to race. You don't know how to race. You don't know how to race. I'm gonna report you, man.
Play Tetris.
I'm gonna report you, man. Play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. Play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. Go home and play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. Play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. Go home and play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. Play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. If you don't know how to race, please go home and play Tetris.
Yeah, so he took me out there, and then... Right. I don't think I hit him here. I think this is netcode. Oh, okay, we did hit him. Yeah, we did. Okay, we did hit him. Apologies. Apologies, we did kill him. Whoops. Whoops. Bad P-lot. Thank you for the sound alert. Oh, well. How can she slap? Please, sir. How can she slap, sir? Well, he did brake checkers. That's why I didn't, you know, that's why we ended up tapping him, because he dabbed his brakes. He did dabbed his brakes. You can't know. Just put it on eBay, Shumi. Nobody wants your index. You might be able to get more money, by the way. If you've got the hand controllers, you might actually get more money selling stuff in like individually, weirdly, because it's very hard to get hold of Steam hand controllers. That might be why they're going for quite a large price, high price, because no one can get hold of the hand controllers without spending a fortune. So that might actually end up weirdly. I don't know. F3, we're going for the win. Right. Be back in a minute, guys. to first challenge here. It's happening. Whew. Virtual desktop works better than Quest Link or Steam Link. Yeah, if you're doing Wi-Fi, yeah. Virtual desktop's way better for over Wi-Fi, but if you're using the link cable, that beats virtual desktop generally speaking. And then also you can charge the headset whilst you're using it. But virtual desktop's really good. For rally games and stuff, you can get quite a lot of noise on the headset, which is a bit of a problem. The quality's better with the link cable, I think, from my messing around. But for stuff like Half-Life Alyx, like any VR game, virtual desktop's really good. Yeah, it's surprising how good virtual desktop is, like, because you have all these previous... Do you remember with the HTC Vive, the wireless solutions where they used high-frequency Wi-Fi to send really high-quality video to the headset? But then it turns out that you can actually get away... Weirdly, you can get away with quite a compressed signal if you deal with it in a certain way. It is strange. It's weird that you can get away because the head rotation is handled separately from the game. Like the delay from the game rendering and stuff is handled separately from how you do head rotation and how that renders a scene, because the way that the headset minimizes that head tracking latency. It means that you can get away with more latency from the game than you'd expect initially would be possible. It's really weird. I think in some ways the DK2 had better lenses than the CV1.
Estimated strength of field is 2,685.
Wasn't the DK2 OLED as well?
5 cars left to grid.
I wish I'd kept my CV1 and DK2. I didn't have any money at the time though, so I had to sell them. Are you ready, guys? It's going to be a bonanza. Nice and easy, this one. Let's see if we can get past the first corner. I mean, the Quest 2 is horrendous compared to the Quest 3. I was using them both recently.
Green flag, green flag.
I don't think it's FOV. The issue is weight and size of the device.
Left side. Stay on the right. Stay on the right. I'm here on the left.
Yeah, the lenses are so good. Absolutely transforms VR.
Go right. Car right. Clear on the right.
Yeah, I need to get the higher quality, the upgraded Bobo VR headset. Strap. I've got the normal one's good, but I need the higher. Maybe I could just mod my own battery on it, to be honest, the one I've got.
There's an incident behind. Car on your left. Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
Not a bad first lap so far. I think the onboard battery is so bad on the Quest 3. You really need, like, I think 2 hours should be the minimum that a VR headset should do, whereas the Quest 3 it's about 40 minutes when you're actually using it. Like 2 hours of actual gameplay should be the minimum, and like 3.5 hours of video watching or menus. With the onboard, that's what I think the onboard battery should have done. Oh, we're up to 10th. Let's go. Yeah, that's pretty good. I just like the headset to be as light as possible. Imagine if Oculus made a version of the headset where the headset was just a screen and then it had a HDMI cable or they did a portable Quest 3 computer which used a cable to connect the computer to the headset. That'd be so good. Like the Rift S, but Quest 3.
Left side. Clear.
I probably could have got that if I was a bit more committed. I whiffed that a bit. I didn't have confidence. Oh, okay. I think he's dead. I didn't quite have confidence in the what the other car would do, but actually would have been alright. That guy went flying. Sure, what happened to that other car? Don't stop the race though. Gotta keep going. Imagine if you had a Valve equivalent of the Quest 3 though. So you had all the Steam VR games. Basically Quest 3 headset, but instead of it being Oculus, it was Valve software native. That'd be perfect. Because all the best VR games are on PC. I mean, the Steam Deck's so good as well for what it is. Yeah, but the Valve can be subsidised by Valve. It's quite funny actually how Oculus was subsidised by Valve, or the IP and stuff, and lots of the intellectual property and design aspects was arguably taken from Valve with the Quest stuff. And then Facebook then bought Oculus, and then loads of staff. It's just really weird how that all works with VR. It's really strange. Game over, man! Game over, man! We need to do some passing here. We've only got 10 laps. I need to stop being such a slow potato. God, the tyres are so sloppy. We need to get past this car in front. Hannah Freshner. Hannah Montana.
Car right. Keep to the left. Stay on the left. Still there.
Squeeze is real.
Still there.
Absolutely squeezed him. Juiced him.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Freshly squeezed. Good driving. They held the line nicely.
Left side. Keep to the right. Clear.
Nice racing. Actual racing? What? Actual racing, guys? Actual bloody racing where they do like, we squeeze them, we pass them, we then hold the inside, they then go round the outside nicely. What? Actual racing in iRacing without stupid shit happening. It's a miracle. Bloody miracle. Actua Soccer. That came with the Voodoo too. Good game.
Left side. Clear on the left. Right side.
Oh, good defending by them. Actual racing? What is this? This must be like a real race driver. They're holding lines properly and they're defending actually properly and they're driving clearly and they also position their car in the middle properly there. They must be a real race driver. They're actually driving not like a moron. This is very rare. This is so rare, guys, to actually be having actual racecraft, actual decent car positioning, actual side-by-side overtaking, and normal defensive driving. This is like a miracle. This is this is an iRacing miracle right here. You're witnessing it. Apparently. Got to work away past. That should not be a 1X.
Left side. Still there, hold your line.
I don't know if I left. I think I was alright there. I think they drove into me. I think that was alright. I think that was them turning into me. Like we'd got ahead and I think we'd got through the corner. Crunch! Montana'd. Oh, they said sorry. Ah, have I lost my rear wing? Are we okay? Don't know. Seem a bit slidey. Yeah, I think I was all right there. I think we'd got the overtake done, and I think we'd still there was space for them. But it's just that's a good example of iRacing crunching you when really it was just close driving. You know, it's just close racing. So again, even with I haven't got a damage report button bound. Even with the other driver driving really well and sensibly and consistently, iRacing still, it's like it's designed to ruin the racing. Do you know what I mean? It's silly. I'm sure they'll be coming back. Hopefully we don't have too much damage. It seemed like the rear's a bit slidey, but who knows. We're having some alright racing random. Incoming revenge. We've got 3.8 seconds. Yeah, I think we've got damage here. We'll see.
Keep to the right. Keep to the right. Clear.
We did have draft for those previous laps, so it's not over. Good battle. Not over till the back of the car falls off. I think we're okay. Delta seems to be okay here, so I think we're fine. the iRacing wants to make British people feel welcome, so they make it as miserable as possible. It's mandated by the American government, part of international relations. I need my piri piri chicken. Starving. My rice and fish. It's not that filling.
Who's your daddy?
Wrong voice. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy and what is his name? What's that from? Is that like Daddy Daycare or something? It's not at all, ma. It's not at all, ma. It's not at all, ma. Kindergarten cop, that's it. It's not at all, ma. Who is your daddy and what is his name? Hannah Montana's stalking me like the dinosaur in Jurassic Park. Like a velociraptor. I'm going through the velociraptor pen to turn the power on. Clever girl. Jurassic Park's such a good film.
Alright. Clear on the right.
Here we go. Get to the chopper! Oh yeah, the new... Oh shit. I didn't defend the inside. Better play. I didn't realise he had so much draft. I should have put my car on the inside preemptively. The battle continues! It's a good battle. His mates, compare this to that bloody guy that was driving into us over and over again. This is not simping, this is good racing. This is the internet. You can't, just because someone's called whatever, you're being the simp. How on earth is, like, you can clearly see it's good close racing with overtakes and close driving. Just because someone has a female name, you're like, oh, it's simping. You're like, that's such a dumb, moronic take. Good racing is good racing. You're the one that's been... You're a simp. To be fair, if Hannah is a rock climbing German, okay, the simping will be real. I know. It's like they've never played games with women. Or, I mean, you know, weird.
about 5 laps of fuel left.
We need to go full send here. They're getting away from us. What? Come on, car. Stick to the road. Maybe we did. I don't know. We seem to be doing faster laps, so I guess we don't have damage. But they picked up their pace. Pick up your wife's bottom from work. Oh dear.
Running 53.13.
I'm doing like PB after PB. I need more pace. I need more attack. There's only 2 laps to go. Full attack. Win or bin. Oh, it's so dumb. Like, see how we went into that corner with like totally normal slip because I'm pushing and I'm counter steering the slip, but the tyres are off. So you can't use. That's exactly what I mean about you can't drive properly in iRacing. You can't actually drive aggressively holding slip. It's like when you actually want to race and you want to then push to use the tyres more. So no, you have to dial it back down. Calm down. Don't try and drive the car. You have to stay within the iRacing limits. Don't be doing any of that fancy balancing at the limit lark. You're not Michael Schumacher. Not allowed to do that. This is iRacing. Forget what you're playing, matey. Mark Hilrich's coming up behind us as well. This has gone from bad to worse. The best we can hope for is a mistake from Hannah Montana. Creep up to the limit like it's like there's a ghost in a cupboard. Well, that was faster through there. Just trying to drive the car in straight lines. Full attack.
You got a slow car on the left. You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 1.1 seconds.
Ah, this is my best lap at least. Hannah's stolen my tea bags. Absolutely disgraceful. Bloody 3/10 up. We were doing that at the beginning. Would have been alright.
There's an incident ahead.
Yes, block the road. my only chance. Ah, look, we're 4 tenths up. If we're doing that at the start, would have been all right.
Chicken flag, chicken flag.
Hang on.
Good job.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, that's the start finish. I thought they'd pulled over before. Hang on. Is this the start finish line? This one? Or is it the one at the end? I know, it is that one. Why do they have multiple start finish lines on tracks? It's very confusing. Right, let's have a look. What lap was the crunch on? Which lap was it? The squeeze is real. Oh, which lap did the crunch happen? Ah, here we go. Yeah, I mean, they said sorry. I think we were in there, weren't we? There's there. I mean, they apologised. I think if a car's that far into the corner ahead of you, you're effectively there. So they can't drive through you, can they? Even if this car is here, this car has to not take that line. And they do have space on the left, so and we did make the corner. So I think the only time when this would be this car's fault is if this car goes into the corner so hot that they understeer across this car, like they understeer across the whole corner, then that would be this car's fault. I guess the better thing to do though would be this car could be further on the left, but then they're going to probably turn into. It's probably better to be like this actually. Like generally you want to be squeezing them, but I think in this situation, because this is in the braking zone, we're already braking here, so if we turn left we're not going to make the corner as well. So you'd have to already be on the left. And if you were squeezing, if you were on the left here, you're not side by side with them to squeeze them. So it does make more sense to be in this position here. This is actually the better position to be. And so as long as you make the corner, I didn't take him out. He's definitely the responsibility of this car to be aware that there's a car on the inside, so they just can't turn into it. Thing is, if you're this car, you could actually go. If you're on the left, you could still actually end out in front in this situation. It's not really a dive bomb because they're side by side into the corner. It's not even doing a map. It's a normal overtake. I was just thinking through the different. Because normally the thing is to really do in iRacing and in racing games, before you go to a corner, you really want your car squeezing the other car stupidly close, so that they can't turn into you. But in this scenario here, I was thinking, oh, maybe that's what you should do, but actually you can't because of the braking and everything. So it's good. It's good racing. 25 years of experience. Small tip. Well, the thing is though, I will still, still look at stuff, and the thing is, different sims, there's different rules for different sims as well, and what will work in different simulators. So it's like the thing in iRacing, like you need to squeeze people more in some ways than you would in other sims, and then there's a whole bunch of stuff that's specific to iRacing due to like its physics. Same with rFactor 2 and AC, that are not that. I think that it's like with go-karting as well, isn't it? Like bump overtaking is pretty standard in go-karting. Like, like tapping a car in front into the corner to unsettle their go-kart. It might be against the rules, but it's pretty standard. If you watch go-kart racing, they do it all the time, especially in rental cars where they're so shit and it's impossible to get past. People do it all the time. You were struggling to concentrate that race during your rant. Top trigger. That was good. It was good driving. How long have I been racing? Today, 8 hours. Been sim racing for like since rFactor 1. Richard Burns Rally. 2004. Yeah, rFactor 2 has really forgiving contacts and forgiving slides. Right, guys, I'm starving. I'm starving here. We need to raid someone, and I need to not stream for too long, otherwise it's bad for my health. And you don't want my health to be bad, do you? Oh, look who's on! I'm going to send you guys to the sexiest, most beautiful cactus-loving beast. One of my top iRacing streamers. Up there, he's up there. He's up there in the high echelons of arousal. This guy stole my shirt from yesterday, and it'll change your life. So go and watch him, give him some tea bags. Thanks for watching though, guys. Really, it was a fun stream today, actually. I enjoyed it. Some really funny, stupid stuff happens. That's good. Join us in our Discord and all that lark. And thanks for the donations as well. Really appreciate that. Kayev. And the new members we got. Thank you very much. I'll see you soon. See you soon for some more sim racing. Goodbye, guys. Give Mr. Emilio some love. Tell him it's tea time.
Okay, let's go.